Hello, everybody. Welcome in to another fantastic Locktopus party. Today we are going to be doing interviews and enjoying the Tribunal event. Obviously, we're starting out with our interview with Pirate Steve. It is good to see everybody. Hello, Angel and Steve. Cats and Dubat, Deanna, Ezra, Fabi, Lasambe, Peanut Butter, everybody else. We are off to a little bit of a late start, but we're going to be jumping in real quick. I'm going to get set up with the Pirate Steve. We're going to have a fantastic interview. So I got a little bit into editing grind, and next thing I know, I was up very late. I was up for almost 2 days working, and sometimes it's a thing that happens. So luckily my fabulous partner Juicebox heard my alarm, but that's why we're just a touch behind. Don't worry, we're just getting set up now to jump into things. Before I jump into the call with Steve, just a couple quick things about the interview is, just so people know, I'll do my best at times to call things out. But I won't necessarily be able to keep up with chat and also kind of stay in the one-on-one conversation. Knowing that there is a channel point goal if you click on the channel points. It only costs 25 channel points. So any question or comment or things you have, you can just use 25 channel points, put that, and then we're going to have some Q&A sessions. So that way we can make sure we get your questions and don't miss them in chat. Virgil, what are you doing? That's my puppy. With that, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put some music on, mute my microphone while we get the scene set up with the beautiful Pirate Steve. Not yet, Fabi. Not yet. Soon.
Oh, hey.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Fantastic.
Do you have your camera?
Yeah, 2 seconds. Sorry, I forgot about that. There you go. Hey.
Hey, there we go.
What
right.
about?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute us to chat real quick just while we get the testing out of the way so they don't have to listen.
Okay.
To do this. Hey everybody. Oh, I see what was going on. Sorry. All right. Yeah, we're all set about. So yeah, I'll go ahead and catch up on chat really quick, go over things right before we start the interview. Obviously, as you can see, we are joined here by the wonderful pirate Steve. We were deliberately muted because I was testing audio while I got Steve set up and just going over a few things beforehand. That's why we had the music on. The interview hasn't started yet, don't worry. Some of you may have noticed it's exclamation point ante up. We're giving away an embroidered octopus beanie. Halfway through the interview, we'll draw a winner for that and then give out some more stuff. Yeah, so also, if you use the channel points, it's only 25 channel points. During the conversation, it's going to be hard to keep up with chat. Like, we might be able to get some of it, but for the most part, because of the nature of the podcast, we won't be able to, like, keep on up like we normally would. That's why we have the channel point redeem. Hello, everybody. Just making sure I was caught up on everything. Okay, looks like we are good to go.
Howdy.
I'll go ahead and turn off, turn off the alert, but turn off the sounds for the alert so they don't interrupt. But thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that, Panda Gaming. Appreciate it. All right. My cord's all tangled. Of course it is. All right. Can everybody hear Steve okay? Hey, Steve, can you just say hello?
Hello.
Right,
hello, one and all.
All right, your volume looks perfect.
Good.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another Tavern Talks podcast. Today we are joined by the wonderful, the one, the only, the truest romance on Twitch between me and this person. It is Pirate Steve.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Really happy to have you here. Excited. Here in the first week of Tavern Talks, we've been doing a lot of interviews, kind of getting a backlog of interviews put together. So we have a bunch of wonderful content. And I'm so excited that one of our first interviews can be with you.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm really enjoying the interview so far, and I'm very, 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 very grateful that I could be here with you. And I love you. You know that.
I love you too, buddy.
Had to get that out the way. I love
Get
you.
out of the way. Yeah, and you'll be able to find just so people know, you'll be able to find all of these interviews in a couple places if you're not able to catch them live or just want to go back again. I will be editing all of the interviews down to like 2 to 3 different kind of highlights about topics, and then the full audio of the podcast will be on any podcast network. They'll be uploaded to the podcast network next week, and you should see clips and highlights start appearing on YouTube as early as tomorrow.
I'm very excited.
All right, so we have everything. All right, we have everything we need. So, hello again. I've said hello a few times. I'm so happy to have you here, Pirate Steve.
Hello.
Today on the podcast, we will be getting to know you better, getting to know about your journey into streaming, getting to know about some of your goals for the future, getting just to know you in general.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, happy to have you here. So we're just going to start with some of that kind of that basic information that people might want to know or might not know about you. When did you start streaming?
I started streaming in August of last year. Not fully into the stream scene. I was well, when I started, it was so that 2 of my friends could watch. My friend Kayla and my friend Sam, because obviously we couldn't visit each other. We were just on the phone on Discord. They play on console though. And we were all sharing our gameplay with each other. So we were all streaming, watching each other's gameplay. And that's kind of how I started. And I just really enjoyed doing it. It was really fun. So I stuck with it, you know?
Awesome. That's really, really cool. So basically you just started out as you're hitting the go live button because you're already kind of doing it on Discord just to kind of hang out with friends. And then that's kind of spawned into something a bit more where you're hanging out with friends, but just a lot more friends.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people started showing up, you know, so people were in chat, and it was just exciting. It was very exciting having people there to chat with and play games with, and a community to share the fun times with. So I kind of got pretty addicted to it pretty fast.
Awesome. That's really great. The other thing I was just like curious about here at the start, and I promised myself I wouldn't miss this question with you because I had missed it with the other 3. Pirate Steve. Can you tell us about the origin of the name, like how you decided to choose your brand handle there?
Well, it was changed recently, as you know. It used to be something different, something I wasn't really identifying with anymore. So it used to be something different. But back when I was about 15, 16, I had really long hair and the beard, and I used to wear a pink bandana. And if any of you have seen Dodgeball, the film Dodgeball, there's a character in that film called Steve the Pirate. And I looked just like that guy. So everywhere I went, I mean, this was like an IRL thing. People who didn't even know me would be Steve the Pirate. So I kind of just went with Pirate Steve, which turned into, you know, Pirate Steve. And it's just something that I was identifying with as a handle, you know, before even hitting up Twitch, before getting into gaming, really. You know, it was something that a lot of people called me elsewhere throughout school, throughout different career paths. I've always been called Pirate Steve or Steve the Pirate, just because I look like Pirate Steve or Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball, you know. So it stuck, you know, and a nickname that stuck, and I enjoyed it, and I was more than happy to keep that, and it worked. I think it works. I quite like the whole pirate thing.
Yeah, I think the pirate thing gives you some really good branding. Obviously, it really fits you because it was a nickname coming into streaming. I do completely understand about switching up the branding, switching up the name. Sometimes, like myself included, started with more of like a gamer handle from like PSN, and then realized that's not the most like efficient branding. So
yeah,
but also I just really love the whole story of it. The things I was called in high school would not make good good names. So I'm glad that that works out for you.
Yeah, it worked out well. It worked out like I say, even people who didn't know me, they were just. I don't even, if any of you have seen it, I wouldn't say it's that similar. It must have been the pink bandana though, which unfortunately got ruined. I had a couple of bandanas handmade for me, which were adorable. I missed them, but they all throughout the years were ruined through parties and etc.
I'll have to get you some new bandanas.
Hell yeah, that would be amazing.
For those of you who are unfamiliar, there's a of the film Dodgeball. The reason why I think people would make the connection between Pirate Steve here and Pirate Steve is Pirate Steve was played by Alan Tudyk, so I think it's red hair, pink bandana. I found that people generally only need like 2 similar traits to really make a mental connection, which I think is really interesting. So even though you don't look like Alan Tudyk, the red hair and the pink bandana, that was kind of enough to tie it in.
More than enough. Well, I'm happy. He's a great actor. The film's amazing. He played an awesome part in that film, one of my favorite films. So I was more than happy to take up the mantle.
Yeah, it's not a bad comparison at all. Kind of staying along that kind of same lines as far as like who you are, where you came from. How would you describe your style? And I know that question's a bit vague, but it's kind of vague on purpose. Like as a streamer, what's your style?
I'd probably say, dude, I don't consider myself, and I usually get shit for saying this, but I don't really consider myself entertaining. I just really, really enjoy making friends and being friendly and growing that friendship group. And we've kind of naturally grown from friendship to like the family vibe. I feel like the people who are in the Discord or in the Twitch who keep me company. They're part of the online family. Same as yourself. I consider you and Juice family now. Which is beautiful. I love it. It's something that's grown. So taking care of the family, which it kind of goes both ways, because I don't want people to feel like they can get involved. Because I don't want people to feel like they're not part of the family. It's too hard to get in. That's not the case. I want everyone to feel welcome. I want everyone to feel there's a place for them here, where we can just all have chill times and get along. I wouldn't consider myself to be, like I say, entertaining. I just want to be friends with everyone.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good style to have. Very community driven. I think it's really interesting, the concept of entertaining. So a number of different people out there, people who give advice, larger streamers, will say like, you have to provide value as a streamer. They never say you have to be entertaining, because entertaining can be all sorts of things. Because I find a nature documentary entertaining. I find Bob Ross super entertaining, but I also want to watch Die Hard and find that entertaining. And you would not compare Bob Ross to John McClane. Yeah. So
I would like to see a Bob Ross in Die Hard.
But yeah, now that's now a crossover I feel like I need in my life. So when they're talking about providing value, that can be anything. That can be like entertainment in the way I think you're describing it, like super like gonna make you laugh, gonna make you cry sort of stuff. But also, value can be community, value can be, education. There's so many different ways to provide value, and I think all of those are different forms of entertainment. I don't think we'd have so many endless choices of things to watch if that wasn't the case.
That's a good point. Yeah, you do make a really good point there. Excuse me.
I did deliberately mention Bob Ross because in your chat many months ago, someone said that you were the Bob Ross of ESO. And now I have a bit more of an audience here with the podcast. I'm going to continue to make that a thing. And the reason I bring that up is, one, it's funny, but two, I do believe that you bring a very soothing presence when it comes to how you're streaming. It's much in the same way as like Bob Ross did with painting. I mean, you're not painting happy little trees. You're slaying happy little Daedra.
Yeah. But I don't feel like I deserve that. That's something I feel like I should maybe one day try and earn, because Bob Ross, that guy, But I'm more than happy to be the Bob Ross of ESO as long as I'm not.
Yeah, I feel like you're off to a good start being the Bob Ross of ESO, because like obviously already you described your style as a family, and you described your style basically as inviting. So I think those are traits that you definitely share with the late great Bob Ross.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear, and that is good to hear. That brings me joy.
Awesome. So yeah, just kind of starting on that same like getting into streaming thing. What were your initial goals, or what are your goals right now? Because even having only done a few of these podcasts, everybody kind of has different goals, and that those goals don't have to be numerical. They in some cases they could be, but they can be basically anything. Like, what are your current goals as a streamer?
Okay. Well, something I've wanted to achieve, like the big thing, like the big thing I wanted to achieve. It was never partner. I wanted something which the big long distance shot which I wanted to make was always to get onto the ESO stream team, as you know, which is something which we discussed in the past. That would be fantastic. That would absolutely blow my mind. That would be incredible.
And when you say stream team, you're talking about the Elder Scrolls Online stream team, right?
The official one, yeah, dude. If we could get on that would be incredible. That would be amazing. But that's like the big out in the distance. Like if it happens, it happens. But that would be incredible. At the start, I didn't really have any goals. I was never intending to do this as as often as I do. It was just to play games with friends and have a way for them to view said gameplay, and it kind of spiraled from there, right? It was something that it's really hard, as it's hard not to obsess over the numbers and the analytics, but it's something I've been getting progressively better at. I don't check that stuff daily anymore. I check it weekly. So in terms of like numbers, I try not to set massive goals, or even it's good to have goals. It's always good to have goals.
I truly believe that goals are important because they help shape direction. So that's why the goals can be like, you want to be part of the Elder Scrolls stream team. So to do that you need to have X amount of followers, but more importantly than that, you have to be involved with the Elder Scrolls community, and they're going to have to view you as like a positive and like good part of that to add you to the stream team. So that's with a goal like that, then you kind of know like this is how I kind of need to shape a little bit of what I'm doing going forward, so that when I can apply, I'm putting my best foot forward. So that's why I think goals can be important. In even like people who are numerically driven, I think that's fine too, as long as you're looking at the numbers not as a like you said, not every hour seeing if the numbers fluctuate, but more just like, oh, okay, like taking a look at the numbers, this works and this doesn't. So if I want these numbers to change, I need to do X. Yeah.
It's very easy to take the negative away though. When you're looking at the numbers, it's very easy to see the deficit instead of the goals you've achieved. So it's something I've tried to do less and less, just for the sake of my own sanity, right?
Yeah, and I completely understand that and completely agree. Like, I never have my viewer count on. I think that's the like one universal thing. I don't believe there's a lot of universal truths as far as streaming goes, because so many people succeed in different ways. I think universally speaking, though, just not having the view count on, that way you can just put 110% into what you're doing, regardless of what that number says. I think that for me, like that was the big change. Like about 6 weeks in, I turned that off, and like it makes me so much less stressed when I'm live, because I'm not worrying about if there's 0 people or if there's like 500 people. It doesn't make a difference, because I'm just going to be putting my all in no matter what that says.
Regardless of the number. That is some amazing advice, which I also try. See, I do go back and forth. See, if I truly believe everyone should do that. Is fantastic. It does make a huge amount of difference. But where I say I do look on the weekly, and I've noticed that maybe there's been a dip in numbers, I'll turn it back on. I'll see if I can identify what people are like and what people aren't like, and then I'm like, this is a bad idea. I shouldn't be doing this. I'll realize I'm shooting myself in the foot. This is making me more paranoid to the fact, instead of trying. So I just turn it off.
Yeah, I look at my numbers afterwards. I think everybody looks at their numbers afterwards. and I'm very analytical, so I do go through it. I go on like Twitch Tracker and like look at the graph where it goes up and down because it's just more visually appealing than the one on Twitch itself, and go,
Yeah.
okay, it dipped here, and then I kind of go back. I'll go back through a few of my streams and go, okay, every time I do this one thing, it dips. Okay, let's So I think that's important to be able to look at your past numbers and stuff. But I think the thing that I want to get back to that you mentioned that's really important is it's really hard to look at the numbers objectively and take away like the things you need for growth without being hard on yourself.
Right.
Something I keep saying or keep finding myself saying is it's very hard to be able to be self-critical without being mean to oneself. And it sounds like you're kind of the same way where you can be a bit hard on yourself, a bit mean to yourself about things.
I was talking to Angel about it not too long ago, and it's really easy once you get a slight bit of growth, a slight as it may be, because once you see that growth, it's really easy to make, especially when you are obsessed over something like this. Like I get quite one track mind, to get your self-worth from it, right? And when you see something, or you're not hitting the numbers you were, or if you're not doing as well as you did last month, or X, Y, and Z, it could be anything. It's really easy to see that as a reflection on your own self.
Yeah, and people who've listened to previous episodes will have already heard this reference before, but I think it's an important one. Maya Higa, who is an amazing streamer, much bigger streamer on the platform, something she said a few months back really resonated with me, which is basically she was talking about other streamers and how you view yourself. So if you're a 20 viewer Andy and you're just used to getting 20 views, that's awesome. I am kicking it at 20 views. Something happens, maybe with ESO, maybe it's a big drops weekend, maybe something you posted pops off and your numbers shoot up to like 50, and they're that way for maybe a weekend, and then they drop down to 35. These are all like hypothetical numbers, by the way. I'm just kind of throwing them out there. Where like if you looked at it objectively, be like, wow, even without a drops weekend, got 15 more average people, we got more friends. But what actually happens in content creation, because it happens to people on YouTube, happens to people on TikTok, is you go, why did I drop 15? Even though you're technically up from like on a bigger timeline, you're doing super well, but it's really hard. Like you just kind of like get in that mindset of like, oh, I'm here, so the next step is here, because I feel like there's a lot of pressure. That's the word I was looking for. There's a lot of pressure in content creation and just anything that is creative in general, singing, writing, whatever. There's a lot of pressure to continue to get bigger. So any looks and dips I've always like seen can really be like hard on one's psyche.
Yeah, 100%. You are growing. That is growth 100%. But you will always focus on the negative. At least I do, and I'm sure a lot of people do. It's something that's easy to get caught up in. But take a step back, realize you have tripled or quadrupled your size, that whatever it may be, and forget about what you've lost, because you've, in the long run, in the short run, you've still progressed and you've become better at what you do, for example.
Yeah, and that's just something I really wanted to kind of ask about and talk about is growth, because obviously we've already talked and like touched on a little bit about how perspectives shift, but just kind of starting out, how have you been dealing with growth? Because obviously there is, you started out, you're going live, you got 2 or 3 people, it's your friends, kind of the same as it was on Discord. Next thing you know, you're kicking it's a bit higher. Next thing you know, it's a little higher. And obviously as that happens, a variety of things change. Chat's a little more active. You have to deal with trolls who kind of like slip in. So how have you been dealing with the growth?
I can pinpoint the exact moment it all happened, because when I was streaming, it was to those 2 friends who then they don't like ESO, but I was playing her anyway, so they were like, play something else, and I was like, no, I'm playing ESO. I want to play ESO. I'm going to keep streaming this. I'm doing this now. And then I had Shadow. You all know I love Shadow, so I was streaming to just Shadow for the longest time. Then I told one of my buddies in work, the one friend I told, I was like, yeah, I know you watch a lot of streams. Maybe you want to swing by. You don't have to. It's up to you. And they went on to tell then a bunch of other people I worked with. So from that one viewer, I went up to 10 average viewers over like a week, which is absolutely mind blowing. You know, that is insane when you just start. And that got me to affiliate. And I was so hyped off that. But the same thing happened again. None of them liked ESO, but I was adamant I'm playing ESO. So that dipped down and dipped down and dipped down. And it was at that point where I was starting off playing ESO for 2 hours, and I changed game. I was like, I still wanted that to happen with ESO, but it's clearly not going to happen. So I'll play ESO for 2 hours and I'll change game. And I was playing ESO. I had Shadow. We were chilling. I was about to change game, and then Aizma raided me with 900 people, right? And that is what I'm pretty sure that's how you found me, right? I think it was that raid.
Yeah.
I think that I'm pretty sure you came in. You were like, oh, gifting subs. You're being so kind.
Yeah, I came in with the Aizma raid, and when I come in with raids, I try to gift subs and things like that, and get hype, especially when somebody is doing something as awesome as Aizma and like just kind of raiding into like a unknown or newer streamer like that. So that is in fact how we met.
That was
that's our meet cute.
Exactly. It was who would have thought it would have blossomed into the greatest romance on all of Twitch? Who would have thought that would have happened, right? And now, as asked earlier on, we're getting married soon, guys, in the ESO. Keep an eye out for that. But from that raid, I found Xavi and Zim, who went on to be mods for me as well. You know, shadow mods for me too. So it was like a team then. You know, I got a team backing me behind this. There's people helping me in the background, but a significant amount of people from that raid stuck around, and that kind of set things off. And that went, well, like I said, it was at 10, it went back down, and they started growing. It's just mind blowing, you know. It's mind blowing. I'm surprised. I never thought we'd get, even though we're not huge, no, not even close to being huge, but to have consistent friends who want to drop by, who, you know, I'm something you said in the past. All we've got to give in life is time, right? That's the only thing we can really give. And to have people who consistently want to swing by and keep you company or have a chat, even if it's for a minute, 30 seconds, just to say hello. People who stick around for the entire stream, that daily blows my mind. It's just like something which brings me a lot of comfort, you know.
Yeah.
And they're there for the journey.
And yeah, something that's really cool about things is like something I didn't expect. Like I got into streaming much for the same reason you did. Because originally I was like going, all right, I'm going to get back. I was on a work trip to New York in February. I'm like, I'm going to get back from this big work trip in New York. I was having such a good time. I'm like, I'm going to finally do it. I'm going to start streaming. You know, I travel a lot. You know, I'm going to be one of those IRL streamers. We're going to eat food. We're going to go on adventures like that. You know, I was really set on being an IRL food, that type of streamer. And then COVID hit. And so I was like, well, I guess we'll figure something else out. And then I kept kind of going back and forth. And eventually I was like, I'll just go live, you know, and if I can just get a few people, if there's just a few people there willing to talk with me, hang out with me while I play games, you know, that's great. So I kind of got into it for the exact same reason you did, at least on like the gameplay side. But then it kind of blew my mind, because the thing I wasn't expecting is I knew my friends who were my friends who were hanging out, modding for me. Like you had, like, those are my IRL friends. And then I had a disconnect before I was a streamer thinking, oh, and then there's going to be, you know, cool people, you know, I'm going to get to know them, but, you know, cool people in chat. What I wasn't expecting, and it was a very happy surprise, was making actual real connections with people. Like, we have a really great, you know, friendship. I've become a friend with a lot of the people in my chat. I think there are different phases of streaming growth. Like, eventually there comes a time, like right now, when you're like 20 viewers, even 100 viewers, I think it's a lot easier to make those connections. So I'm really happy to be in a kind of a phase where being community focused, I can have that. Were you expecting like the complete outpouring of love and to make all the new friends you did through streaming, or is that kind of unexpected for you too?
Totally unexpected, dude. It's strange to say that the people I talk to now on a daily basis, like even off stream, they're from Twitch. Unfortunately, at the start of last year, I had to disassociate with a lot of my IRL friends because I was making a lot of I had a lot of bad habits, and I had to take a step back and realize that it was the crowd I was hanging around with. So I took a step away from a lot of those people, and I don't see, even though I still hold them dear to my heart. But streaming has helped me massively because I've got so many friends now, like yourself. We talk on the regular. I love you and Juice. I love Shadow. Yeah, everyone. I could list them all. But something someone said to me was the idea of fans, right? And I don't think that's the case. They're all friends, right? Everyone there is a friend. I don't see it as that. That doesn't work in my brain. I don't see it as having fans. They're all friends.
Yeah, definitely they're all friends. Especially when you're, like I said, I mentioned earlier, like providing value as a streamer, because at the end of the day, when people tune in, you have to be providing something. I think something that is true of a lot of ESO streamers, it seems, is that community focus. And I think when you have that community focus, you form kind of those deeper connections. So,
right. Completely agree. And I always worry that people, because something I kind of mentioned earlier on, the whole family vibe, I am, like I'm sure you are, very close to the people who are in my chat. We have, at the point now where we've got like inside jokes and everyone knows everyone. I'm always worried that if a new person does come by, they won't feel comfortable enough to get involved, or they'll feel excluded from that group. Like it's a niche, like it's, a clique even. But it's not the case, it's just everyone's welcome to be in that friendship group. We'd never exclude anyone, but it is a friendship group. We're all friends,
Yeah, and so I'm going to ask one more question, just kind of finish up the kind of getting to know you section, but we're going to really get back into this in a moment, because one of the biggest things that I've been talking about on the podcast is shaping your community and how your community grows. But before I get to that, a large streamer on the platform, Ludwig, recently did a how to make it big as a streamer kind of presentation thing. And, we've covered a couple points, because the big things he said at the start is basically talks a lot about goals. But one of the things is pick 3 to 5 people who inspire you. And it's not people you have to completely try to be you're not trying to be a carbon copy, but people who you can look at and inspire you in different ways and kind of shape how you're going to create content. For me, those people are Sweet Anita, Ludwig, and things like that. So I have mine. Do you have anybody and again, these don't have to be people on the platform, because it's, at the end of the day, this is a creative field. You can draw inspiration from anywhere. Did you have anybody when you're kind of shaping your style that, you draw inspiration from, or is it something where you just kind of inspire yourself, more than looking for external people to kind of shape yourself after?
In regards to Twitch streamers, I'm very new to Twitch. I had my account for a while because one of my buddies started streaming back in 2016. So I think I created an account in 2016 to follow and support them. So when people mention, and I get shit for this, but when people mention big streamers, I don't know who they are, and none of them I never know who these people, because I don't follow big streamers. I get a lot of inspiration from you, and from definitely A's, man. A lot of the Mookants, all of the Mookants, they're amazing. But then we got our ESO fam. We got there's so many of us who have come together to create this streamer community, right? Where there's I know you couldn't unfortunately make it the other day when we were playing Among Us, but every single person in that lobby is an inspiration. They all crush it, and I've said this many a time, and I'm going to stand by this opinion. You are my favorite streamer on this platform, dude. So you definitely give me.
That's really flattering.
But it's true. I've said it so many times. You are my favorite streamer. You definitely inspire me, and all of our fellow ESO streamers, or anyone in the fam. Because I'm so close to all of these people, and the time zones differ so greatly. I want to support everyone in our streamer community. I don't find myself branching off into new streamers, new content, which is slightly unfortunate. But definitely, you guys, you all provide me with so much inspiration.
Yeah. And we're going to continue on here in just a moment, talking about how Pirate Steve shapes that community, and like different facets that he uses to grow. Before that, I do want to make sure we give away this hat, and then we'll get another giveaway going for another piece of merch to take us into the back half of the interview.
I'm wearing your merch right now, buddy.
Congratulations, Fabi. Use the link in chat to claim that hat. Oh, you are wearing my hoodie. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, no, I try to as often as possible. I love it.
All right, so that one is done. I'm going to go ahead and get one more thing up and going real quick, and then we will continue our interview. I find that if we take a little pause like this, it's going to be easier. Like I said, I was in a complete editing tizzy last night, and I find that like if I take little breaks all throughout, it's a lot more on my editing. Just go, all right, we're going to be right back with the interview. Everybody, we're still here. Let me do a couple things. Let's say hi to the chat, and also, since we're taking a minute, I want to say thank you so much, Panda Gaming, for following. Also, thank you so much for hosting the podcast, Mel. Appreciate it.
Love you, Mel.
All right. We are all set back up there, so. All right, now we're going to take a little bit of a pause because.
Oh, the dog.
Boys. Oh, just a second.
Where's the pup? Oh, there they are. Oh. Adorable, right? Absolutely adorable. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. I'm obsessed with these doggies. So cute. So cute. Oh, the Kogo. Beautiful.
Juice's Coffee and Donuts got here, so.
Nice.
Oh, wow. I come back. Thank you so much, Deanna, for gifting, it looks like 5 subs to the community. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. Welcome to the party, Krakens, Darkly Knighted, Dog to Bark 24, Winifred Willow, Live Games, and Cupid Stunt. Enjoy your emotes, extra ticket and giveaways. Remember to always
release the party.
And thank you, Deanna, again for the 5 gifted subs and supporting the community. Appreciate it.
What an amazing person. What an amazing person.
I think my dogs wanted to ask you questions too. I'm pretty sure. Who said that? Someone said that in chat. I saw it right before I stood up. But
I'll
either way,
take any question from the puppies.
All right. So, and like I said, anybody who might have come in throughout, due to the nature of the podcast, we can't really keep up on chat. However, it's only 25. I did a channel point reward that's only 25, so it doesn't cost anything to do it. So if you have any questions or comments, just use that point reward, and then when we get to the Q&A at the end, I will go through all of those questions. So continuing on with the interview here, we've talked a lot about getting into it, like your style. Something that keeps coming up throughout that is community. And I think it's really interesting to talk about how communities like grow and basically how they get curated. Because in a lot of ways, communities are like gardens or bonsai trees. Like, they require, unfortunately, they require sometimes some trimming, some love, some care. Like they require all the kind of the same things, like to get to the point where like the community is what is. Like when I go into a streamer's chat, I kind of know what I'm expecting. It's always going to be a bit different because of the streamer. And I feel like that has a lot to do with choices kind of the streamer makes, in terms of like where the line is for toxicity, where the line is for trolling, how they interact with chat. So how have you really taken steps to shape your community? And like, how would you describe how you kind of where your community is at now?
I really like the bonsai comparison. That was great. I've been really lucky. I've only had to ban 2 people, and I didn't do it myself. The mods did it for me. I've only ever had 2 trolls. I don't even remember why. I don't remember what they were doing. The mods could just see I was uncomfortable because, you know, I don't like being put in positions of confrontation necessarily. And they were on it. They sorted that out for me straight away. But the community, I've been incredibly lucky. I feel like the vibe resonates itself. You know, the people who are there in chat and the way I kind of compose myself on stream. I've not really had to like mollycoddle it. It's been something that's grown very naturally. I've never had. There's never been really any arguments between anyone in chat. We've been very lucky with terms of that. I obviously avoid any controversial topics, but the community itself has grown very, very naturally. I've mentioned this earlier, but the family vibe is very, very clear from the get-go. If someone follows, you know, I usually say immediately, like, you're loved, you're adored, we'll cherish you. Thank you for joining us. We already love you. It's great to have you, you know. If that doesn't put them off, you know, if they're not already immediately sickened by how loving and caring I am for these people, for the homies, then they're going to stick around, you know. If that's quite a strong thing to come across with immediately, you know. But that's kind of been a very natural progression to where we are, just out of pure love.
Yeah. And so, yeah, approaching people with love and calling people out in terms of like telling them how much, you know, you cherish them being there. That obviously has shaped that kind of caring community that you're building. Something else that, you know, mentioned in this, but also mentioned earlier, is mods and, you know, how much of a role they play. And I think that's important to talk about when we talk about communities, because, you know, the channel is shaped obviously around the streamer. They're the ones, you know, that person's going live, that person's choosing what the content is, what game they're playing, what they're talking about. But just like any form of entertainment, there is a team behind that. And a very crucial part of that team in shaping communities that you touched on is definitely, you know, your mods, because you're trusting them to make those judgment calls, and you're also, you know, they're keeping you on your toes. I know the I've modded, such as like HCP, Pakani Kai, are very good at reminding me, like, because I have ADHD, I'll forget things. They're very good about like, hey, remember to do this thing. Hey, did you see the channel point reward? In addition to, you know, the more standard mod duties, and it's helped me be able to focus more. So, and you've already talked a little bit about, so as you've grown, have you just kept the same mods, or how have you like grown the team? Because I know, like, for a long time I was getting off track, because as I grew, I was still trying to do everything myself. And I'm like, well, if my couple friends can't be online right now, I'll mod myself. And I had to eventually be like, okay, I need more mods. Have you gotten to that point, or is everything just still pretty much good with the like kind of initial team?
Well, the initial team were IRL. Excuse me. Sorry. The initial team were friends from, you know, IRL. The same friends who were there from the start, but didn't like the gameplay. They don't like ESO, so they don't tend to come around as often. Lucky enough, 2 of those IRL friends stream themselves, so they know the ins and outs of Twitch. The what would the word be? It doesn't matter. Better than myself, so they are thankfully rather on point when it comes to like TOS and the rules we should all abide by. Shadow, who I talk about all the time, is like a mod, a manager, a best friend. Shadow really is incredible, and everyone knows how much I love Shadow. The conversations me and Shadow have are daily, and Shadow really does keep me on point, keeps me focused. You know, tells me if something's wrong, tells me what we're doing right. The other mods, being Xavi and Zim, were also there daily back when we were pretty small, and they offered their services. So I was more than happy. I mean, Xavi and Zim know my address. I wouldn't give my address to like random people on the internet. They've sent me stuff. They've sent me stuff in the post. I trust them completely. Diana, who is our most recent mod, is incredible. I mean, Diana's time difference to mine is huge. Diana changed her daily schedule so that she could attend the stream first thing in the morning, play games with us, and then go about doing her business. You know, that's more than I can ask from anyone. And I wondered, I've always been worried about, because Diana, I love you if you're there. I'm pretty sure you are. Diana is definitely here. I've always worried about, obviously the people you are the most would be the obvious choice to trust with a role of mod. I would never want to put people who enjoy the stream into a position where they felt like it was a chore or a job. But thankfully that's not really happened, you know?
Yeah. That's really awesome. And it kind of sticking in the same community mindset, like I don't think things like emotes, channel points, and all that break a stream. Like I don't think like not having the perfect channel point rewards or that you have to have the best emotes. But they are definitely they're the sprinkles on the cake. Like your cake can be delicious and good, and if it doesn't have like that little extra topping, it doesn't have the cherry on top on a sundae, you're probably not going to notice because it's delicious. But they can add flourish. Like how do you kind of utilize your emotes and channel points, or are those things you just kind of like have, but they're not really a huge part of your content?
With the emotes, they are due to be changed any minute, because between me and you guys, my emotes are Apple emojis, which I've just kind of popped on for the time being. I've never used Fiverr. I've never reached out to an artist. I don't know how. I need to do that. I really I got a buddy Gold. You might know Gold. Gold came forward during the rebrand, and I explained my concerns about rebranding simply due to having to invest so much time in recreating all of my scenes. I wouldn't be able to. Again, I've never reached out to an artist. I get kind of nervous about stuff like that. Gold was very kind. Gold said, give me a day. And a day later, Gold had spent all night creating banners and everything you need, all of the scenes, animations for stream start and stream end and BRB. That stuff I think is on point. I'm very pleased as to where that is. I'm very, very pleased with that. The emotes need changing. I'm on that. It's in the pipeline. The channel points, they're just a bit of fun, right? You know, they're a bit of fun. They're a good way to get involved. We had the beard rate, which I've removed because I found myself drinking a little bit too much on stream, which is something I never really wanted to do. Which comes back to being quite a nervous person. I didn't ever want to. It felt like I was getting a little bit reliant on taking the edge off because I was getting quite nervous on. But I don't do that anymore. You know, it's just not as much. Very small amount. Yeah. So the beard rate's gone, but the beard rate. You all know Brian Frenzy. I assume Brian Frenzy made the little icon for that. Brian Frenzy's again a wonderful artist who I want to do some more work with in the future. Other than that, yeah, the channel point rewards, they're just mine. They're a little lackluster. They're nothing major, like you say. They don't make or break the stream, but they are there for people to. I like people to feel like they can get involved. You know, some of them are simple, hydrate, stretch, etc.
Yeah, and
go on.
Oh yeah, sorry about cutting off there. So please continue.
Oh, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the main reasons why I wanted to bring it up, because when I spent a lot of time in a bunch of different like communities on Reddit, just kind of like these like different groups, just to kind of see what people are saying, see what's out there, kind of get an idea of, you know, struggles people are going through. Originally it was so I could get, you know, help with my own struggles. And one of the things is a lot of people put a lot of stress into every little aspect of the stream being perfect. And that's why I wanted to kind of touch on this. They are a flourish. It is a tool in a tool belt. And if you can use channel point rewards, like I have one where people can get me to get up and do an 80s dance number. Used to have one where people could spin a wheel, like, but that added to my content. And I think people can sometimes stress so much over what to have in their channel point rewards. They end up putting things in there that, like you said, and that's why I'm glad you mentioned it, sometimes put things in there that don't add to the stream, or if used too much, take away. So it's just like you had to get rid of like one that made you drink beer because it got used too much. It was kind of like shaping your content in a way that you didn't want it to. So I think it's important to mention, like, it's great if you can come up with some ideas that like add to the content. It adds a level of interactivity, which is amazing. But if you can't come up with it, it's kind of one of those things you like, again, it's Flourish. You don't have to stress it. And I'm glad you also kind of mentioned emotes. Is like, obviously as you grow, like I've gotten new graphics, I'm getting new graphics now. Like those are things that change. And I think emotes are the same. Emotes are like a super big thank you to people who have given X amount of bits or they're subscribed to you. And people are so happy because to have it that like they will use your emotes. So I think that's another thing that it's important for people to know is like, it's more important to have emotes that your community is going to want to use because they just want to use your emotes than to stress over having the perfect emote, because you can always switch them out later. And that, again, kind of like your rebrand, there was a bit of stress and apprehension when you did it, but like once you actually started doing it, it wasn't super hard to just kind of start adding those elements in.
Right.
Because you didn't have to always be one way. You can always grow your content, grow your image and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, you can go in any direction. You like any time. Really, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. I like the point you made though. When I first started streaming, I didn't have scenes. I didn't have a cam. I was using a really bad headset with a terrible mic. But I did that for a couple of weeks and then took a week off just to try and develop a perfect scene. And then you get in the mindset, and it's got to be perfect, which quickly, you realize this is not important. I've not gone live in a week. So what's the point in having a perfect scene when I'm not even streaming? So I just take a step back, realize, the content's more important. The flourish is beautiful and it adds a lot to it. But, really going live is more important than worrying about the ins and outs of those things.
Yeah. Being live, you're going to learn a lot more. You're going to connect a lot more, and you can always just add that stuff in later. Something else you talked about, Gold, like coming in and like being like just kind of stepping up, helping you do the rebrand. That's something also that I was kind of unexpectedly started happening as like my community grows. Like I've had some people draw some fan art. I've had some people design some emotes for BTTV for me, like just like volunteer do it, and a lot of things like that. I think it's important to mention that because, again, back to that, like we talked about mods, like at the end of the day, like the streamer's the one that's live, but the whole of the parts is also that community that's willing to like jump in.
Right.
So, is there other ways your community's jumped in or is, and helped and things like that? Or
yeah, I think the best example to give would be I do, as you know, this is a good and a bad thing. I do a bunch of gold giveaways. Like every day on stream, we give away a ton of gold. I've not made any of that gold. That gold has been provided to me through members of the community to give. I don't spend any of it for this reason. I do not spend any of this gold in game. It's for giveaways to give back to the people who watch. But for example, Mo Schnitzel's given me in the last 2 weeks over 10 million gold in game just to give back to people. I don't even know how people get that much gold. Every time it blows my mind. But everyone is very kind, and there are some funny memes that get made, and we all have a good time with it. But the community definitely drive for a better overall stream. They're more than happy to help in terms of making it a better experience, which is wonderful.
Yeah. And that's really the thing is like the community drives that. You'd mentioned earlier, inside jokes, and as it shapes, like the community is a part. And even the biggest streamers, even though they can't keep up on chat in the same way, the community still drives their content. And I think that's really something unique about Twitch versus other forms of content creation, because with YouTube, I put a video out there and I take the feedback on that video and before I make my next video. But with streaming, it's like constant and like develops like organically as you stream. Right. I think that's really special. We did
instantaneous feedback. It's wonderful.
So yeah, for the first set of podcasts here, we were sticking with people who stream ESO as at least one of their games. Reason for that is it's the community I'm part of, so it's the one I'm most most just naturally organically connecting with, and the streamers that I knew the best to reach out to. So, which means I want to get into a section called about ESO. And my first question, one I've asked everybody so far this week, is why ESO? Again, this is another one of those vague questions. So it could just be, why did you play it in general? Why is it what you choose to stream? But just kind of like, out of all the games out there, why Elder Scrolls Online?
Well, when it first came out, I pre-ordered this game, and when I played it, I hated it. It was not for me. I was not. I'm sure a lot of people had that opinion. It was a little broken. It was a little bit of a disappointment. Played it for a day, maybe max. Didn't enjoy it. The start of last year, one of my good friends, Kaylin, who had picked it up on PlayStation 4 for really cheap, was like, "You got to play this game. I just want you to play with me. We'll have a laugh. Come over, bring your console." This is before lockdown. So I was like, I don't like that game. It's going to just disappoint me again because I love the Elder Scrolls universe. I was one of those people who played Skyrim first and had to make my way backwards.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I don't want to be any more disappointed than I was the first time I played this game. And he was like, "No, just pick it up. We'll have a laugh. It's only £5." I was like, okay, picked it up. I went over there, played it, fell completely in love. And this actually really turned out to be a problem for my friend Kaylin, because after like a week he got bored of playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And by that point it was the only game I was playing consistently. At that point I was looking at a lot of content on YouTube, because obviously, as you're all aware, anyone who plays it, the game is huge, absolutely huge. And that's when I discovered add-ons, and I need add-ons, right? I need these add-ons. So I built a PC for the simple reason to play ESO. So I built the PC, started playing on PC, which makes a world of difference. Add-ons really do add a whole just quality of life to the game. They really can make a difference. I respect anyone who plays without add-ons. I respect anyone who plays on console, because it's like playing ESO in hard mode. It's a lot more complicated. But the addiction was already set by that point. By the time I started a new character, I was excited to start a new character. I was excited to start again. I created a character 3 times. I kept deleting the same character over and over. I wanted it to be perfect. I was like, this is going to be my online persona. This is going to be me. I'm going to play ESO. I'm going to be an ESO person. I love this game. I'm going to invest a bunch of time. I always wanted to play WoW. Never got into WoW. But I found ESO. Played her a ton. Put hundreds of hours in before I even started streaming. And my buddy Kaylin was like, "How can you still be playing this game?" I was like, "I'll show you." Hence why I started showing him. By that point, it's all I was doing. It's all I was doing anyway. When I started streaming it's all I was doing anyway, because we couldn't go out, we couldn't leave the house, we couldn't go and socialize, which is something which I do not like being indoors on a sunny day. I like to be outside, but it was a really, really nice year last year for weather, and I was stuck indoors. We just had the curtains closed, trying to avoid the fact that I'm stuck inside on a sunny day. But it's sunny in Tamriel, right? You can go to Somerset and you can be out in the beautiful locations, and you can just kind of escape to that world. And that's probably what it was more than anything, dude. Being stuck here and finding that escape there, right?
Yeah, for sure. And that's always been like my draw to role-playing games in general and MMOs in general, is like, yeah, being able to like live a life in like a fantasy realm. And I think right now in pandemic, it's like, yeah, even more so than ever. So the kind of next question about like Elder Scrolls Online, when you're doing that content, is, what do you mostly get up to? Some people are basically, very eclectic, and they get up to a little bit of everything. So when you tune in, it could be anything. Some people, like when we interviewed Sakar, were very much like, I do ESO, Zero, and IC PvP, and that's all he does. And all these are valid. Like, it's perfectly valid to be only a housing streamer, and it's perfectly valid to do everything. But I'm curious, what content do you like mostly get up to on stream?
Well, that evolved over time. What it is now is an obsession with playing with viewers. So every day I'll log in. Who wants to do a daily with me? People will volunteer. Right, that's fantastic. Who wants to do pledges with me? People have volunteered. Great, we had a good time. Who wants to do a battleground with me? That's fantastic. We've done that. Who wants to jump into Syria? It used to be, I'm a completionist. I think we've spoken about this in the past. A massive completionist. So it used to be complete a zone. I wouldn't leave that zone until I caught every rare fish. And it didn't take long to realize people don't really stick around when you're spending 6 hours of a stream fishing. So I had to kind of move on from that. just the questing. The questing is still my love. The voice acting. I always said the first time around this game failed because they spent all of their budget on brilliant voice acting, which, you know, the voice acting is fantastic.
It's absolutely out of this world that they have like every single thing voice acted. I know it's not the only MMO that's done that, but it's still wild to me that like everything is voice acted in this game.
It is incredible. And John Cleese, I've met John Cleese. John Cleese actually did quite a bit of work for our company, IRL. So I love John Cleese. There's so many big names though, right? There's so many big names in that game. The questing kind of died down because I know that you don't have to. There is an order which makes the most sense to play it in, and I'm unfortunately at a point now where I need to finish Cabwell's Gold to move on to Markarth, because there's characters in Markarth which know you from that zone. So I've taken quite an extended break from questing. I've not quested in a really long time. I will be doing Clockwork City come today's event, right?
Yeah, the event started.
Yeah, it started. So
we are kicking along in the event already. Yeah.
Yeah, dope. So I'll pick that up tomorrow. I've been waiting for an excuse to do Clockwork City. It looks incredible. It really does look out of this world. And Vvardenfell, you know, when you first start the game, your home zone, at least in my mind, is the zone which you get dropped into when you first start playing the game. So Vvardenfell is like my home zone. I love Vvardenfell. I'll always have a deep adoration for Vvardenfell. It's obviously a crafting hub. Most people go there for their crafting needs. So I will be picking up a bit more questing, but as of now, it is purely playing with viewers.
Nice. That's really great. I think that's really obviously ties into your community focus. And speaking of community, because this phrase can mean absolutely nothing to some, and otherwise it means completely different things to everybody who uses it. I mean, it all ties back to the same thing. That's hashtag ESOFam. And you will find it from players. You're going to find it from streamers. You're going to find it from artists on Twitter. You're going to find it like on Reddit. And obviously it's a term a lot of people use, but like when you use it or see people use hashtag ESOFam, what does that mean to you specifically, since it is kind of a catch-all term? Yeah,
you're right. It's a catch-all term, but I think of probably selfishly our immediate fam. I think of, you know, we got the whole like Small Streamers Unite, and then the ESO group who we play with fairly regularly. The good thing about ESO compared to a lot of other games I've played, there's not too much hassle when you play. There's not too many people out there to cause you grief. I feel like it's kind of an enigma when it comes to gaming, where the community, the 99%, you know, like they're all pretty good people, right? I've had one person cause shit in game because they were a PvP player, and I was playing with a newbie who was doing a dungeon for the first time, and they just wanted to explore and have fun and listen to the dialogue and do the quest. And this guy was like, "I'll never understand you PvE jerks. Hurry up! I'm trying to get." And I was like, but the ESO fam, we're tight, man. I know some people don't necessarily like to be part of the gang, I suppose. I'm not too sure. I mean, I've never met anyone who doesn't want to be in the ESO fam. If you play ESO, does that automatically make you part of the fam? I suppose. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, like I said, the hashtag, like I said, can mean a lot or not a lot to some people. It just really kind of depends. But I think the way you described it is really good. Like for me, like when I think about it, that's what I think about is the extended group. So a lot of streamers in ESO watch other ESO streamers, and a lot of people who watch ESO streamers watch other ESO streamers. So like you're making your way around the community, hanging out. You know, I'm gonna, you know, as long as I'm on a normal sleep schedule, one of the first things I generally do in the morning is I get my coffee, I sit down, I watch a couple hours of Aesma, because Aesma is one of the first ESO streamers I found. That's just like my routine. As long as I haven't slept in, the first thing I do is I'll catch Aesma while I'm kind of doing my like morning, eating my breakfast, like but then, you know, later in the day, if I'm watching your stream, if I'm watching Sakar's stream, Lady Wolf stream, like if I'm watching anyone's stream, there's going to be a commonality. I'll see a couple names that I know, you know, we'll wave to each other in the chat and it'll be awesome, and then I'll be somewhere else. There's some days where I just keep hopping from stream to stream. And all, Melanixis, Mad Mel, we're waving to each other about 5 times, and I feel like I'm stalking them around the community. So that's what ESO fan means to me, is like, people are, there are people that, just tune in for like, one streamer in ESO and things like that. And it's perfectly valid, but there is a lot of people who kind of like make their way around the community. And that made me go, so, there's my community, the community I curate, when you're watching my channel, this is how chat is. This is kind of what we get up to. These are our inside jokes. You have the same with yours. And then ESO fam is like me and you and like everybody else in that kind of bigger sphere of streamers where you kind of see the same names pop up here and there. Because it feels like we're all like interconnected, and that's kind of a really cool feeling, to feel really interconnected with
I completely agree.
Things. Kind of shifting gears now, sticking with games, but kind of getting a little bit away from ESO. Are there other games that you stream, or are you exclusively an ESO streamer? I know you mentioned earlier that originally there was a period of time where you do ESO before moving to another game, but right now, do you do other games, or do you just stick with ESO?
So I actually kind of bit the bullet last night. I bit the bullet last night where I was playing ESO, and as a streamer yourself, and as this, I'm sure many people here who stream or watch, the burnout's real. Right, the burnout is real. If you play that game, I stream 5 days a week, and I still log on occasionally on my days off. I never want it to be a game which I feel is a chore. So I'm definitely going to be. I've played Minecraft the last couple of weeks. I played Stardew the last couple of weeks. I used to play a lot of Phasmo. Phasmo was a lot of fun. We played Phasmo on stream. We did that, right? Me and you and then Juice and Con. We did that. That was a lot of fun. I'm taking time in the future to add more variety, though, which is something I don't want people to be upset over, because it's very easy to fall into that trap where people aren't there for you. They're there for the game, That's it's very easy to fall into that trap. And I've switched games in the past. I remember switching games a couple of weeks ago, and I think there was like 40 people watching, and only like 10 people left, which I didn't expect. Right, I thought because the couple of weeks before that, I switched from ESO to Destiny, and went from like 40 viewers to like 5. It really did tank, but it's growing. Go on.
Yeah, no, and that's and I think it's important. Again, we talked earlier about this in the start of the podcast. It's hard to not get numerically attached and have that like hurt your psyche or go, oh no, like, and, basically feel like it's bad when things drop. But then for me, I was like, that happens to everybody. Like Hassan Abi, huge on the platform, talking politics because, he is a political commentator, 20, 30,000 people watching, decides to play some Breath of the Wild, and now he's streaming to 12,000. And yes, those are 2 really huge numbers, but I think for me, it helps to go like, that's just going to be true of anybody who switches things up. And I think it's okay. Like there are people that are like, they come for the first game, they get to know you, they love the community, and the community is so cool. Like it doesn't matter. It's kind of like going over to your buddy's house and your buddy's like, man, I'm really into this game. So you sit down on the couch and you're like, I'm not into the game. I'm going to hang out with you. And like, no matter what you do for content, those people will be there. And then there's some people who are like, love you to death, love this community more than anything else. But, I only have so much time, and I really would like to spend it watching the game. I really just like to watch that game. So, I'm going to peace out when you're doing this other game. And I think those people are fine too. I think I see a lot of people like on either side being like, if you don't stick around for the streamer, you're not a real viewer, or people being like, if the streamer's not loyal to the game, they're a bad streamer. I don't think either of those is true. I think I think a small negative portion makes it that way. Cause like people who just like go, I'm not going to tune in when they're doing this. That's fine. It's those people who like pressure and like put like attacks on the streamer, or if the streamer is getting like mad at the community for not sticking with them. Those situations are bad, but everything in the middle, I find to be okay.
I completely agree. I think it's still fair to assume that even if we were to switch game, if I were to play something else, I'd still see ESO fam. People who like it's more or less impossible nowadays to go into someone's stream who we watch on the regular and not know someone in chat. It's pretty, like you were saying earlier. That's completely true, and I like to think that would extend above and beyond the game now.
Yeah, and It really does. Like I said, there's a lot of people who stick around just for the content. So, something else I want to talk about is the apprehension, kind of the fear of the unknown that you experience when you make that jump. Because like, are my numbers going to be there? Are people not going to like it? Because like, for me, very easy example is, I'm like, I want to do this podcast. I was doing it with live action role playing. Can't really do live action role playing right now. So, you know, I want to do it with streamers. And before I even asked anybody, hey, would you be a guest on my podcast, before I even like developed out the format for it, I had to have a very internal battle. I'm like, are people going to watch it? You know, is it going to hurt my numbers? And then even after like the first one, I was kind of like, is this a good idea? Because obviously the numbers drop, because like if people are looking for like gameplay, this is like, people tune into my content for, I feel, community engagement. Like I prioritize chat. My channel points to the things I do are all driven around like connecting with the community. And then like this content is like connects with the community because we are opening ourselves up for, you know, a deeper insight. But I'm not like, it's really hard to like see chat scrolling and not just like talk to every single person, you know? So I had a lot of apprehension here. How do you deal with that? Because like you mentioned, like you did have apprehension. How do you kind of like take a breath and like go, I think what's best for me and thus best for the channel is to do a little more variety? How do you overcome like the nerves going like, but I've grown only in ESO?
Well, like I mentioned, I kind of only bit the bullet last night, and it was purely out of frustration. We've been streaming for more or less the same amount of time, and you know, it takes a lot of grind and a lot of man hours, a lot of grind, a lot of effort put in, and you don't want to see that drop overnight because you change game. But when you're playing the game and you're feeling the burnout and you're getting frustrated, and people are going to see that frustration and people are going to feel it, then it's you know, it's time to mix it up. It's time to definitely put a twist on what you're doing. There are games I desperately want to play, and because I don't get that much free time, I've not been able to, and that's also a bit disappointing. It's more of a selfish move than anything, you know. At this point, I want to be able to play other games, to not get frustrated over a game I love, because you know that's going to ruin it for me, right? I've already expressed my love for ESO, so if I were to play it to the point where I disliked it, that would be very, very would negatively impact the stream going forward, because people see that, right? People see straight through that.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm not nervous. I definitely am nervous. It's something I'm going to do. Tell you what happened, which blew my mind. I went into the Camp Robber stream. I can't believe this was only like 2 weeks ago, and I can't believe I hadn't visited them already. Amazing content, lovely person, wonderful person, and I followed. And they saw the notification, and they were like, "Oh, I love your stuff. It was amazing. I really enjoyed, you know, the Minecraft stream. It's something that stuck with me." And I was like, "Really?" You know, because I've only done like one Minecraft stream. I had a lot of fun. I played with Angel. But that's kind of something that also pushed me in the right direction, where variety can definitely help reach a broader audience. And it's something I definitely want to push more in the future. But that was, I had to take a step back, and I was like, no way. Because I you know, numbers dropped for that stream. We weren't doing anywhere near as high,
Right.
well, the average numbers. But I had a ton of fun, and that must have definitely come through. Not that I do not want to give the impression that I don't enjoy playing ESO. That's not the case at all.
Right.
The simple frustration last night when I was playing it, I was doing, I mean, if anyone was there, the Vateshran Hollow Arena. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. And I've been trying to finish that since it came out. And I finally finished the last night, and I wasn't even excited. I was like, that's finally over and done with. It's finally out of the way. You know, I've been trying to do this on the stream. It's been getting frustrating. I don't want to get like that with any other content, right? I want to enjoy the content. So variety, at least once a week, you know, once a fortnight, is going to have to be a must going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to recognize and that's the thing, is recognize as a streamer, like what you want your content to be. Because yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. Like because there's like pros and cons. It depends on how you want to like grow. So like if you step outside of ESO, you know, and you add in more variety, you might lose some people who are, you know, I'm here for ESO content. And you lose some people, but then, you know, you're going to gain some people who like the variety, or, you know, if you're doing a certain thing once a week, people who like that, you know, so like there can be growth there. So I think it's really important to consider like how you want to grow, because that kind of brings me to like the next point I want to talk about is like pigeonholing, which pigeonholing is like getting stuck in only doing one thing. And to me, I think in a negative context, like I don't feel like somebody like who we interviewed, like Sakar, is pigeonholed at all, because Sakar's like, I am here to do end game PvP. He's not pigeonholed because he's developed his entire content around end game PvP. But someone else, you know, and I'm not gonna throw out names, too many more names, but like I've seen a lot of posts lately where people are adding in variety, and it's been kind of like a struggle. So would you say that you were kind of feeling like you're getting pigeonholed, or do you think you were kind of more pigeonholing yourself into ESO content before you branched out?
100%. And this is a conversation which I've had with Xaviera a lot in the past, where Xavi's, again, for my own good, kind of pushed me to branch out. He's seen the frustration. He's confident we'll do well in other games. And a lot of my favorite streamers, like I really enjoy Gnarly Nate. I don't know if you ever watched Gnarly Nate, but Gnarly Nate kind of got pigeonholed into ESO, changed playing different games, switched it up, played different games, and lost like so many people. And it's like, this dude's amazing. This dude's personality is incredible. I'd watch that guy regardless of what he's playing. But something he said was, I don't want to misquote him, so don't worry about that. But the pigeonhole is real, you know. Being some my favorite bands are bands that every single, if not at least every album sounds different. Even every song on an album sounds different, right? I don't like, variety is the spice of life after all, you know.
Yeah. I think it's cool that you mentioned music, because that is kind of a good correlation about like evolution. Like some bands, and obviously music can be hard because everybody's heard the same things, but there are bands out there like you said, I'll use really big names to try to make sure everybody's like gets the metaphor, but like David Bowie, if you listen to David Bowie's albums, each album is clearly David Bowie, but Ziggy Stardust is not, you know, in that era is not Earthling in the 90s. Like he completely changes it up. But then at the same time, you have musical artists who kind of have evolved in the same space slowly. So their music has changed, but not kind of as big. So like, whereas David Bowie might be more of the variety streamer, you could take a band, they've been in the news. So like Metallica's sound has definitely changed over the years, but I feel like, you know, they've stayed definitely focused on that kind of like melodic sort of metal as they've grown. So like that might be somebody who sticks with like a game and just kind of like fine tunes it and changes it a little bit. I think, again, variety is the spice of life, whether that's continuing to evolve what you do with the game you want to stream or going more into kind of a variety, I think.
Yeah, I think that is actually a good comparison. I like the artist you mentioned as well. That was good. I like that.
Yeah. So another thing I do want to bring up, because you already touched on it, but cannot always just be from the same game. So like obviously mentioned like don't want to play ESO so much without doing variety to when I burn out on ESO and now I'm stuck doing this content that, you know, I don't want to do because it's all I've done. But the burnout, obviously, from streaming, like we put ourselves out there a lot of hours, but also you have to be thinking about your stream off stream. There's so much work that's hours that go in, like creative fields, whether it be streaming or music or writing, like you can never be truly off. So what do you do to take care of your mental health in those situations? What do you do to kind of stave off the burnout from basically always needing to be like at least a little bit thinking about how you're going to grow streaming, or what you're going to do on stream?
Well, I mean, I work obviously full time, so I work from 8:30 in the morning till 4:30 at night. I get home, I cook food. That takes me up to 5. I then spend an hour getting ready. I stream from 6 till at least 10, usually later, and then I go to bed, and I do that. So I don't have a day off in the week. If I'm not in work for the 7-day week, if I'm not in work, I'm streaming. I've been in discussions again with Angel about maybe taking an extra day off throughout the week because I'm just getting so tired all the time. Just I'm fine for stream. I'm falling asleep in work now, which is a bit, just as much as a problem.
Yeah.
Which it's not good. I mean, I've only got my job until the end of next month anyway, so I'm not too concerned. But it's not something that I feel like I can. I've always been the type to, I don't necessarily like the word, but continue the grind, keep grinding. But I guess I spend a couple of hours at night decompressing, trying to take a step away, to looking at it like introspectively, because I definitely think that people can see how you feel, right?
Right.
I'm thinking it's probably best in the future to either take an extra day off, maybe even once a fortnight, where I can do, it would be a weekend where I wouldn't have to work or stream, a full day of doing nothing, like a Saturday off, just enjoy the Saturday.
Take time for yourself.
A whole day, a whole day, so I don't have to worry about getting up for work or worry about preparing for stream. But then it's not like, I still don't consider this to be anything really besides a hobby. I love doing this, so it's not like an issue. It's not a problem. I'm just getting rather exhausted all the time,
No, that's perfectly fair. And like I said, it kind of takes us into the next section anyway. And instead of asking the question the way I was going to ask it, because I've been kind of looking at the questions that have come in on the channel points, instead of saving this one to the end like the rest of them, because it's ties in about like working and streaming, I'm going to ask BC Deanna's question. How do you balance working full-time plus all of the streaming time without burning out or just being exhausted? And I think we just heard that you are pretty exhausted.
Pretty exhausted.
And she does go on to say, I worry about that for you at times. And then it's kind of add on to BC Deanna's question there is basically, like some people like get to a point like where you can stream full time, but starting out there is definitely like, whether it be school or work, having to both manage. It's effectively 2 jobs. It's your personal business, which is streaming and content creation, and the work you need to do to pay the rent. So how do you balance that?
Well, like I said, the good thing is I still consider this to be more of a hobby, even though I do the hours where you could consider it 6-7 hours a day. Is you can work when you take into breaks and do an 8-hour work that you are still working 6-7 hours a day. So it's like finishing one job, coming home and doing another job. It was a lot more difficult when I was streaming to no one. That is exhausting. That is so tiring. When you have people to bounce off, when you have people who provide you, because I feed off energy. I feed off other people's energy. I hate being alone. I even though I get anxious over things. Obviously, a lot of people do. I'm in a lot of ways introverted. I still need people to energize me. If I were to spend, even if I did take that one day off a fortnight to spend my time to myself, I would. I'd probably get lonely. I'd probably get lonely if I didn't. Even if I took that day off, I'd be in Discord. Who wants to play games? That's more than likely what I do. It's very tiring. I mean, it's a lot of graft trying to stream, as you know. You put a lot into it, but unlike an actual job, like my job now, even though I love the people I work with, I hate the job.
Gotcha.
This I love. is so satisfying. You know, when you have a good stream, and I don't really have bad streams. You know, there's even if I see like one or two familiar faces, even if like the numbers tanked, but I still saw one or two familiar faces who wanted to check in or have a discussion or whatever it may be. That really, you know, brings home that this is still something that I really, really enjoy doing.
Yeah, so I understand the loneliness. Obviously, I feed off of chat as well. So like, it's great when it's there, but I started kind of realizing for myself, just kind of answer the question on my own. And like, I started realizing like, you know, I don't want to rely on chat, or rather I don't want to, because, and I've been thinking about it since yesterday a lot, because Damos Thea is actually the one who brought it up. But like, I don't want to put the burden of my content on chat. I want them to feel welcomed. I want them to be there, but I don't want to put the, like the burden of carrying the content on them. And there is times, like I stream for a long time. There's times when like chat will die down, you know, maybe they're watching other streams, because the cool part about Twitch is you can tab between other streams. Maybe, you know, they have other things going, you know, and I love people lurking. So like, I've been spending a lot of time even before yesterday thinking about like, you know, how do I keep myself going? And what I started doing is just being like, people are still there. They're listening, you know, they're involved, you know, but just like anybody else, after like a 3-hour conversation, maybe they don't have anything to say. And eventually, you know, I'll say something and chat will pop back up. But it kind of goes with like, I didn't want to put the burden of content on them. So what I've started doing personally is like, I've been putting a lot more thought before stream, not just into what am I going to stream or what am I going to do that day, but like making a bullet point list. Like, oh, this cool thing happens, I'll put it in my list. Man, I have some strong feelings about like, I have some strong feelings about 90s cartoons, which is true, I do. And I put a bullet point on my list. So now I have like a list, like if chat dies down, instead of being like, I'm going to keep asking leading questions or feel like, what do I do? I'm like, well, they're still there. People are still there. And then I have my list and I'll look at it and go like, yeah, I do have insanely strong feelings about Disney cartoons. And I'll just like start talking about it, because I do have strong feelings. I'm talking, you know, playing the game, talking about DuckTales. And then, you know, I'll say something about a cartoon and someone will be like, what do you mean you don't like Darkwing Duck? And I'll be like, which is another 90s cartoon. And I'll be like, and then, you know, now we're back to talking. So for me, at least, it helped a lot to try to get away from leading questions like how you do and how you do. And I still find myself falling into that and just have like topics I'm going to talk about. They're not like for a specific stream. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, I remember thinking about that the other night. Yeah. So
well, the trick I used to use was random topic generator, but now it's all, you know, just get that up on Google, random topic generator. But they're all very vague things as well. It becomes a lot more natural to be able just to talk off the spot. But that is something I might have to start implementing. Just maybe writing a bullet pointed list, things which I have the know-how to discuss. You know, something where I'm actually knowledgeable enough to have a full-on conversation about it. And if anyone resonates with that, amazing. But if not, at least I can fill the void of silence. And people, like I say, people are there. People are listening.
Yeah, they're definitely there. They're listening. And when I realized that myself was like, it's been many months ago, but like, I did a 24-hour stream for the first time back in October. And then I thought there was going to be like really down times, and there was dead times. And, you know, but I was super tired. So I was a little out of it. So I was just kind of like talking about not even what I was doing in the game. I was basically going off about, I think it was the first time I went off about how much I hate Molag Bal and think he's a cartoonish villain in ESO. And then that got me onto cartoonish villains. And then I talk a lot about cartoons. And then I switched subjects. I was talking, and then other people showed up, and because, you know, the dead of the night was over, and I was like, oh, cool. And started talking about that. And I was like, just went in my head. I was like, cool. I'm glad I got through that space and didn't go silent. And then like 3 weeks after the stream, someone popped in and was like, man, I really like that hour you were just going off about cartoon villains. And that's when it finally clicked for me. It's like, just because people aren't chatting, because there's a lot of people who just listen, watch, and lurk. And I knew that, but it didn't click until somebody like pointed out something during a time I thought I was talking to dead air. So
I completely get you. Yeah.
But yeah, kind of like switching gears, and like, I guess one more thing on that is like, that's kind of the other thing is like, it's hard though. It's still hard when people aren't talking, because like if you are hanging out, playing games with your friends, like they're physically there, so you have that feeling. So with chat, I still get like, I'm not taking away from like, while I've come up with strategies and you've come up with strategies, there it's still, you know, it's still in the back of your mind, like, am I just talking to nobody? And it can be hard. So I get it.
With playing with other people, like I mentioned, I can get like, I wouldn't say, yeah, maybe like tunnel vision, kind of like a one-track mind. I like playing with other people on stream. I just forget that I'm streaming, and I end up neglecting chat, or I end up, you know, being in my own world. But that can definitely help, having someone to actually have a back and forth conversation with. Like we had a really good time with Phasmo back, however many months it was. We should bring that back. Yeah. We should definitely bring that back. But I found myself getting so into the game, into the conversation with you guys, that I completely forget I'm streaming.
Yeah, that could be the other challenge, is like getting too much engagement, like you said, and forget that like you're streaming. So it's definitely a balancing act. You did bring up something, and that kind of brings us into, as we're kind of like getting closer to the Q&A, getting closer to the interview, is collaboration. Recently, Devin Nash, who's does stream, but it's not their primary thing, but is very much an analyst of Twitch, pointed out like the current meta, like the current thing going on that you see a lot of the big creators doing is collaboration in games where there's a light amount of RP and interaction, and people can see people interacting with each other. So obviously you do a lot of collaboration when it comes to viewers. Have you given a lot of thought, and we're doing the podcast right now, and this is a form of collaboration. Have you given a lot of thought to collaboration? Is that something you're like looking to want to do, or kind of just sticking with playing with fans or playing with chat for now?
Well, not to give too much away, but obviously me and you have a lot on the pipeline. We've got quite a few things we've discussed. We've got our Google Doc, which we definitely need to catch up and plan the wedding. But besides what we've got coming up, Minecraft was amazing. Playing that with Angel was a really good time. Among Us is something that is still doing really well on Twitch, which is something very enjoyable to play anyway. And having a full team of streamers there is it's a great. I don't like networking, man. It's a strange word. They can go either way. It's a great way to network, though. You know, to make new friends. So I definitely want to do more Among Us in the future. Stardew Valley, dude. Do you play Stardew Valley?
Oh yeah. I play Stardew Valley.
Obsessed.
Oh, I get down on some farming.
Yeah, we got to get on there then. Me and Angel started a modded farm.
Awesome.
But I want to do more of that in the future too. The community is fantastic, and we've got so many people that we could do things with. What I really want to do, which has been on my mind for the longest time, other than Valheim, that's like a recent thought, something I want to get involved with. Sea of Thieves. It just matches the brand so well. I should be playing Sea of Thieves with people, you know? There's like, what an opportunity I'm missing.
Yes. Sea of Thieves definitely, I've been watching a lot of streams. I haven't really stepped into it, but the community there seems to be very open and welcoming for the most part too. Like, I mean, any community is going to have like upsides and downsides, but it seems like the Sea of Thieves community is definitely one that's like really like kind of like the ESO community. You hear somebody like, it's like, I think I'm going to start streaming ESO, or I'm going to start playing ESO or anything like that. The community is like, yeah, come on. Sea of Thieves was also like, I was kind of like, yeah, I thought about playing Sea of Thieves, and people were like, oh yeah, come on. Like some other games where you say that, people are like, I mean, yeah, if you want to, but like Sea of Thieves and ESO are very much like, yes, please, more people, come.
It's one of us.
But yeah,
we should do that.
We should do that, and yeah, I think collaboration's really interesting. You mentioned kind of networking. I wanted to touch on that just very briefly. Like, I think there's definitely bad ways to network. There's definitely inappropriate ways to network, but I also think networking is like super crucial for growth, making connections and all those things. It's a part of the, you know, it's a part of content creation and creative things. I used to run conventions. I've done brand and reputation development for tech companies. Like, I've worked in so many other industries where like networking's the name of the game. So just to kind of touch on that, it's like, networking's not the bad word. It's networking with expectations is where things are bad. Like, if you expect to just go, hey, let's do this, or you come to try to network and your networking is just like, do this for me, then that's when networking is kind of on the bad spectrum. But it's like when networking is like being a genuine conversation, genuinely getting to know somebody in your field. And then as time goes on and you develop like organically and naturally, going like, oh, hey, I'm doing this thing. Do you want to do it? Without the expectation, like that's networking is why I have the podcast we're doing, because like I got to know you, I got to know KJ, Sakar, I got to know people in a very genuine way without any expectation to do the podcast. But when I finally pulled the trigger on the podcast, that's the first people I went to is people that I had already networked with. It's like, okay, I'm doing this thing. I think it's going to be a really cool and interesting way to give people an inside look into streaming. I think it's going to be really good for like a lot of people. People were like, yeah, I'm on board for that. So networking, I'm going to be doing a sometime in March, I'm going to be putting together some videos and doing on stream kind of a little bit of a like networking thing, since that is my actual like background. And the reason I kind of talked about background is, are there things from your background, like outside of streaming, that you bring to stream?
I mean, probably not. In all honesty, probably not. I've had a string of really mundane jobs. Currently, the job I do, I mean, I do a lot of liaison. I liaise. That's the correct word, right? I liaise with a lot of different like companies and organizations and businesses for whatever reason, which I suppose does help to an extent, but that's in a very professional manner. Probably not. No, I don't think there's anything which I do, especially in the professional sense, that has lended strength to the stream, to the brand per se. I can't think of anything, at least. I mean, no, probably not.
Okay. That is perfectly fair. Another thing I wanted to kind of ask about is a lot of people out there who, successful like streamers and content creators give kind of the same piece of advice, which is the best way to grow. I'll just quote it word for word from Harris Heller. The best way to grow on Twitch is to develop content outside of Twitch that then brings people to Twitch, since Twitch is not Twitch. The way Twitch is built, like you're only discoverable when you're live. And even then, while Twitch has been doing some things to make people a little more discoverable, it's still going to be scrolling through lists. So with that in mind, have you started doing any content creation off of Twitch, or are you still just like doing all of your like kind of content creation as streaming and streaming live?
I've been slacking there, massively slacking. We did start a Minecraft role play with and my Bumfluff. I think we played with Connor. Connor, Connor Angel. We're two of our friends who, one of them is like a dungeon master and a brilliant writer, creates a bunch of fantastic scenes and worlds, and the other friend, who is just ridiculously funny, right? He's got a great sense of humor. They created an entire like world with a backstory, which was going to be my first step onto YouTube. I wasn't going to stream it. I streamed the first episode. I was going to take that footage, put it onto YouTube, finally step into a different platform, purely to, like you say, like Harris Heller says, it does help growth. I'm not very good at Minecraft, and they all were, and I was a little bit. I was more of a pain there than anything. So I was like, yeah, this is probably not something I should use. I want to, though. I mean, I slack when it comes to Instagram. I'm terrible on social media. I've not been on social media for like the past 5 years. I have social medias. I've started using Twitter again. I've not uploaded a picture to Instagram since like 2015, I think. A mistake I made, which I'm going to fix. I linked all of my personal accounts to Twitch, my personal accounts and my socials, which I wish I didn't do, because I got a lot of family and friends there, and as much as I like doing this, it might be a bit strange to upload. Like, I don't know. It's just something I'd rather separate them completely, have a fresh start, and really knuckle down on it.
Yeah, the reason I started fresh too with my social medias, it wasn't that I was cared about my family and friends seeing my content. In fact, that's how I got affiliated. Like 8 days after starting, was I really just went to all my, like you did, went to my friends and family and said support, and that was good. And I always post my videos to my personal stuff too. But for me, it's just like, I want to make sure it's okay. The word I'm looking for is curate. I want to make sure it's curated. Like,
Right.
if I just bring over my other Instagram, there's things I post there that like they're not embarrassing or bad, but like they're not going to be photos that are probably going to be appealing to, people who are discovering me through Twitch and stuff. I'd rather make sure that things I'm posting to Instagram are like Elder Scrolls photos, things that are related to what I'm doing, an inside look there versus like what I was doing on Instagram before, which is nothing connected to anything I do for content.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably another reason as to why I should do it. I just wanted to not keep those worlds separate, but I think you've really hit the nail on the head that there are things which will definitely fit one and not the other, and to separate those could be beneficial.
My personal Instagram photo pictures before were a mixture of me taking deliberately the worst selfies ever and taking artistic pictures of cheap domestic American beer cans as artistically as I could. And while those two things I think are fantastic, artistic beer cans and bad selfies I didn't think lent themselves too much to the brand, my brand, because anybody who's just discovering me goes, oh, I'm gonna check out the Instagram, goes, I don't think they would get that the the photos were outright bad on purpose. That was my inside joke to myself.
I want to link to these. Send me a link to the personal.
So I do have a couple things here. Just kind of wrap things up, but then we're going to go into the Q&A. We actually do have a lot of questions, which is amazing. I actually forgot to turn this on for our last interview, so I'm happy to remember to turn this on. All right, so like just kind of looking towards the future, there's like kind of three things I like to ask. One is, I mentioned at the start, like my original goal as a streamer, like my vision as a streamer, it didn't involve games at all. Like it was going to involve games occasionally, but it was like, I'm a foodie, I'm a traveler, I'm going to IRL stream. I'm going to show people like food and things like that. Like I'm a big, I go to a ton of concerts. While I couldn't show the concert live, there's a lot about the concert scene in Portland and other cities that, that was my plan. And then all of a sudden COVID, I couldn't do it. So it really kind of made me change how I was going to build it. I'm really happy I did grow in the way I did, but definitely I'll be able to add more of that in post-COVID. Do you have anything post-COVID that's going to kind of change your content, or is like what you're doing basically COVID, no COVID, what you plan to be doing?
Well, the one big change is something which we talk about nearly like every stream. I'm going on a world tour. Anyone who will let me sleep, anyone who I'm familiar enough with, like yourself, I've already basically invited myself to sleep on your couch. Anyone who I'm familiar enough with where I feel safe to go and visit them, I'm going to visit all of these people, all the friends I've made via Twitch over the last 6 months. I want to go and visit, and I would like to be in a position by then where, say, I could do a 15-20 minute, half an hour IRL stream to be like, oh, I'm in this state now, I'm in this country with this person. If that could happen, that would be fantastic. If we could get to that point, that would be great. I spent so much time traveling in the past. There's something I'm really fond of doing. Been to a lot of places, done a lot of things. I'm supposed to be just returning from New Zealand now, which unfortunately obviously got cancelled due to COVID.
Yeah.
It's something I'll be returning to. I'm not sure how that's going to affect my stream, because taking a 2-week, 3-week, month gap would suck. But if I could implement some IRL form of stream, even if it is a 20-minute, half an hour catch up with the homies, that would be fantastic. That's probably going to be the biggest change. But what I was thinking about doing, if it was a long extended trip, is building a tiny little tower, like a tiny PC, powerful enough to stream on, and just take that with me. And whenever I'd say I came to stay at yours for a bit, I'd be like, can I use your TV or a monitor? And I'll just like stream.
lucky enough when you come to visit me, I have my PC and Juice has their PC. So depending on what's going on, we can definitely we can definitely find if Juice is streaming or if I'm streaming. As long as we're not both streaming, we can find you just like a PC setup. You can just borrow one of our PCs when you're here. That's the cool thing about streaming. As long as you save all of your overlays and stuff, you can easily like just upload that to Google Drive and then import them into an OBS, and you're rocking and rolling again.
Good to go. Right.
Also, it's actually pretty easy to stream from a phone, surprisingly, if you're doing IRL stuff. But so the next,
I watched yours, yeah.
I did a little like a test one, and it's got me pretty excited. So the next thing I want to ask is, what is next? What's next for the Pirate Steve?
Next, I'm going to be doing
over the coming months. I should clarify that, since what's next is a pretty broad question.
Okay, so like the extended, like maybe the next 6 months or something like that?
Yeah, I'd say like 3 to 6 months, yeah.
Okay. Stream Raiders is going to be taking more of a forefront. We've just hit the affiliate with Stream Raiders.
Congrats.
Thanks, dude. They've just messaged me requesting a reference for a head skin. I'm probably going to get some advice from you and Juice in reference to the verses, because I've not done that yet. And I have no idea how to play that game besides slamming down a ton of units. Strength in numbers, right? Strength in numbers, but I know.
Yeah, Versus is different because you have a very specific amount of units, and you like they go on over time. So you have to be like working with chat to be like, okay, we need this. Oh, they did this. Like it's kind of like ESO PvP. Like Versus PvP and Stream Raiders is basically a completely different game because you can't just strengthen numbers. You can't just bulldoze it.
Need those tactics, actual war games.
That's awesome, because it's basically getting more of a focus, getting more into Stream Raiders as part of your content, which is really great because it's something you can do along with almost anything. Exactly,
yeah. So we can branch off and do that variety. Something I've been talking about for a very long time, something which I'm eventually going to, again, bite the bullet and do on a more regular basis. I want to stick with MMOs primarily. I finally got into WoW, and I'm a little bit obsessed with it. I've only put like 8 hours in, and that was like in one sitting. You know, I was like, I couldn't get off it. It was amazing. I want to keep the channel to be in MMOs, but I wouldn't mind doing ESO, WoW, and Black Desert Online. I wouldn't mind branching off into those, even if it's like one of those once per week, and then the rest being ESO.
That's great. So with that, I've like one more question I'll ask at the very end. We're gonna go ahead and go through the Q&A now. If we come across a question that's already been answered, I'll get rough on the points. But first question is, did Locke and Steve get married yet? I can go ahead and fill this one. Lot of things between me getting sick and other things. We were gonna get married this month, but we didn't cancel the wedding. We are still gonna have a in-character RP wedding in Elder Scrolls Online on the NA server. We're going to do a beautiful outdoor wedding. We're going to do a march across the zone we choose to the Mara to do the binding. We're going to have after parties and big houses. And we're going to have a lot of different people in our communities on voice chat, on Discord, so that we can have this big kind of RP thing. So no, we haven't done it yet, but that is something that has gotten postponed, not canceled at all. It's still very much on the forefront of my mind as something very important to do.
It's excited me how excited people are. I get asked that question so often. Like, people really are excited for it. I mean, probably not as excited as I am, because Locke is the love of my life, as you guys know. But it's going to be amazing.
And then the next question is from Lasambe. What made you grow such a glorious beard? Is it because of your pirate username, since it kind of looks like a pirate beard?
I started growing facial hair at like 15, 16. For the same reason that I grew my hair, even though I get told different, I'm self-conscious about the way I look, you know. So as much as I can hide, the better. That's purely it.
Awesome. And then the next question, also from Lasambe. Who's your favorite historical pirate? Who's your favorite fictional pirate?
Well, my favorite fictional pirate, if this counts, is, you know, Steve the Pirate, Pirate Steve, Dodgeball. I'm gonna count that. I'm gonna count that. I've not taken too much of an interest in, as blasphemous as this sounds, as the historically accurate, you know, actual pirates. There is the Welsh pirate, as being a Welshman, Bartholomew Roberts, purely because he's Welsh. We'll go with that guy.
Awesome. What about your fictional pirate?
That's got to be Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball. Does that count? He thinks he's a pirate.
He's a pirate. I mean, he, you know, not to spoil a very, very old movie, but, you know, he does end up with treasure at the end after all.
That's a good point.
The B plot of that movie is his growth from them treating him poorly because he thinks he's a pirate to acting normal to them accepting him as a pirate. So, yeah, he's a pirate. Beautiful, heartwarming story.
Beautiful.
I need to say it very clear so people understand. My favorite historical pirate is a man by the name of Steed, Stede. I want to make sure I'm clarifying it's not beautiful Steve here, because Steed is my favorite because there's a YouTube channel called The Internet Historian. Steed is the worst pirate of all time. That's why I clarified ahead of time, so people didn't think I was like just like so people didn't think we're just like, oh, that's a coin flip, that's a betrayal. Steed.
We got all the way through.
Steed with a
like,
D. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you haven't, you should watch the Internet Historian's video about it because it's accurate. But he was a bumbling fool.
I'll take a look.
But it's fun. The question was directed at me, but I have to bring it up because Juice's brother on holiday had us watch that, and I was just laughing. And then afterwards, I'm like, that can't be real. I looked it up, like, oh no, that was all real.
I was real.
Anyway,
I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah, Dubat said, "Bestest Steve, do you use any products in your glorious face covering?"
As in the beard?
I'm assuming it means products in the beard.
I use. This is the flavor of the month, which is cedarwood and judaba. I get given a ton of these things for Christmas and birthdays. You know, I've never had to go out my way to buy anything specific, so I've fully stocked up on beard oils. I do try to oil my beard as often as possible because I blow dry my beard every day when I get out the shower, which is not good for the health of it. If you were to touch my beard, you'd probably be very disappointed. It's not soft. It's quite harsh. It's quite rough. I'm trying to fix that, but I think it's probably to do with my genes being ginger. It comes out like quite, you know, I can't really change much of it.
Yeah, beards are going to grow how they're going to grow. All we can do is try to tame them to the best of our ability. Ashley Chaos asked the next question, and it is, do you have advice for someone who wants to stream but can't get out of their own head long enough to hit the go live button? Love both of your streams.
Love you too. Just hitting the live button is the best advice I can give. Just as soon as you start doing it, the weight will come off your shoulders. As soon as you go live, you'll feel better about doing so. You can prepare to a point. You don't have to use a face cam. You know, not straight away. You don't have to do it ever if you don't want to. And if that's going to make you feel better about doing it, don't use a face cam. I mean, I know friends who stream and don't even have a mic. It's much harder to, if you're good at the game you play, you can definitely do that. It's going to be much harder to get any traction doing it that way. I think the general advice though is just hit live and then try and just try and keep it up, you know?
Yeah, you definitely you learn something. I think my best advice about to address specifically, you know, we talk a lot about mental health and stuff on my stream, to get out of your own head. Nobody notices your mistakes, your small idiosyncrasies, or anything like that as much as you do.
As you do.
I will get super hyper from my ADHD, or I will get tongue-tied, or I will fidget a lot with my ear or my hair, and then I'll look at my VOD and be like, I basically just ruined my stream. Nobody wants to watch somebody twirl their hair for 2 hours with their head pointed to the side while they play a game. And then I like, you know, people who've been part of the chat for a while, I'm like, how bad was yesterday's stream? It was horrible. And people are like, I didn't even notice you were really doing that. So my trick to get out of your own head is people are very supportive, especially when people are starting out. And yeah, other than trolls and people that you can just get rid of from your channel if they pop by, nobody's going to notice as much as you do. It doesn't make it any easier to get out of your head, but just know that like people are there for you, and you know, they're not going to really judge you. They realize people sit there for hours having to like talk, and they understand things like that. Like if you build a sort of community like I have, they might, tease you for it, but it's in good fun. And that's only after we've kind of developed our community that way. So,
right. You get to that point.
Yeah. The next question is from Eggs on Leg 69. What does it feel like being the person answering the questions, Steve, instead of the one asking them? I asked it a little harsher than he probably intended the question, so just take it at the words, not the tone I just used accidentally.
That's okay. Well, the good thing about being here is that me and you are already friends.
Yeah.
Right. We've already developed a friendship over the last five months. I'd say it's been about 5 months now, right? If not longer. So, I messaged Locke beforehand. I'll be honest, I was nervous. Appearing as a guest on somebody else's stream. If any of you attend my stream, you'll know I very, very rarely do a full face cam. It's a very rare occasion that I'll have a full face cam up. It's usually the little one down in the bottom corner. So coming on was nerve-wracking, but in regards to the questions, me and Locke are already good friends. I was more than comfortable enough to have this conversation with them. So lucky enough, we were in this position prior to the invitation,
And then just as a follow-up down in chat, for the previous question, Ashley Chaos said, thank you for your answer. Have my whole setup ready. I just can't do it really, though. I appreciate your heartfelt response. And then Eggs to this last one said, wasn't meant harsh, just in case it might be the one to you, might be used to steering the conversation and stream, but this is different.
Right.
The Acute Angel asks, and I'm sure there's an inside joke here I'm not getting, what is brown sauce?
Brown sauce goes with anything breakfast related. So brown sauce apparently is Worcestershire sauce, but of a thicker, thicker.
That sounds delicious.
It is so nice. It's so good. If I were to have a breakfast roll, brown sauce. If I were to have anything before like 11 o'clock, it's going with brown sauce. 11 a.m. No, not gravy. I'm not quite gravy. The one time we look at chat, juice of gravy. No. HP sauce, bot knows. HP sauce is a winner for me. It's very delicious. It's hard to describe. I mean, as hard as it is to describe flavors, which there's nothing really to compare it to. But have you tried Worcestershire sauce?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, it's delicious. That is delicious. It's that, but in like a ketchup density.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's really interesting to learn about these foods. Again, once COVID's over, it's why I want to travel, is because, like, obviously brown sauce, like I live in the United States and I live on the West Coast of the United States. I've never even heard of it. That's why I thought it was like, at first I was like, is this an inside joke? No, it's an actual sauce. It's just
a real sauce. Yeah.
It's just culturally, not a sauce that we have. So that's cool. The next question is from Wolf OSRS. What is the, in quote marks, end goal for your channel in your own opinion?
Without looking too far into the future, if I could do this for any period of time exclusively without having to work, and I'm not materialistic in the slightest. Haven't been for a very long time. Maybe when I was younger. I don't often buy new clothes. I don't often buy anything, So I wouldn't need to make that much money. As long as I can cover rent and bills, dope. But if we can get to that point where this would be a full-time thing, because I basically stream full-time anyway, right? I basically stream full-time as well as work full-time. If I can cut one of those out, I never Twitch. Right. I'm not giving up on Twitch now.
I'm not giving up on Twitch.
It's not happening. Right. If I can move on from where I don't have to work, because I feel like if I didn't work full-time, I would be able to give so much more to the stream.
Right. And as I always say, and you mentioned at the start, I use it to thank people, but it's also always in my mind. There is only so much time that we have for things. So the more time we can free up to focus on it. So that's
It'd be a lot
awesome.
easier to do the alternatives then. You know, if I could spend 8 hours a day editing for YouTube, for example, to help grow the Twitch. You know, it's just time, like it's time.
So we got a few more questions here. The next one's from Shadow UK. This is a question for both streamers. How do you deal with the fact that you are literally so beautiful you make my heart heart melt? That's the sweetest thing, Shadow. It's a struggle. It's hard, but every day I get up and say, like, you know, I'm this beautiful, and I gotta be there, and I gotta be there for Shadow. That's my answer, Steve.
Well, for those of you that don't know, Shadow lives in my wardrobe. Shadow is in there right now, right?
Right there.
You asked the question from that wardrobe. I mean, I gotta look this good so that I can provide for Shadow, right? I gotta bring home the bread for Shadow. Otherwise, you know, I'm not gonna be able to feed him. He occasionally has a bowl of water, so I gotta look after my Shadow. That's it.
All right, that's a good answer. Belnorn TV asks, why the name change? Ignore if already answered. We did talk about the name change at the start, but let's go ahead and answer it again, since there's definitely people who came in who weren't here at the start. You don't have to mention what your other name was, but why did you kind of like rebrand the name?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, I used to make a lot of not bad decisions. I had a lot of bad habits. One of those habits was associated to the name. It wasn't something I wanted to continue having an association with. I wanted to step away from it. Even though it's not bad, you know. It's hard to talk about without talking about, you know. It's
Well, yeah. Without using your name, I was watching Devin Nash last night, so I get talking about like choosing your names if you're going to try to do something professionally, and how even as time goes on, certain names will never be professional. So this wasn't Steve's name, but like if like as a kid on Xbox back in the day, you know, you came up in the gaming world as like Ass Smasher 69. Ass Smasher 69 is never going to be professional to most people. So that's
right.
Yeah. And Steve's was nowhere near that level, but it's just kind of like
bad.
it's still kind of the generalized concept of like, it wasn't bad by any means, but at the same time, like, this is better for an overall like growth and brand perspective. It's still accurate to who Steve is without like, you know, maybe some people being judgmental on it.
Right. And I mean, talking about Gold again, Gold was very willing to. He runs a bunch of different businesses, and what he wanted to do is step away from some of those businesses and move into promoting online content creators. And he was like, "I'm more than happy to help you. I could not do it with your current name." And I was like, "Funny enough, I want to change my name anyway, right?" So it worked out really well because, like you say, it wasn't professional enough for someone to go and promote. Where this is something I identify a lot more with anyway. It was a natural change for me.
Awesome. One more question before I wrap up. The last question comes from Rejected Bot. Firstly, hello. I love you both. I love you too. Also, is there any possibility for music streams in the future? So Rejected Bot, I like to do funny, goofy dances on my stream, but no music streams for me. But I'm pretty sure this one's directed at Steve with that guitar in the background. So
I don't want to say no. My dream growing up as a child, well, not even a child, up into my late teens, I was going to be a musician. As soon as I was of age, I started covering myself in tattoos. I got tattoos on my hands. My idea was, if I get covered in tattoos, I'll never be able to get a proper job. I'll have to be a musician. Luckily, you know, times change and tattoos are a lot more accepted now. So even though that dream died, I'm still able to get a job. The thing is, I have, even though I practiced, and I never like to blow my own drum, but I can play guitar reasonably well. You know, I make a lot of music on the computer. Same as my writing now. It's not something at this point in my life, I don't do for anyone else. I do it for myself. I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. If I were to do it for someone else, I would mess up. It would put me in a position where I'm like, I'm not good at this, and I probably would step away from it for a while. I don't deal well with talent under pressure.
that is perfectly okay. So basically, to wrap things up with this interview, we have a lot more content on the channel today, but to wrap things up with this interview, the thing I like to always end with after Q&A is what is one piece of advice that you would give to, it could be to either people already streaming or people considering getting into streaming. So like for somebody who's just starting out, what would be a piece of advice you'd give to them?
Even if you're streaming for one day.
And then I have one more
week,
thing from Juice. Sorry to cut you off. Continue.
That's okay. I love Juice, so it's fine. Even if you're streaming for an hour a week, consistently stream at that same time. A schedule has by far been the biggest change in terms of people showing up. If you have a set schedule, even if it is, like I say, once a week, twice a week for an hour at a time, if you continue to do that, a great way to describe it, if you have a favorite TV show, right, and you go to watch that TV show, it's on the same time every single week, you love that show, it's amazing, best show you've ever watched. If you go to watch it and it's not there, it's not on for whatever reason, you're going to find a different TV show, right? That could be a better show, which will fill that spot for you. That person may never go back to watching that TV show again. It's possible, you know. Mm-hmm. Having a schedule is like super duper important. Don't put too much pressure on it, of course, but it's very beneficial.
It's in any job. Like I said, I've run conventions. Was a professional party host and threw parties professionally. In any profession where you are self-employed and it's on you, you don't have someone above you. Setting your own schedule is great, but it is very important to, having a schedule also helps you shape the rest of your day. Like if you don't set that schedule, it's hard to shape the rest of your day, because if you don't know when you're going live, then it's easy for things to come up or things like that. Whereas if I know I'm going live on Monday at this time, and someone's like, can you do this thing? I can be like, oh no, I'm going live on Monday at this time. However, I'm going to be free at X time, versus like, not like setting it down. So I definitely agree with schedule. So it's not a question so much, but Juice has to wrap it up by saying, Stevie, I love you. I think that comes from me as well. And I think it comes from everybody here. So thank you once again, the Pirate Steve. I keep adding sorry.
That's okay. That's my ESO name. I understand the confusion.
Yeah.
But I love you. I love Juice. I love everyone.
Thank you so much for being here, Pirate Steve. Can you tell everybody where to find you?
Sure. So I'm on Twitch 5 days a week. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 6 p.m. GMT for at least 4 hours. We usually go longer. Play a ton of ESO. Have a good time. We share in the love. Always love Block. I love Juice. Love all of you. You're all amazing. I'm so grateful to be here. My socials are over on my Twitch. I don't use them that often, but we'll get into it more in the future. It's going to happen.
Awesome. Yeah. So please make sure you check out Pirate Steve. For those people who are in chat, I'm going to be drawing the winner of the shirt. Wrapping up with you a little bit. We do have another interview coming up here in about 40 minutes with Lady Wolf. But yeah, I love you, Steve. But I'm trying to get better at this because I'm not used to doing interviews and collaborating. Like I'm gonna click the disconnect button now. I don't know why. I'm just always have this anxiety about actually clicking it. But, all right, I love you, Steve.
I love you. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your stream.
Thank you, Bob. That was the fantastic, wonderful, the love of my life, Pirate Steve. Everybody loves Steve. Always doing these things. It's hard to keep up on chat. It's actually kind of impossible. I just want to say thank you, everybody, so far for being here. To wrap back to Ashley Chaos, if you're still around in your question, supportive vibes here. If you're on the Discord, or if you just want to DM me on Discord, I'm also always available for advice. I have ADHD, but I also have a lot of anxiety. And that goes for anybody. It might not come through on stream, but I deal with a lot. Like almost every day before I hit the go live button, I have like a moment of dread that I have to breathe through. So as I mentioned, we're going to go ahead and let's draw the winner of that shirt. We're giving away a little merch during these initial streams. And so Juicebox Hero TV, congratulations on your Gambling Octopus shirt. Make sure you use the link in chat to claim that. That is actually a little preview of our coming merch that we're doing there. So we will be doing a claim it. No, you use the link to claim it. Oh shit, my spaghetti fell out of my pocket. Every day for me too, Broken Mold. Every day for me too, Broken Mold. But yeah, so we are here. Let's see, my time is 1:25 p.m. So we will be getting our interview with the wonderful Lady Wolf, another fabulous ESO and variety streamer, going at 2. So we have plenty of time before that. And I really just want to kind of chat about that interview, talk with you all about it, get another giveaway going, this time for I'm not sure what it's going to be for, but we're going to do some more merch giveaways because I'm doing merch giveaways during all of our initial ones. Yeah, no. It'd be really, if I rated out to Steve, I'm like, hey, Steve, I'm rating out to you. If you could please do this interview for me. Also, I do have to say something. HCP and Magnus, you freaking killed me. I'm like, let's use David Bowie as a reference. Most people should know David. Who is David Bowie? Killing me. But yeah, so what I need to do right now, though, I want to make sure like my water cup is filled, and we're all set up here. So I'm going to take a small break, 5-10 minutes or so. Like I said, if it wasn't for Juice, I would have been late to my own stream today because I was up for 2 days because I just kept getting into these hyper focused like editing sessions. And I almost slept through my alarm. So there's a few things I usually take care of before stream that I need to take care of at the moment. I'm going to turn some music on. When I get back, actually, before I go, I'll just get the giveaway going before I get back. That makes more sense. Oh, let's give away a cool sticker. Yep. Here we go. Lock Rejected is too damn nice. I can't handle it. Rejectedbot is very nice. Wonderful person. Oh, I know you both know Bowie. That was why it was killed. That's why you were killing me with it. All right. Now we got the sticker giveaway going. That way we can pull a winner for that right before our interview. But I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Anybody who has to go, I appreciate you taking time out of your life to spend. Anybody who came in partway through the podcast with Pirate Steve, don't worry. I am doing with all of these interviews is I'm going to break them down into segments. So there's going to be a couple like highlight segments about certain subjects that'll be on YouTube. And then the entire audio will be cleaned up and released on podcast. The audio of these podcasts will be starting to go live. We'll be starting to roll out Wednesday of next week. I should be hopefully getting the first clip from our first interview with KJ Driz up today. So I will keep talking if I don't. So I'm going to get some music on and we'll take a little bit of a break. I will be back with you soon. Anybody who has to leave, I love you. Thank you for spending time. Everybody else, I will see you when I get back. I know we have new friends here, so I just want to let you know at some point throughout the break, I am going to run a 90-second ad break. The reason I'm going to run that ad break before I come back is it will give us 30 minutes of no pre-roll ads for people, which I think is always a really good thing. So see you in just a few. Where's my music?
When I feel great, I first nothing
Maybe if I don't leave my mic mute. Hello, everybody. We are back. How are you? Let me catch up on chat. But first, I did see a question while I was away, and I forgot to run ads. So we will be running ads since I forgot to. I will be running that ad break while we get set up. So when we're doing the technical setup where I muted anyway, we'll run the ads then. That way, the first 30 minutes of the Lady Wolf interview, we won't have to deal with pre-roll ads for people coming in. I did want to show what the sticker is because I forgot the name is still preview sticker, so people might not even know what they're anteing up for. So recently had some new designs done for merch and design. So this is a preview of our coming merch. So it is our gambling logo, our Locktopus Gambler. So this is the sticker that we're giving away at the moment. But yeah, I think that interview went super well. I was super happy to have time to talk with Steve. I think the coolest part about these interviews has actually just been the fact that it's hard when you don't have a lot of time to like just get on a Discord call and talk about streaming and talk about life with people. Spend a lot of time in each other's chats and things like that, but that just is always a kind of a special thing. So I'm gonna scroll back and just kind of catch up on chat, see how y'all doing. Love you all. I'm so happy you're here. Cryo, hopefully Steve gave you that caffeine you were craving. No Bowie, that's what I'm talking about. Bowie. Love you Rejected, love you Broken Mold, love you Sage, love you all. Anteing up, anteing up. We were anteing up. Hey Fabi, good to see you. Hope you had a decent day at work. HTTP even reminded me to run ads and I forgot to, but again, while I'm setting up the tech, we'll run the ads then. So glad everybody's making connections, being happy. Magnus, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate that gifted sub. Theronro. If you're on Theronro, if you haven't already, please thank Magnus and also enjoy your emotes. Enjoy an extra ticket and giveaways. And always remember to
Release the party.
Cryo is a meanie. Oh, for organizing a troll party. Trolling's great. I mean, so here, my opinion on trolling is basically like mean trolling, bigoted trolling, no. Lighthearted trolling, though, you know. I'm a connoisseur of the troll. And the reason I bring up connoisseurs is the best troll I've ever had in the chat here was somebody came in. Their name was Twitch Chin Connoisseur. They played games with us, and then afterwards they're like, you know, you don't have the most protruding or, you know, strong chin. And normally I would give that a lower score. And at the time I had my chops. So they're like, but your beard frames it. So you're going to get some bonus points there. And I would rate your chin a 6 out of 10. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. And I thought that was the best. Hi, Chesh Squeaks. Hello, are you doing? Good to see you. Been hibernating? Fair. Oh, Valheim. Yeah, Valheim. I'm doing great. Doing great. P4 and... I'm so bad about turning numbers into words. I'm so sorry, so I'm just gonna... But P4 and 4 gaming, I'm doing great. How are you? I hope you are also doing great, my friend. We are just decompressing a bit after our interview with the wonderful pirate Steve, getting ready for in 15 minutes our interview with Lady Wolf. I did get a couple DMs. I know we've been doing a lot of interviews this week. I am not a full-time podcasting stream now, no. Just so people know, I decided in the first week of this to really kick it off by doing a lot. So that's why we've talked to KJ Driz, we've talked to Sakar, Damos Thea, Pirate Steve, talking to Lady Wolf, kind of doing like 5 or 6 in this first week, and then we'll get into a cadence of 1, sometimes 2 in a week. But this just gives me a lot of footage to work with for the YouTube channel, to start getting like kind of a good base of content. So I wanted to do a bunch. And also just give a lot of people an idea of what these sort of look like as we go forward. Yeah, Lady Wolf is wonderful. There's Lady Wolf. Hello, Lady Wolf. Every time I hear the voice, I think of Zordon. You know? That's fine. It's supposed to be my Daedric voice, but, you know, I'm not going to, shy away from being Zordon. Oh, man. Now that's giving me thoughts. Well, I feel like people can just expect a future in which I set up a, one of my overlays, one of my scenes on here to be like a big Zordon tube. Oh, I'm going to. I have to. But just for you, Brendan, just for you.
Alpha, Rita's escaped. Recruit a team of teenagers with attitude. May the power protect you. Congratulations, Power Rangers. Victory is yours. You've gone far beyond the Call of Duty and saved your world from a terrible fate. The world is very lucky to have you. And so am I.
Little Zordons for you. Little Zordons to get you through your day. Panda? All right. Thank you. Oh, those are A's. It makes completely sense that those are A's. I don't know what my disconnect is, like, with numbers and names. Like, as soon as you say, oh, just call me Panda, I'm like, oh yeah, those are very clearly A's. Yeah, I feel you on the multitask, Lady Wolf, don't worry. Thank you so much, Shesh Squeaks. That is so kind of you to gift a sub to the community. Really appreciate the gifted sub, especially to the wonderful Lady Wolf, who is coming up next as our guest. Hypes in chat. Welcome to the Party Krakens, Lady Wolf. Enjoy the emotes. Extra ticket and giveaways. Remember to always
release the party. Or I guess, recruit a team of teenagers with attitude.
And thank you again so much. That's super kind of you, Chesh. And also, thank you, Belnar TV, gifting that sub to Panda Gamin. Panda Gamin, enjoy those emotes. Definitely enjoy an extra ticket and giveaway. And always remember to
release the party.
Thank you, Belnar TV. That was really, really nice of you. Thank you so much. Just a second. I left something on the table. I have to grab it real quick. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you, everybody. You'll do one. Oh, I haven't been sitting here shaking. Oh, just a second. Had to close my blinds and stuff. Yeah, every time I'm about to hit the go live button for one of these interviews, I have to breathe. I feel the same. I think you'll do great. Don't worry, Lady Wolf. Thank you for gifting those subs. Everybody needs good loyal people like Chesh who will come yell at them. I have those people as well. Reminding me to do things and I really enjoy what you're doing with these interviews. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy them, Magnus. Yeah, I think they're going really well. I'm really happy that, you know, I decided to go through with it because everybody's so unique and different, but I think there's just a lot that comes out of it. You get to know the streamer better, but also there's just a lot of things I think are interesting and useful to others from them. And it's really cool just seeing how unique and different people are. Because everybody brings something different to the table, you know? Oh, hey, thank you so much, Sovereign B, for gifting that sub Poikak. Poikak, enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the extra ticket and giveaways.
Release the party.
Thank you again for that gifted. Thank you everybody for the gifted subs. It's really kind of you. A little bit of a hype train too. I mean, people should be getting hyped, but they should be just getting hyped for Lady Wolf. I think it's going to be an amazing interview. I'm so excited for it.
Choo muffins.
Choo choo. Choo choo. Whoa, 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 whoa. People are getting wild in here. Pirate Steve, the beautiful Pirate Steve. Thank you so much for gifting. It looks like 5 subs to the community. I am gonna turn the sound down just a little since those are gonna go off. Welcome to the Party Krakens model SM9208 Buff Stat, Sister of Silence 155, Rykoth, and Zajirana. Welcome. Also, Sage has gifted a sub to, looks like, Eldrick Kelsey. Welcome all 6 of you to the Party Krakens. Again, enjoy the emotes. Say thank you to the person who gifted you a sub, most importantly. You get an extra ticket and giveaways. And always remember around Twitch to
Release the party.
thank you, everybody. Wow, we're already on a tier 3 hype train. Again, never required, never expected, but it is definitely appreciated. Wow, thank you so much. Honestly, the amazing support and words, like the fact that people have really been enjoying the interviews, that means a lot, because it's always scary as a streamer, whether it be playing a new game, whether it be sitting down to do some just chatting. Anytime you're doing something new, there's like this overwhelming level of self-doubt. HCP has resubscribed for 3 months. Nice. Wow. Thank you so much, HCP. HCP, by the way, is one of the amazing mods, has stepped up to mod and keep me on track, and has been just such an amazing asset to the amazing asset to the community. So thank you so much, HCP, for resubscribing, and also just you're amazing, and I really appreciate everything you do. And apparently Magnus not wanting to drop in 5 gifted. Magnus, wow. People are I will catch up on chat in a moment. I'm a little taken aback by all this. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the sound off on the emotes real quick. Magnus, thank you for gifting subs to Pilot, Jim Jones, to the Mythical Eye, to Race Aroni, to Zeno Mouse, to Mecha Husky, and Happy Batty. Thank you for gifting a sub to Emiliana82. Emiliana82, Mecha Husky, Xenomouse, Raceroni, Mythical Eye, and Pilot M. Jones. Welcome to the Party Krakens. Enjoy the emotes. Say thank you to the person who gifted you. And always
Release the party.
No, that's super kind. I can't believe we already cleared a level 4 hype train. Again, that's super kind. It's wow, thank you so much. Like I said, that's great. I'm gonna catch up on chat now. I'm looking forward to the Dwarven crates. I am so excited for the Dwarven crates, Brendan. Oh my god. Also, so people know, after our interview with Lady Wolf, we are going to be jumping in. We're not missing out on the Tribunal event, not by any means. We're not missing out on our Dwarven crates. Hell no. I don't know how that happened. I think I need to adjust my trigger fire, but that was I love the remix there, y'all. Very first podcast experience. I'm excited, and it's awesome. That's great, Lady Wolf. I'm gonna feed my animals so I can watch the interview without call or dog's head in front of the screen. That's fair, Eggs. I know how that goes. I live that dog life. Arthur Man, I've been loving it. Glad people have been loving it. Again, 500 bits from Belnorn. Also, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the party the bits. That's so kind of you, Belnorn. Thank you so very much for the 500 bits. Thanks for the support for the channel. Yeah, hype is right. Wow. We are giving away a sticker. I will definitely poke you in Discord in just a minute so we can get our tech adjusted Lady Wolf. I just want to make sure I'm caught up on chat since I have to go a little radio silent with chat while we're doing the interview. You do have the banhammer. I love HCP. And yeah, no problem. You deserve everything. Hey, Sage, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Woland. I'm not gonna be able to say that. I'm gonna try to say it though. For giving that sub to Woland Pifanius. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy extra ticket and giveaways. And everybody always
Release the party.
yeah, so much love, so much love. Thank you, everybody. This is above and beyond. It is super kind. I love you all. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the bits. Most importantly, this goes to every single person. Thank you for spending any time at all with me. It really means the world that you are supporting these podcasts, supporting the stream, and doing that by giving me your time. And that goes for everybody from the most vocal down to recent lurkers. I love you all. You're all so important to this community. I'm going to check Triggerfire real quick. And we're going to get set up here for it. And I can't believe we cleared a level 4 hype train. That's wild. Thank you so much, everybody. You're wild. You're special. I love you. All right. I'm going to disable the trigger fire things for Prime and stuff just for the interview. I forgot to do that beforehand. It didn't happen during the interview, luckily, but yeah. Woland Epiphanius. Oh, Woland Epiphanius. Thank you so much for telling me how to how to say that. Epiphany. All right, that makes sense. Thank you. Xbox Live being down is 0. Yeah, no. Xbox being down is definitely not a vibe. Less than 3, less than 3. Thank you so much. Hype train. Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. Thank you again, Sage, Beldorn, Batty, Magnus, Pirate Steve, Sovereign B, Chesh Squeaks, for donating subs and throwing in bits. But also, thank you again, everybody, for being here. It's a better guess than what I had, so now I am going to turn my music back on for a moment while we get our text situated with Lady Wolf. Those of you who are not subscribers, it's only going to be, I'm going to have to run 90 seconds of ads, and that's just so the first 30 minutes of the podcast are pre-roll ad-free. But let's get some music going for you real quick. Oh, hey, thank you for resubscribing, Zonovich. 3 months in a row. 3 months sub. Thank you, Zono. Zonovich, you're wonderful. I love you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn my mic off, so you will see me talking there, but it's deliberate that you're not going to be able to hear me, but that's just so that I can get things set up with Lady Wolf. All right. I'm just getting in a Discord call with Lady Wolf now. So I'll go ahead and catch up on chat till. Oh, all right. Looks like we're good now. Sorry, chat. Run into a little thing. I know my camera's frozen. I'll get that fixed here for you in just a second. Let me refresh that. That should fix the cam on the screen there.
If you party on the weekends every day, you're gonna get partied out. Let's party.
Camera. Oh yeah, right now, just so you know, I turned my voice back on with chat, but yours is still not to chat, Lady Wolf. Yeah, Discord's doing a fun thing where it just has moving dots for us both. So we're doing, yeah, we're doing our best to. I'll put that up so you can see what we're doing, so you know that we're working on it. It was working just fine for Steve, and now it's Oh no, I accidentally loaded my stream. That's the wrong option. I was gonna try to click that one. It's not streaming without technical issues, so this is I don't know about the frozen. Yeah. Oh, I forgot I made a typo there. Thanks for pointing that out, Shesh. There is 100% an E at the end of Lady Wolf. Thank you for pointing that out, Shesh. Yeah, I like how it froze. It always freezes with, like, my tongue sticking out or something. All right, here, I'm gonna end the call real quick, and we're gonna go back in and see if we can fix it in our settings real quick. Video and voice. All right, that should be fine. That's correct. Let me try. That. If that helps.
Where you guys going? Party on for me. Never stop. Party.
Voice and video. Sorry, chat. We're just not sure why Discord just does not. Let me try something else. I think I might know. By turning that off. Now we'll go here. Nope, it wasn't streamer mode in Discord that did it. Hopefully that fixes it. Hello. Yeah, I was trying something to see if I could get it to work, and what I tried did not work. So I am sorry chat. We are experiencing mild technical difficulties while we figure out why. Yeah, I have definitely streamed and had my webcam going in Discord just fine, so that's why I was... All right, I'm gonna put your voice up. So yeah, just so you can hear what we're discussing, Lady Wolf's voice is now on chat, so you can hear us as we... the first part of the interview is navigating technical issues with Loctavian and Lady Wolf.
The Chaos Queen has brought it with her, I'm sorry. I show up and chaos breaks out.
I'm gonna try deactivating it and reactivating it. All right, so that fixed it on stream. So I'm gonna deactivate my camera on the interview screen and see if maybe I have to use it in that way. That's my normal video. That works just fine. But then when I try to do it in our call here, moving square world. Yeah, I'm gonna. What's funny is things we're just working with working with Steve, so I'm not. All right, I'm gonna check chat real quick. Maybe they had some suggestions.
I know, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. That's not available. Okay.
Yeah, I fixed the camera, so no longer me just sticking my tongue out.
Well, that's good. That's good. Now let's just see if we can get mine working.
Oh, mine's not working in Discord though. Do you use Streamlabs OBS or do you use a different?
Streamlabs.
I'm wondering because Streamlabs has been being funky with things lately. I'm wondering if it is Streamlabs that's causing this issue because it worked in the past, but every once in a while when Streamlabs updates something, it kind of...
Fair enough, fair enough. Here's the other thing I could do. I was gonna try to do the live thing, but I mean, if that's gonna cause issues, I can just host you, and then my people, then we can still be seen.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I'd hate to ask anybody to stop streaming. If you want to do that,
No, it's fine. I don't want to be the reason that it's causing issues by any means, and I really don't mind it at all. This is all I have on the docket for today, so no big deal whatsoever. Give me just a second to get things kind of flipped over, and then I would imagine that once I get Streamlabs closed, it will decide to work perfectly.
Yeah,
So,
well, all right.
yeah, so just give me a moment here. I'm going to turn my camera back off and mute myself for just a moment. So give me about a minute.
Okay. So unfortunately, yeah. So I've done this before where both of us were live and it wasn't an issue, but for some reason today Streamlabs does not want to be participating. It seems like. I'm gonna go ahead and turn my camera back on now. And before future interviews, I'll figure out exactly what is causing this. Because like I said, I've done this in the past and we did not have these same issues, so. Sorry, chat. Sorry, everybody. We are going to go in here in just a moment. Discord thinks I'm trying to cheat on Steve. Maybe that's it. That could be it. What I'm going to do also real quick, we'll go ahead and pull the winner of that sticker. Congratulations, HCP, for winning that sticker. Claim it using the link in the chat. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn the current music off and put on just like a little ambient background while we get set up with Lady Wolf. There's Lady Wolf given the host. Also, shout out for our guest, like I did for Steve. If you don't know Lady Wolf, you're about to get to know her very well. But make sure you also check out her channel. And I'm going to go ahead and get another sticker giveaway going real quick. And then we'll get back into trying to get this tech worked out with Lady.
Here's to hoping.
Yeah, here's to hoping.
Fingers crossed.
I believe in you, Discord. I don't know if I should, but I believe in you, Discord.
Right? Yeah, it's... Let me restart my Discord. I think just because I had Streamlabs open, it hasn't registered that it's closed.
Yeah, my guess is that it is very much an issue with Streamlabs and Discord not wanting to communicate. That has actually happened to me for different things before.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me hard restart here, and I'll join the call again. Not my whole PC, just the...
Just the Discord. No problem. All right, Lady Wolf is getting that restarted. We got another sticker way given. It's exclamation point ante up if you are interested. It's that gambling octopus sticker once again. Hello, Mermaid Gabsy. Good to see you. Hello, Ace of Jacks. Congratulations on the sticker, HCP. Thank you. I appreciate your forgiveness, Magnus.
Oh? Did it work?
Yeah, look,
it's showing on my end.
It's,
Yay!
yeah, it's like
oh gosh, please ignore my house. I had me all shrunken down on the other end.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me close my bedroom door real quick. No, it's okay. It's totally okay. It's I mean, this is where I do my thing anyway. I just had to move unexpectedly out here, so. Hello, everybody.
Hello. All right, let me get... Oh, I didn't start the giveaway. Just a second. Haha. Just joking. Yes. Yes, Ursa Vulcan. Lady Wolf is now with us. We have it. Fruit Bat. So, yeah. First off, I do apologize that you have to host the stream.
Oh, don't feel bad at all. It's totally okay. I was just like so excited about this whole thing that I was like, I'm gonna do. So seriously, it's no big deal at all. Don't you even worry.
Normally it works fine. Again, I'm thinking Streamlabs has some issue with Discord. Every once in a while they just decide they don't communicate at all.
Yeah, I've been told a few times now to upgrade to actual OBS. I've just been very lazy in doing so. So, you know.
That's actually my plan. Hey, thanks for following, Asa Jax. Appreciate that.
Hi, Jax.
With that, I just so people know, since we're starting another interview, just a few things ahead of time. First, if you have questions that come up throughout, it's a 25-point channel redemption during this, so it's real cheap. Everybody should have the points to do multiple. If you put your question in there, there's a Q&A section at the end, so that way we get all your questions. The reason for that is due to the nature of the conversational nature of interviews, I'm not going to be able to keep up on chat as much as I would love to. So that way we make sure you get your questions asked. And that's why I want to let you all know that. Also, thank you so much, Lunatic No. Thank you for the raid. Glad to have you here. Yeah, just a little bit of house cleaning before the interview. Just a second. Let me move something up. I moved everything around. Now everything's not where it's supposed to be.
You're all aflutter. You're all aflutter.
There. All right, now everything's good. So yeah, ask your questions using the channel points. Won't be able to keep up on chat. Podcast is going really good, Lunatic. We're just actually about to start our second one. So throughout, I will take at least one break throughout to, call out things, but I won't be able to call out things before that. So with that, we can go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to another Tavern Talks podcast, a podcast in which we are taking the time to get to know the ins and outs of the lives and how various streamers got into streaming. Our initial podcasts are focusing on people who at least have part of their content within the Elder Scrolls Online, but we will be branching out of that as time goes on. Our guest for this episode is the one, the only Lady Wolf. For people listening at home, you can find a link to Lady Wolf's channel in the podcast description, but that's spelled LadyVVOLFE. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us on the podcast here. It's really appreciated.
My pleasure. It's an honor to be here.
Oh, someone pointed out that there's a little loading screen in your lower corner, which that's on me. That's that's because
his camera not loading.
That's because I need to turn it on so that it's not. Oh my gosh! Stop. Oh. That's gonna distract. All right. I'm telling it that I'm not wanting my video up, but it's. Oh my god. Sorry. All right. Okay.
We just have a ghost lock in the corner. It's okay.
There we go. I got it. And then I have it so it doesn't show non-video participants. And then we do this. Haha, fixed. Thank you for pointing that out, Lunatic. Or no, who pointed that out? Magnus. Thank you for pointing that out, Magnus. All right. So now that we got that fixed, thank you, Lady Wolf, for joining us here on Tavern Talks. I'm really happy to have you here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so good to be here. I've been really, really excited about this since we first talked about it.
Yeah. And so this is our first week of doing these. We're kind of doing a lot in the first week. So I really appreciate you being one of the first guests as we kind of learn how to do this whole process. So we're going to go ahead and learn this together.
Yeah, no, this is my very first podcast or interview like this style experience. So I'm excited. I'm a big ball of nerves. I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and start. I start with just basically simple getting to know you questions for people who might not know. When did you start streaming?
I've been streaming a little over a year now. It was September of not this last September, but the one before, about mid-month. And yeah, it just kind of started as like a whim. I don't even know why I started, if I'm being completely honest. I had no idea what I was doing. My husband convinced me.
Well, that's awesome to get the support of your family to convince you to hit that go live button.
Yeah.
Also was unaware because I actually don't know when a lot of people started unless they started after I was already streaming. We actually started around the same time. My first stream was August 20th. So.
Oh, really? That's awesome. Yeah, I want to say mine was like September 19th-ish. I'm going to be honest. When we were going through to get ready for my 1-year anniversary for that stream, my husband and I both were digging, and for some reason the dates on either of us looking didn't add up, and so we just kind of guessed and celebrated with September. If I remember correctly, it was the 19th though.
Awesome. And so the first kind of question, kind of also linking to that I remember to ask Steve, but I forgot to ask before, but a lot of people ask is, what is the kind of origin story of your name?
So Lady Wolf has really evolved over the years. It actually originated as Bad Wolf from Doctor Who. I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I have the TARDIS tattooed on my arm here even. So I was Bad Wolf when I was like, a teenager. And then when I became a mother, it changed to Mama Wolf. And then right before I started streaming, I just decided that it was time for, since I was going to be starting the stream, I figured it was time for something fresh. And Lady Wolf, in its proper spelling, was taken. Somebody else has my W. And no E. And so for years, I would just say, yes, it's 2 V's because somebody else has stolen my W. But now Lady Wolf has morphed into Lady Wolf, and it's just sort of stayed. And now I'm to a point where I don't think I could ever get rid of it.
That's really fair. That's interesting how sometimes names morph. When I started out, I was Loctavian00 because someone had already had my name. But since numbers aren't really said, the minute I noticed that they weren't on Twitch anymore, I was like, that's mine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I haven't even looked. The person who had my name on Twitch, I don't even think that they were someone who streamed. There was no content when I checked out their page, but I haven't even looked in I want to say 6 months. I just kind of gave up on trying to change it to proper Lady Wolf because my community, everyone, when trying to pronounce it, when I would go into someone's channel, they would go, Lady Vivi Wolf, Lady Wolf, Lady Wolfie, what are you? And so it's just, I don't know, it's almost like an ongoing joke at this point that I love.
Yeah, I think it's really neat because it is definitely a very it's a unique spelling and it has a story to it. So I think that actually makes it really kind of interesting. Another question I kind of like to start with is, how would you describe, as a streamer, how would you describe your style? And I know that's very open-ended. It's kind of deliberately open-ended, so you can kind of address it however that means to you.
Chaos. Chaos and not knowing what's going on half of the time. I like to pretend I know what's going on most of the time. Realistically, I mean, my style as a streamer has evolved so much since I started, because when I started, I actually was not streaming gaming at all. I was only streaming artwork because I didn't have a PC that was gaming compatible. I had this dinky little $200 laptop that could barely run League of Legends on a good day. And it was easier for me to work on my artwork. And then my husband kind of got tired of watching me wish that I could be gaming and just doing this art and nothing but it. So he was kind enough to gift me his PC. And from there, my style just went crazy. I mean, I started with variety, and then I really found my home in the ESO community. And so now it's kind of evolved into this Shield Maiden fantasy-esque world around my channel. People just kind of nowadays are starting to know me as the local Shield Maiden and the Viking woman who just wants to play all the fantasy games. So very much a fantasy driven world around me, both on stream and IRL. I mean, I'm addicted to fantasy. So
yeah, that's really cool. And it's really interesting to hear how things evolve over time, because a lot of people evolve, content things and shapes. So it's really interesting to hear kind of how it's shaped from I'm just going to do art streams to gaming to not a specific game, but a variety centered around fantasy and stuff, which is something you're already passionate about.
Yeah, it's been really cool to live through it and to look back and see all of the things that have changed with starting. Because I mean, I really did. I started in a completely different category. I started in art and creative, and it's a completely different world in that category than it is in the gaming category on Twitch. And a lot of people don't even know that there is an art and creative category. I mean, to this day, I run into people who go, wait, that's a thing. So it was a really interesting switch when it happened. And it wasn't even intentional. It's just the things became available and I ran with it. And it ended up being the best thing for me.
That's really cool. Yeah, people don't necessarily people know just chatting because it's huge. But yeah, there's a whole world outside of gaming. I've mentioned before, originally my plan was to be a food and travel streamer. And my first actual few months of streaming were all just chatting streams, before getting into games. So there's a whole different world of content out there for people to explore.
Yeah. I mean, some of my favorite streams have been talk show streams. I have one that I watch that is just a cooking stream. I mean, there's a lot of really great stuff out there outside of the gaming world.
Yeah. So kind of keeping in that same vein, what are when you were starting out, what were some of your goals and what are your goals looking like now? And again, those goals don't have to be, they can be numerical, but it can be anything. I've heard everything from very numerical goals to, more just kind of abstract goals.
So when I first started out, I didn't even know what I was doing or why I was doing it. I didn't even understand Twitch. I had a Twitch account for a whole 2 weeks before I started streaming. I think I had actually made it previously, similar to what Steve said in your last episode recording. He made one to support a friend, and I think I did the same thing and never touched it again. And then my husband was really, really involved in Twitch. He streamed occasionally for a hobby, and he spent, all day, every day. He always had someone's stream pulled up on his PC, just hanging out, watching, earning channel points, whatever. And so he kind of just pushed me into it and was like, you should totally do this. You're sitting here doing this stuff all day anyways. And so I was just making a point to do it. Really just doing it was my very first goal. And I didn't have any goals really until I started streaming gaming. And then when I realized that there was a little bit of success for me personally in the ESO community, with the Elder Scrolls as a whole series being one of my all-time favorites, it just I just kind of found my home there. So once I hit there, one of the first goals I thought of was, there's this amazing streamer named Isma TV who I watched literally every day, still do. And my first goal was, I didn't think of it as a realistic goal. I just thought of it as something that would be really cool one day. But she has the Moocat stream team. And I honestly was just like, dude, making any stream team would be super cool, but especially this chick's stream team. She's awesome. I adore her and what she does. And then all of a sudden, that opportunity arose, and I was like, wow, I can actually do these things. I can actually set some goals for myself. And so now I have goals of expanding my variety categories and kind of stepping not away from ESO, but just expanding outside of ESO as well. I have goals to hopefully apply for the ESO stream team here soon. Not that I expect to get accepted, but just being able to apply would be a blessing. Just so many different things, growing our Discord community. Things I never thought that I'd be sitting here like writing down as goals for myself, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of like your name and category, just something that's kind of evolved over time.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think those are really important no matter what they are, because they help direct us. Like you were watching Asma, who's also one of the first ESO streamers. I actually watched it on platform and still try to catch as much as I can. But it'd be great to be part of the Moocats. And then like, as you've done more ESO, like, it'd be cool to be part of the stream team. And I think goals really help us shape what we're doing, as in like give us like a little more direction. Like it's not like you have to do this, but it's kind of like, okay, if I'm going to be part of the ESO stream team, I should be involved with the ESO community if they're going to accept me. If I'm going to be part of any organization, want to make sure that I'm upholding like kind of what they're looking for in that organization.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I didn't really have any direction before I started setting goals for myself. So once I started realizing that some of these goals that I thought of as just really cool ideas were achievable, I got really excited and really motivated to do more and to try to be better and and not so much like better as in like let's just get bigger, but just better in like enjoying myself and getting to know my community and making those connections and those relationships with everyone, because it's been an absolute blast.
Yeah, I'm really big on growth comes from developing your community and your content. So like I think that's also good to have like that kind of focus too, like like you said, putting a lot of effort into your community and things like that helps, because if you get a big raid or a bunch of people find you and you haven't like developed your style, your content, your community, they're probably not going to stick around. So I think it's good to have those focuses for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And kind of speaking of growth, because when you first started out, like you said, you're streaming for a few people. Sometimes you're streaming for no people. And then,
absolutely.
And then you get a little bit bigger. And every time you kind of get to another rung, it kind of like, at least for me, doesn't like set in. But then as I've grown and the like amount of people communicating, amount of people in my Discord has changed, like obviously it's changed my perspective. So how have you kind of dealt with it as you've grown from like streaming to only a few people to streaming to to a lot more people and just having a lot more people interacting with you in Discord and things?
It was almost too much to handle when I first started really noticing the growth. For me personally, Moocat stream team really I got a big boost of growth right after I joined the stream team. And with that, I didn't know how to react. I mean, I had gone from maybe 3, if I was super lucky on an art stream, 5 people, to 20 to 30 people. And that right there was so big that I was like shaking. When I would get more than 10 people in my chat, I would start shaking and get like, I mean, kind of like I am now, like noticeably nervous. And I didn't know how to react to it. When Discord first started taking off, I felt bad. I felt like I was missing people. Like it's hard when you're to go from no interaction in chat, no interaction in Discord to all of a sudden there's people talking and you have to be truly multitasking. I mean, it's a big jump. It really throws that extra multitask factor in there, having to keep up with chat and, you know, with me personally and the anxious person that I am, it makes me feel bad if I miss someone's message. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, you know, all the things. So it was overwhelming, but I mean, in a good way. I was really excited for it. It made me really happy to see that these amazing individuals were all kind of finding their own little place in my little safe space that I created. So it was a really proud feeling. And over time, you get a little bit more used to it. You get a little bit more of a picked up pace to keep up with it. So it really does take some getting used to, though. I was very like wow factor when things took off even just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's something I people talk about, but honestly talked about a lot, is everybody's like, you definitely want more viewers, you want more people active in chat. It's a wonderful thing. But people also say like, you know, I'm gaming anyway, I might as well stream. But you just mentioned like one of the biggest things about that is you might be gaming or doing whatever anyway, but now you have to do it in a different way, because normally when you're just playing a game, you're not going to have people like talking to you and you want to engage with them. You want to like, they're your community, you know, you want to make sure that you're engaging with them, you're providing them, you know, content. So you're speaking and playing the game. So it's kind of glad you called that out to like mention, like, while it's very important if you want to stream to hit the go live button, it's a little bit more than just, oh, I play games, I should go live, because there's a lot of other things coming at you at the same time.
Yeah, the way I've always thought about it, and maybe this is just my stay-at-home multiple kid mom mentality, but for me, it's like sitting and trying to, let's say you're sitting and you're trying to really focus on this boss fight, and you've got 20 people in your chat, let's say half of them are talking. So you've got 10 people talking to you. The way I think of it is I've got 10 kids talking to me, because that's just what's going on around me all the time. And you have to try to still focus while not ignoring them, and while also making sure that things are staying, you know, on where they're supposed to be and all the things. And it really was way more stressful than I ever expected it to be, but not in a bad way. Just it really 10 kids. Oh gosh, no, not 10 kids. I have 2. But yeah, sorry, I had to. But yeah, when you realize how much it actually is, I mean, you really got to get used to it. You really have to kind of mentally prepare for, I got a lot of people to keep up the conversation with.
Yeah. And yeah, kind of speaking along the that same vein, and kind of flipping the question a little bit, because at first getting used to talking to everybody is one thing, but you know, as streamers, there's always going to be times where chat might be a little slower. People are still there, they're still watching by all means, but you know, chat's slowed down. Have you found any like of the same anxiety struggles now that you're used to chatting, when like maybe chat's silent for a period of time, so you're having to continue engagement without you know, chat?
I've gotten pretty good at talking to myself, is the way I think about it. When things slow down in chat, or I mean, let's say, for example, I've been branching out, doing a little bit more variety lately, and those streams have definitely been, you know, people mainly seem to watch lately for the ESO because it's been so prevalent. But with me branching out, I'm seeing a lot. I personally am seeing a little bit less chat interaction, and I've just gotten better about, you know, talking about the game that I'm playing or talking about what I'm doing. If someone's not there to talk to me or talk with me about what's going on, then I just sit there and I tell chat what's going on, and so people can jump in. But it took me a long while to get used to that. All of my original streams, there would be an hour where I sit there and don't say anything. And now it's rare that you don't have me talking. I mean, it's rare to hear me quiet on my stream anymore.
Yeah, when you actually like streaming as a skill is one thing, but when you actually start breaking down all of these skill, like if you think about it like ESO, you start breaking down all the skill lines. Oh, keeping up on a busy chat while I'm gaming, not being silent, like chatting when no one's chatting. Like there's like, it breaks down to a lot of these individual skills that you kind of develop with time. So
yeah, streamers are better with it than others. I watch streamers who have been streaming way longer than me, and I mean, some of them they still have quiet stretches. Some people are really good at not talking hardly at all during their streams. It really just depends on the streamer and the content being created and what really needs or wants to be said. You know, sometimes I've even seen chat where I've been really focused on, let's say, like a trial boss or something like that, and I can't stop to look at chat or I'm gonna die, and they'll sit there and keep themselves entertained too. It really depends on what's happening, I feel like, too.
yeah, that's something I found with like the podcast, because the first couple, even in this one, actually, even episode 5, I feel like chat's going and I'm just like, I'm not able to respond, but they're engaging with each other, engaging with the content. But it's interesting because when you get so used to like engaging with chat and then you have those months where you can't engage, like, you know, if they're there, if they're part of the community, they will engage with each other because they're watching the stream. So they also know, oh, this is a moment where the streamer's not going to be able to actually, you know, talk to me.
Yeah. And I mean, usually with me, those moments where I can't talk, I'm either so focused that I can't speak, or I'm so not focused that I'm screaming because I'm button mashing. So it's a toss up, really.
Yeah, for sure. And just because we talk about, you know, I've talked about a lot about, you know, this is what it used to be like versus now from my own memory, but I'm a person who goes back occasionally and looks at my old VODs. Have you ever gone back and looked at like, I don't know if you keep your old VODs anywhere, but
some of them make me cringe. A lot of my original VODs are like gone forever because of when the DMCA strike came down really hard. I always listened to licensed music back in the day, so a lot of my VODs are gone. But there are still some clips from them, and they make me cringe sometimes. I'm like, why did people let me like do that, or why did I like say that? Like, but it helps me learn, and it helps me, at least in my own mind, do better for future streams. It's actually a really good idea, even if your VODs do make you cringe a little bit to watch yourself. I know some people just don't enjoy watching a video of themselves, but it can be really beneficial because you can see areas where you may not realize that you're lacking or where you could be doing better. They're a really good learning tool. It's kind of like going back and watching football tapes when you're on a football team in high school, you know?
Yeah, actually, that's a really great metaphor. It's basically like watching tape on sports. And
exactly.
I'm really big on I can't go back and watch my whole VOD even for the day, but I'm really big on always going back and trying to find something I did well and something I did poorly. And so that way I can like, what's one tiny thing I could do to maybe do a little less bad there? What's one tiny thing I can do to maybe grow this? How do you know, that's how I approach growing my content. How do you approach growing your content, like evolving it?
A lot of it is, I've changed how I market myself about 1 million times. I've changed the look of my stream and my scenes and everything about 1 million times. And I feel like for me personally, part of that is keeping things fresh and how I market myself and how I choose to like represent myself on social media and things. As far as like my schedule graphics and things like that go, I change them every couple months just to make it fresh and kind of, in my mind, that to me says, this person is not just doing the same old thing day in and day out. I'm going to go see what's new. They've changed everything. Let's go see what's new. And there have been things that have worked for me and things that don't. There are things that I've seen work for other streamers that do not in any way, shape, or form work for me. And it really is just a matter of trial and error and finding what works for you for getting that growth, what works for you for retaining viewers or gaining new viewers and new followers. A lot of it depends on, I feel like, the streamer individually too, because what one person might really, really enjoy, like I personally tend to be a bit animated. I'm really loud. my stream tells me to hush because I'm yelling into my microphone sometimes. And that's not for everyone. Some people, it will stress them out. So a lot of it is just trying to, keep in mind that not all viewers are going to also be, about your content like others are. So try to be as, open and across the board as you can be so that everybody can feel like they have like a comfortable spot in your community. Making sure you market yourself in ways that's going to kind of attract not just necessarily one demographic, but, let everyone kind of know, hey, everyone's welcome here and I have something for you too.
Yeah. And I definitely want to get a lot more into switching things up and things like that are being mentioned now. We'll get to that definitely later. So don't worry, anybody listening, we're going to really, really get into that. But also mention people that inspired you or things that inspired you. I've mentioned on each of the podcasts I'm going to mention again, Ludwig, a huge streamer on the platform, recently did a how to make it big as a streamer thing as somebody who recently kind of blew up. And one of the things he mentioned is pick 3 to 5 people that inspire you. They don't necessarily have to be streamers, but 3 to 5 people that you can kind of look to for like content and directions that you can maybe take and mold yourself after. Do you have people like that? Or are there people that are inspirations for you?
I think it's pretty obvious that, not to sound like a fangirl over here, but Aesma was kind of my rock in Twitch, and being the head of our stream team and being someone that I hang out in her chat as often as I possibly can. She's someone I definitely look up to. There's honestly endless people. Malinxis is someone that I look up to. Ella, who I know is in chat here, Ella Plays TV, I just call her the ESO goddess because she balances and juggles 35 different things, streaming, modding, doing Discord, just all of the things at once. And she's someone I look at. If I could bottle her energy and her focus and just steal it for a few hours, I feel like I could probably conquer the world. But, these are all people who I've been watching since I started for the last almost year and a half now, and I've watched all of them grow. There's so many people that I'm like drawing a blank trying to think of all of the people. Chesh is definitely one of them. She's my best friend. She streams herself sometimes now. She's newer to it even. She helps me. There's so many people in the community that I look to. I mean, really, I have to say too that most of it is just the community themselves. There are times where I have to take time off because I'm overwhelmed or I'm stressed or I have too much going on, and the community rallies and lets me know that they care and that they're there. And that, more than anything, really keeps me inspired. I mean, I can be feeling really down in the dumps, and a couple of my streamer friends and the rest of the community will, shoot me a message and say, hey, we're here for you. And that right there is enough to get me up off my butt and keep me going. I mean, and inspire me to do better things and try new things and, just all of it. I mean, everyone has been so wonderful.
Yeah, and community is definitely a hugely important thing. I feel like a lot of ESO streamers have a big focus on community. But before we talk about community, something you kind of brought up a few times, something that we really kind of focus here on the channel is like mental health and self-care. And as a streamer, that can be hard. Like you've mentioned, you've had to take time off. And I don't know if you're like me, where I take a week off, people pass away, I'm having a mental health issue, and I come back after a week and I'm like, when I hit that go live button, I'm like, is there going to just be no one here? Did I
get so nervous. I hate taking time off, and anyone who knows me and knows my channel and have been around when I have to take time off, I complain about having to take the time off because I'm worried that I'm going to let you guys down. But I mean, really, yeah, I can take 2 days off, or I can take a whole week and a half off like I did just recently. And when I come back, it's nerve-wracking. You wonder who's going to still be there. You wonder who's still going to show up. You wonder if you've lost people. And I try not to focus too much on that. I try to just be excited that I'm coming back, but it is stressful. It is very stressful because streaming is a very fluid thing. It's very up and down. Viewership, I mean, always, no matter what, your stuff is going to kind of go up and down. So when you take time off, you come back almost expecting this big downward spiral. Whether or not it happens is really up to you at the end of the day, and in part your community as well. But it just, for me, making sure that my community knows what's going on and knows why I'm away is most important, because I feel like if I just ghost my community, then they're going to return that. So being open and honest with your communities when you have to take time off, if you feel comfortable doing so, is for me like the most important thing.
Yeah, I think transparency and openness, like there's like not in everything, there's some things that, you know, can't just like put out on stream, but like being upfront, like this is what's happened, this is why this is happening. People like in your community, they are there for you when you build that community, and they definitely will understand. And so I think that's a good thing for people to also know, is like that connection you form with your community. Like it's like your connections with friends. If you can't talk to friends for a while, they're not going to suddenly like not want to be your friend. So in a lot of ways, our communities are like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, more than anything, as from the streamer side of it, you know, streaming can be stressful, especially for those of us who, I mean, some of us just stream full time and it's our job. Some of us stream part-time for hobby. Some of us do it part-time and have another job or two even that they go do in the real world as well. And all of that can really weigh on you as a streamer. And so like people who stream, don't be afraid to step back for a couple of days if you need to take care of yourself, because you can't produce quality content and you can't make those connections and meet new people and get yourself out there if you're not feeling yourself. If you can't get up and feel excited about anything, including yourself or what you're doing, then you really do. I mean, you've got to take the time for you. It is important. And I know, me included, a lot of us kick ourselves when we have to take time off, and but it really is a necessity if you feel you need it.
Yeah, it's really kind of important to practice self-care. So a phrase that I heard, I don't know how common it is like, it takes a village to raise a child. As a mother, you know that. I also feel like it takes a village to stream as far as like having a support network. So, you know, streamers are the ones who are visible and live, but you know, like how is your support network?
I mean, for me personally, I couldn't get through without my support network. And I really, really recommend that if you guys have those people in your communities who will sit there and be part of a support network for you, and you're willing to do the same for them, it's so important. It is so important. You know, when you know you have those people you can lean on, sometimes those people are the thing that make or break a depressive episode or an anxiety episode or a panic attack. I mean, just knowing that you have those people there is really like the saving grace for a lot of us. I know for me personally, it is a huge saving grace to have my IRL friends as well as my online community friends. You guys all together, like you make up a family, really, at the end of the day. Everyone who takes part makes up a family, and we all got to have each other's back.
Yeah, I think that's something like you don't have to go it alone. That's why I wanted to kind of bring that up. Like, whether it's your family, your friends, your mods, whoever it is, like sometimes I've talked to other streamers off of the podcast here who feel like, oh, I don't want to burden people. And this is a lot. Running your own business where you are constantly in front of other people, or even doing it as a hobby, is a lot, and it takes a toll on a psyche. So like, I think it's very important people remember, like, reach out to people. You know, it's okay to ask for help and get support, because doing this without anybody would be, I think, almost impossible for anyone.
Agreed, 100%. And it's okay to not feel okay, as long as you take the steps that you need to once again do your best to feel okay. I mean, it's totally okay. There's a lot of stigma around that still, and just especially here in your community and as well as mine, like very, very loving, very, very open about mental health, and no one has to feel ashamed of it.
Yeah. And so just kind of continuing on that community, and it takes a village, is everybody's community on here is different. Even people who have a very similar focus, like are community driven, do the exact same content, play the exact same game, their communities are not going to be identical because it's kind of like a garden. You're going to like weed it. You're going to plant your own things. Like, so like communities evolve based kind of on the nurture of the streamer and kind of like what they don't allow, what they do allow, because people learn from other people in chat. How have you kind of like curated or shaped your community?
Yeah, my biggest thing with my community, and I say this all the time, I have a no hate, a no tolerance for hate policy. So if you're gonna come in and be hateful, you're just not allowed. I've always wanted my community to be somewhere where everybody, no matter what you believe in or who you are, can be welcome and feel comfortable and feel safe. And that's always been really my most important thing. I mean, I don't focus my community on what game I'm playing. I don't focus my community on the fact that I'm a fantasy style loving streamer. I focus my community on the fact that these are amazing individuals who would like to come together and be a part of something great where we can all feel safe and be there for each other if we need to. I mean, literally everyone. My community is ticketed technically as 18 and up, and that is because I have the mouth of a sailor most days. And sometimes the talks get a little deep, which on other channels, some people may not be okay with. So, you know, and there are people that I'll read into who are, you know, 18 and up for completely different reasons. And, you know, it's just a matter of finding those right people to interact with and making sure that you're not going to raid your community into someone who's doing something that you know for a fact will make your community uncomfortable. Making sure that your community is comfortable in everything that you're doing is, for me, very important, because I don't want anybody to feel like they're not safe or like they're being made fun of or singled out or anything like that when hanging out in our Discord or in my chat. It's not okay with me. And I think that a lot of that is the mom mentality in me, but I mean, I take care of everyone.
Yeah. And quick point, I do like how you mentioned like who you raid into early on with raiding people. Like I raid people a lot that I've watched, but every once in a while I'll just be like, it'll be late, it'll be a different time. I'm like, let's go say I had a new friend. And I was doing that for a while, and then I learned, oh, before we go to somebody else's channel, maybe I'll just pull it up on stream, and me and stream can look at it. Me and chat can look at it for a few minutes and go, okay, let's go ahead and raid this person. Because yeah, I have definitely raided into people without doing a little bit of looking first, and I dropped
a traumatizing experience once with it, actually. Yeah. And that's why I make sure I check the person out beforehand now, because I raided my community into someone who was, they will remain unnamed, and I'm not going to go into it really. But
let's leave names out, yeah.
Doing something that made my chat uncomfortable, and I felt so bad. I was like, oh no. So yeah, you got to make sure people are going to be comfy.
Yeah, and then another thing about you know, safe spaces, community, and things like that when you're community focused is so, and I've seen this come up a lot on a lot of groups I'm part of or pay attention to, where people don't feel like they can remove people because they didn't technically break a rule, they didn't technically say anything hateful. So my philosophy has always basically been like, if they're killing the vibe and it's not super bad, I'll just like, hey, you know, can we get away from that, you know, very privately. But if they're like consistently like bringing down the chat, I will ban a person even though they didn't do a quote unquote bannable offense, because at the end of the day, it's my channel. I don't know if you've ever had to have any experiences where it's just like, and again, no names, but you've had people come in where you had to kind of remove them because they were bringing down the channel, even if they weren't necessarily doing anything bigoted or hateful.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've had people come in and just be trolly to the point where they're spamming just nonsense in chat. I've had people come in and I had to change the settings so that only mods and VIPs could post links, because people were coming in and randomly posting something inappropriate, which for me, I'm a no hate, no bullcrap policy. You know, my channel is there for everyone to have fun and be happy and have a good time and not have to deal with a bunch of crap. So I've definitely had a couple of instances where someone's either come in and been trolly to the point where it was taking away from the stream rather than adding comedy to it. I'm totally okay with some comedic trolling. Let's not get away from that. But you know, doing it deliberately to bring the stream down, you're gonna get banned. Saying inappropriate things that are making people uncomfortable is another one that I've had to deal with. I've had people come in thinking they're being very funny, but really what they're saying is quite offensive. And even though they're not flat out being hateful, they've caused enough offense and uncomfort with my people that I take it upon myself to either do it myself or say, hey, mods, can we please take care of this, because this is not what we're here for. Thankfully, not too many times, but there's definitely been a handful of them. Yeah,
it was something I struggled with at first, because I'm like, well, I guess they didn't do a bannable offense, but once it started to become apparent, oh, this is causing harm to the community, because people learn what they can do based on what's tolerated. Like, if I like a light level of trolling, if a troll is like smart and they're funny about it, they're like unique and original, it's not bigoted or hateful or anything, like for my community, I'm like, I will play with them and we'll have same. And so like people learn, okay, that level of trolling is okay, and people get comfortable doing that. But I found like months ago, when I was like letting it go a little too far because it wasn't technically bannable, that was just teaching other people, even if they weren't uncomfortable, like, oh, if the streamer lets this person treat them like that, that must be okay to treat like people like that. So
yeah, no, absolutely. It's funny for me, the most banning I've had to do has been for bots. So I feel like I've been lucky in that sense that it hasn't really been any like hateful things I've had to put up with, just some minor inconveniences and bots, and then the occasional I've taken my trolling too far and had to get talked to situation. But yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm right there with you on playing along with the trolls. I love it. For me, it's comedy until it's taken too far. And I always give a verbal warning and say, hey, that's kind of my line. Let's cut it there maybe. And then after that warning, if you keep going, then we're going to look at a timeout or a ban.
Right. So
yeah, and then Ella will be there with her ban hammer, as she says.
Yeah. I think those are the two most important things. Is one, I'd like to bring this up and talk to people about it, because I have seen a lot of people who are like, I don't know what to do about this person because of this, but they're not really bad. I'm like, it's at the end of the day, it's your community, it's your garden. Like, you get to make those judgment calls. You know what your line is. You know what the line is for your community. And then the other thing you've mentioned a few times is like, yeah, I cannot stop praising my mods, and everybody praises their mods. Having good mods. I would be
nothing without my mods. I would be nothing without them at this point. I need them so much. They do so much for me. They go as far as reminding me to log into my game to get my daily reward if I'm not actively playing it. Okay, like they keep me held together, and I am guilty of being that person, that too nice person, trying to be very lenient with someone because I don't want to be mean, and I've had to go to my mods and say, what do I do? And they go, just slam the hammer. And when I haven't felt comfortable doing it because of my anxiety, they've been willing to do it for me as the moderator of the channel. So they've been wonderful when having to deal with that. They've taught me a lot, and they've actually helped me kind of stand up for myself a little bit more and be more willing to say, that's not okay. I'm not okay with this. You need to stop. Because I do, even as my kids are they've got me as a pushover. So it does take a little bit to get past that sometimes.
Awesome. So yeah, we're currently talking with Lady Wolf, and we are going to talk about games and what it's like being a mom and streaming here in just a little bit. Before that, I'm going to take just a small, like not an actual break, but just a moment to go ahead and give away the winner of that sticker, and call some things out, because a lot's happened since we started. So I want to go ahead and say thank you, Ace of Jacks, for following. Thank you so much for the raid of Lunatic. Thank you. Sorry if I say your name wrong. Karad, for following. Thank you so much for the raid, Miss Domeshot. For both of those raids, welcome, raiders. Any of you who are still around, we're doing a podcast right now where we're getting to know Lady Wolf, and we'll be doing some ESO later. Nitro After Dark and the Mythical Eye, thank you so much for hosting the podcast. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for your support. I know it's a bit odd for my streams where I'm not able to really talk to chat until it's over, so I just wanted to make sure I took a moment to call everybody out, and I'll go ahead and give away that. There we go. And it looks like the winner of this is First C624TV. Use the link there in chat and go ahead and claim the sticker. The sticker is the image you actually just saw there on the screen. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and give away one more sticker. We'll do that after this interview, and then once that's up and going, we will get back to the interview. I also do this because when I'm editing, it lets me break the video into 2 parts, which I found as I'm learning video editing is much easier to not have to have all like multiple hours in one video. So let's get that up. Oh, thank you for the bits, Chesh. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, so that, all right, the sticker giveaway is up and going. So now we're going to get back to our interview. Kind of switching gears a little bit from streaming into games. We're going to go ahead and start with Elder Scrolls Online because this first set of interviews is, you know, that's where I'm pulling from because that's the biggest community that I'm part of. So the first question is very vague, but vague on purpose. Why the Elder Scrolls Online? Like,
oh, does 6 years with, okay, backstory. I casually gamed here and there for a while when I was younger. And by casually gamed, I mean I had an Xbox 360. The internet connectivity was broken on it. I had a single controller and I owned 3 games. So I played Skyrim for like 6 years solid. That's like all and Oblivion, because that was one of the other games I had. So I probably played through Skyrim and Oblivion. I don't know how many times. And my husband, like he did with streaming, he introduced me to ESO because I was such a Skyrim nerd that I had a notebook, like a full-size notebook with notes to keep track of all of the things that I had found, the different dragon claws, I mean, all of the different things. I was just so immersed in the game, even though I had been playing it for like 6 years straight. And my husband walked up to me one day and realized that I was like 15 pages in, front and back notes on this, and was just like, ESO does all of this for you. Come with me. And as someone who's always loved the Elder Scrolls, I mean, really the only 2 I played prior to being introduced to ESO was Skyrim and Oblivion. Since then, I have played Morrowind. But yeah, the lore captivates me. The fact that it's fantasy-based captivates me. There's just so many things about it. And ESO specifically is the very first MMO I ever played. So it really was like opening the floodgates for me. I mean, I went from playing single player, you know, solo games to this massively multiplayer, just so many people, so many different things to do. And I was overwhelmed at first. But it was the only other game other than Skyrim that ever really captivated me to the point where anytime I wanted to sit down and play a video game, that's what I wanted to play. And that hasn't really gone away. I mean, I go through these little phases where I kind of, you know, I go so hard, and while I'm in between events or in between expansions, I kind of take a break and play some other things. But at the end of the day, ESO is always like the game at the back of my mind. It's, I need to get on and sell stuff to the merchant today, or I need to get on and do my dailies today at the very least. It's top of my priority list. And it's just because it's made me so happy. It opened up a whole new world of gaming to me. Since then, I've tried a few other MMOs and liked them, but ESO has still been my favorite, specifically because of the lore. I am such a lore nerd. I love the lore of the Dark Elves and of the Nords, obviously. Shield Maiden persona. So I mean, it hits me right in my little Nordic heart, basically.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And yeah, there's a lot to do in Elder Scrolls, which kind of actually brings me to the next question is, what is the primary content that you stream? And that could just be variety. I stream everything Elder Scrolls because I know there are some people we've interviewed where I do Cyrodiil PvP. That is what I stream. There's been people who've been like, I actually stream everything. What content would you say is the main content you stream from ESO?
From ESO, while actively in-game in ESO, it kind of bounces around. It just depends. I'm a huge achievement hunter. I'm that gal who has to have all the achievements checked off at the end of the day. Like that is one of my end game goals. So for a while there, I was really focused on getting daily quests done because I was hunting down achievements. And I mean, doing all those daily quests, you can only do them once a day. It's a lot of grinding. lately, I've been doing a lot of housing within ESO. About 6 or so months ago, I was really introduced to ESO housing when my husband bought me my first house that was bigger than an in-room. He bought me Hockville Thai Hall for my birthday, and it was game over, man. I am obsessed with housing. I could sit there and play with housing items all day long. Like, clearly cats. Yes, clearly collecting cats and putting them in your house is the end game goal. I also try to do trials sometimes. I get frustrated if it's content that I haven't quite learned very well yet, like vet trials or vet dungeons even sometimes. So I don't like getting ragey on stream. I've done it a few times, but I try to stick with the more relaxing bits. Definitely a lot of PvE. The only time you'll ever see a lady in Cyrodiil is during the Cyrodiil related events. I don't PvP, and I definitely don't PvP alone.
Yeah, I definitely can identify like certain content not being the content stream. Like, I get too lost in wanting to talk to chat or just in general. So I do a lot of achievement hunting because, like, as much as I want to gear up and do trials, I'm kind of a little apprehensive about doing trials on stream because I'm not afraid I'm going to let chat down, because like you said, like, chat's going to be there for you. I'm afraid, knowing me, I'm going to let the trial group down because I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, I just got us all killed again because I was talking to chat. So
I've done that a few times. The only trials I've ever been comfortable streaming are ones like Cloud Rest. I know Cloud Rest very well. Normal Cloud Rest or normal Cloud Rest +1. Like, I feel like I could do with my eyes closed. Sunspire is another one where I feel like I could kind of do that one with my eyes closed. So I've been willing to stream those here and there, but if it's a trial that I'm still learning, where I have to listen to the trial lead's mechanics, a lot of times I won't do them on stream, because I have had that in the past where I'm trying to focus on the trial and listen to what's being said, but then I end up kind of almost neglecting chat. And even though chat doesn't seem to mind because they're there to watch the trial, I start to feel bad, and then it bothers me through the whole thing. So just to stay comfy, I do trials and stuff all the time, but I do them off stream usually. And I know that there's a lot of people out there who would love to see that content from me. I got to be comfy enough with it before I'm going to feel comfortable streaming it, because I don't want to sit there and get ragey or get mad or be ignoring you guys or anything like that.
yeah, I think that's the important thing to identify, is it's the comfort level with doing the content, because there's so many amazing Elder Scrolls streamers and everybody has like their strengths and things they do. And yeah, I have to also be comfortable. I think it's important to be comfortable with the context. That way, yeah, you can confidently like do it on stream. Or if you're going to be unconfident, that's fine too. My content is very much around like, I'm going to be the worst at this, but that's that's the content.
I mean, I've definitely done that a few times myself, but yeah, with bigger things like trials, I try to be a little more knowledgeable before I go live with those personally.
Yeah. And I also think just the thing that's really interesting about streaming Elder Scrolls, and this might be true of a lot of games that have open worlds, but I haven't found a game that, like, you can literally stream yourself walking around with the UI off, talking to chat, and the community, at least my community, has still been very engaged with that. Actually, the first time, originally I was like, oh, I want to go do this achievement hunting stuff. It's not the most exciting stuff to do. Or I want to go take photos around the zone. It's not the most exciting. And then one night, the first time I turned into Vindalia, and Vindalia was just kind of walking around with the UI off, talking to each other, and go, oh, okay. Unlike other games, people are okay just like hanging out around the world, just seeing the sights, which I think is really interesting and cool about ESO.
Yeah. Actually done any of that. I've always been scared to do my screenshotting on stream because I think it's going to bore people, but that's actually really interesting to hear. I mean, I as a viewer, I probably would sit there and love it too, because I just honestly think all the different areas of I think there's one area of Tamriel I'm not a fan of, and that's Murkmire, because of the bugs. I don't like flying bugs. Dead serious. But other than that, I mean, even in Murkmire though, it's beautiful. So it really is just, it's kind of relaxing to sit and just be able to do that and talk while you're doing it.
Yeah, and I think that's also the thing, is what your community is kind of used to or expects. If they expect you to always be one type of thing, that's all you've ever done, and you change, that can cause, maybe a little bit of a disconnect. And I do that's where I want to actually go next. It's not just necessarily changing within one game, but changing games. But before that, the question I've been asking everyone who's come on is, everybody or almost everybody seems to use the hashtag ESOFam, and I know it means different things. Honestly, I've gotten a different answer every time I've asked it, so I'm just going to ask it. It's deliberately vague. What does hashtag ESOFam mean to you?
Oh, for me, I mean, it's my calling. It's my way of, when you see me tweet out that hashtag, it's my way of saying, like, let's get in here and hang out. I want the hangs. I want the talks. Like, it's rally time. To me, it's me, you know, I mean, I said this previously, but my community, a lot of them really feel like we're like a little family. We really are. I mean, from the people who talk all the time to the people who just lurk in the chat, like everyone makes it up. And so, you know, sorry, I can hear my child over there and she just totally drew off my train of thought. I'm so sorry. Can you scoot that way, baby, please? Sorry, I stay-at-home mom problems.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's sorry, misbehaving. She totally threw me.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I had to do the mom thing there for a second. I'm so sorry. I had to make sure she was listening. But yeah, so I mean, just to have everyone who makes it up. I'm gonna be honest. I'm flustered now because she got me so flustered that I lost the question. I'm so sorry, Locke.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, remind me where we were. Sorry. This is mom brain. Mom brain at its finest.
I don't have mom brain, but I have ADHD brain, so I understand. Hashtag ESOFam, what it means to you. You were saying it was a rallying cry.
Yes, it's my war cry. It's my war cry to just say, you know, you guys are my people and I love you and you guys mean the world to me. Everyone from the lurkers, that's where I got lost there. Everyone from the lurkers to the people who talk all the time. I mean, you all make up this community and everybody is included in that ESOFam hashtag for me. The people who show up all the time, the people who are there, the people who are showing their support, whether it's lurking, talking, gifting things, bits, I mean, whatever. You guys who come in and who keep me hyped up and who keep me going and keep me inspired, you guys are my ESO fam. The people that I look forward to seeing, whether it's them actually talking in chat or I just see that they're a viewer in chat, you all fall into that category. It's really, I mean, I would be nothing without my community. So ESO fam really is kind of everything to me, especially, you know, I do play other games, but at the end of the day, ESO is my home base. So those of you from the ESO fam who stick with me no matter what, like you guys are the ESO fam.
Awesome. And yeah, kind of speaking about other games, because saw some social media posts and stuff from you lately. Obviously, you're adding in some variety. You're in a phase where you're like between expansions, where you're not feeling ESO as much, which is normal between expansions. So I'm just curious, like switching to variety, is that something that's like pretty easy for you to make that jump, or is there a lot of like fear and apprehension about switching what you're doing or adding in maybe more content from Valheim and less from ESO?
A new addiction, yes. Valheim is very much a part of my life right now. Valheim is a Viking survival game, so knowing me and who I am, obviously I'm pumped about that. Variety does scare me though. I've tried it a few times in the past after really finding my home in the ESO world, and I mean, there was a point where I went to go replay The Witcher on stream, and I went from getting about 40 to 50 people per stream to 7. And it was a plummet, you know? And as someone who tries not to 100% focus on the numbers, I really try to hold my fun levels and what we're doing and the interactions above the numbers. But seeing that big of a decrease scared me, so I backed off from variety. And for a while, I had found a good niche where I was able to do some Dead by Daylight on top of ESO. It wasn't as popular as ESO, but it did okay there for a while until I got burnt out on it. And it's pretty normal for me around this time of year, in between the really big expansions. I go so hard in those events during ESO that I do kind of burn myself out, and it's nothing against ESO. It's just normal. You know, I feel like if you don't get a little bored of what you're doing when you're doing the same thing all the time, then I mean, I almost commend you. I have such a multi-track mind. I have to have multiple outlets. So I have recently added Valheim as my main variety game to the streams, and lately I've actually been streaming a little bit more Valheim than I have ESO, and numbers have been low. You know, it's been a little more quiet, but I'm happy. So I'm okay with it because I'm not continuing to dig further into the burnout and forcing myself to do ESO because I feel like I should. You know, I know a lot of people are there to watch me stream ESO. But there's also a lot of people who are willing to stick around and hang out when I'm playing other games. And frankly, I'm to a point where I don't want to get stuck in just one realm. I do enjoy variety, so I am going to keep variety there. And I've kind of just decided to be open about it and say, this is how things are going to be. ESO is not going anywhere, ever. It just might not be as spotlight as it has been in the past for a little while is all.
Yeah, so my opinion is on things like getting pigeonholed into a game and getting pigeonholed in things like that. Pigeonholing is kind of, in my opinion, something we do to ourselves. People try to do it, but whether or not we let ourselves be pigeonholed, I think, is very much something we do to ourselves. Because, like, again, in our interview with Sakar's like, I do ESO in-game PvP. And that's fine. He's not pigeonholing himself. That's the content he wants to do. You want to do more variety. So I think it's really good for people to hear about, like, you know, if you want to do more, what's important. I think the thing you said to me that really resonates is the thing that matters is being happy. If you keep doing a game that's not making you happy, that's going to come through on stream. No matter how much you can be energetic and hide it, people are going to see, because it's going to be hard to play hours and hours of a game that you're frustrated with because you're feeling burnt out, and like your content ends up suffering in the long run if you force yourself, in my opinion.
Absolutely. No, I 110% agree with you. And that's why I just decided, I actually was in a voice chat with a group of friends and moderators who I talk a lot with my plans for my content about. And I was like, you know, I think I'm just going to say, screw it. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to put the risk out there, and I'm going to put Valheim on my schedule more than ESO right now. And I also try to do, you know, a makeup stream here and there as an ex-professional makeup artist. It's something that I still find fun. You know, I've done a cooking stream, which I plan on doing again later this month. Well, it's at the end of the month, but, you know, in about a week. So, you know, it's definitely scary to step out there, but I was reaching a point where I didn't want to stay live for even my normal scheduled hours. You know, I only stream 4 to 5 hours a day for my scheduled time, more if I can. And I was having a hard time making it to 3 hours. And I stopped and I thought, and I'm like, this isn't healthy. This isn't healthy for me. This isn't healthy for my community. I need to change. And, you know, not everyone's going to agree with that. But at the end of the day, it's what's best for me as the streamer who runs the community. So it's important for me to do that.
Yeah. And I think that's the exact same. Content is the same as community. When I'm saying, like, the garden to curate is, there's pros and there's cons, but at the end of the day, like, you have to make those choices. Like, doing more variety is going to make you happy. If you've built up a bunch of people who may only want to watch ESO, and it's fine unless you're vocally harassing the streamer. If you're just keeping it to yourself, you're like, don't watch when they don't do a certain game. That's fine. Some people are driven by following a personality. They like the streamers, they'll watch anything. There's some people who just only like to watch specific games. And I think both are valid, unless you're vocally harassing the streamer on either end, then that's not cool at all.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the thing is like, yeah, numbers, like, and that's also what I mean by curated guards. Like, it's the growth. Because I think it's scary because you grew to a certain point. You're going to see the numbers go down, and we all just go, well, my numbers just plummeted by 80%. It's over. Get really kind of doom and gloom. But by doing more of it and doing it consistently, I've seen a lot of streamers, because I study all the time. I watch so much. And yeah, they dip, but then they slowly start to grow, and then they get more people from this game and this game who will watch them do anything. And so, like, they may only have, like, game 1, these people watch, game 2, these people watch, game 3, these people watch, but then there's a through line of more of a community, and they actually end up growing overall. So my big thing is, like, it's scary. Like, doing this podcast was scary. You going to more Valheim is scary. Aesma's making a move to a little more variety, and that's
So proud of
Scary.
her for it.
Yeah.
I've been so happy watching those horror games, let me tell you.
Yeah.
It is scary, but like I said earlier, I mean, streaming is a roller coaster. You're going to have ups and downs no matter what. Even when you're just streaming, let's say you stream ESO PvP and that's all you do. Let's say ESO comes out with a patch that nerfs some things in PvP. You might have people who are upset and don't want to watch it for a little while. So you're going to see a downfall in it, and that's out of your control. So what do? Well, the only thing you can do is just kind of accept that it's going to go up and down, and you can never actually control your numbers. It's such a stressful thing. But really, I mean, I'm excited for the growth and variety. I'm excited to meet some new people who are outside of the ESO fam, because then that also gives me an opportunity to possibly introduce these people to ESO and make them a part of the ESO fam if they come in from a variety game. I've had people come in to watch me play Dead by Daylight, and now they stick around for my ESO streams. I've had people come in from other games, and they've actually gone out and bought ESO to play it, to test it out, because they had never really experienced it, and they followed me when I was playing this game, but my main content is ESO, so they catch me on an ESO day, and they're like, oh, this is awesome, you know? For all you know, you're introducing someone to their new favorite game. So there's a lot of different avenues to think of it on.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I'm seeing some things in chat along the same lines, to identify early on, like, I'm going to be more of a variety person or not. Like, no one makes the decision right away. And the reason I bring that up is not even talking about ESO people making switches. Like, we'll talk about some like really, really big streamers. Like, there's a huge Irish streamer, RT Game Crowd, moved from just doing only Minecraft to variety, went from like almost 10,000 viewers to 3,000, and there's others who dip way, way low. So I think there's something to be said. You don't have to make the choice right away, and the choice can come with time. But I think what you're doing now, while you're still like curating things, is better, because I think the bigger you get, the harder it can be to make those changes.
Absolutely, yeah. The longer you're stuck in one category, the harder it really is to branch out. And I'm not huge by any means, but I also no longer really feel like I'm super, super small. I mean, I have more people than I ever expected, realistically, like way more than I ever expected. So the fact that so many of you are willing to be comfortable with me switching it up, especially at this point, like it means a lot to me as the streamer. That I have those of you who are willing to come around and say, hey, it doesn't matter that you're playing another game. We're here for, for the hangs. We're here for the talks. We're here to laugh together. And that at the end of the day is what means the most to me. So
yeah, I think also I want to rephrase what I was saying, less along the lines of the bigger you get, the harder it is. I should say the longer you put off your happiness, the worse it's going to get to make the change, because it actually has less to do with how big you are when you make the change or the numbers you drop. It's if you're like, well, I'm just going to put it off because of this. Or when it comes to ESO, it's like, oh, I'm not going to go to more variety because it's a drops weekend. I can't afford to miss a drops weekend. My viewers are way up in a drop, and like keep making excuses. And that's true of anything in life. Like you hear the same thing with people in bad relationships, people are working bad jobs. Honestly, streaming's the same way. Like when you start feeling that, it's better to address it then than putting it off so long that it builds up to the point that it's going to have so much more of an impact on your mental health. So I think that's a better way to approach it. Because I was looking at it numerically, but I think about it more. It's more about back to like happiness and passion for what you're doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's no passion packed behind what you're doing, then what's, at least this is in my mind. If there's no passion at all packed behind what you're doing on stream, then what's the point? Like why are you doing what you do if you have no passion for it? And if you're no longer feeling that passion, what are you going to do to reignite that passion? Because without it, your content is just going to hurt. You're going to end up hurting yourself if you just push yourself because, oh, well, the numbers are good, so I'm going to stay here. Oh, I'm comfy, so I'm going to stay here, but I'm not happy, so I just do it. I mean, that's to me the equivalent of going out in the real world and working a dead end job that you hate.
Yeah.
If I'm going to put myself out there and I'm going to market myself as hard as I do, and I'm going to put as much into my stream as I do, there's got to be passion there. There has to be. Otherwise, I'm going to fail.
Yeah. There definitely has to be passion there. And also about like working a different job versus doing this. There also has to be passion there because, I want to talk about like there's a lot more than people realize to content creation if you've never created it before, because the job is not the hours we're live is part of it. Then there's all the time spent never off in your head, like, I want to do this. Oh, maybe I should change that. Then you're also spending time, you know, making sure you're keeping up with people in your Discord, trying your best to keep up in other people's Discords on their streams, staying involved, like a lot of things like that. So I think it's important also to have that passion, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to get through the fact that people can work like 60, 70 hours a week doing this. It's because there's just so much, even when you're not live.
I mean, I feel like I'm never off. I really do. I'll be done with stream, and 4 hours later, I'll be sitting back there on my couch, playing a game on my Switch and watching TV and hanging out with the kids. And what am I doing? I'm checking Discord messages, and I'm checking Discord posts, and I'm talking on Twitter. I've got someone pulled up on my tablet that I'm interacting in their chat with, or I'm modding for somebody. I mean, it literally is kind of like a never-ending job. You kind of have to constantly push. It was way more than I ever expected it to be. When I started, I thought this was just going to be some easy, fun little thing. I'll be honest, I was one of those people who just came in and I'm like, oh, no worries, I can do this. What? No, wait, I have to do that and this? Oh, and now I have to do this too? Oh, wait, I have to keep doing this? Like, it's a lot. It is a lot, for sure.
Yeah, like, you have to, like, and it's true of any creative pursuit, like whether you're a writer, a filmmaker, a musician, a streamer, you don't have the same luxuries to kind of be off, because I always have to have like one of the tracks in my ADHD mind. I always have to have one of the tracks on like on creation. So if I'm watching, even if I'm watching a show that I love, or I'm watching a game show, my mind goes, it's constantly like, oh, is there something I can tweak here? Is there something I can bring from this like to my stream? Like even content outside, I'll be watching TV and I'll be like, oh, that's a really unique thing. Oh, I could add ESO to that. And then it's in the notebook. So yeah, I understand what you mean about not being able to basically be off at any real point.
Yeah, it's just it's a constant upkeep is the way I've always thought about it. Just a constant upkeep. Constantly got to check on everything, you know?
Yeah. So a lot of information out there, like there's a lot of other social medias that people use to support their streams, like creating content off Twitch has been shown to be one of the things that actually drive up your viewerships on Twitch. Are you currently only streaming, or are you creating content for like TikTok, YouTube, or places like that?
Currently, I am only streaming. I would like for that to change very much. I've been talking for almost a year now about starting a YouTube channel. And this might be a self-sabotage thing in my own brain, but I've been telling myself that I don't have the time for it and I don't have the video editing skills for it. I know that's kind of self-defeating, which is totally opposite of what I try to be, but yeah, I know I've mentioned the mom thing a few times. I am a full-time stay-at-home mother of my kids while doing the full-time streaming thing. So trying to add YouTube content creation in there, honestly, right now at this point stresses me out. I think the best game plan that I have right now is my son will be 2 in May. He's still very little, very toddler, very hard to deal with when I'm streaming sometimes. So I'm hoping as he gets a little bit older, YouTube will be able to unfold. I personally don't think I could do TikTok. I don't think people would like my TikTok. So I watch TikTok. I don't think I'll make those.
Fair.
But yeah, YouTube is something that is definitely on my goals list. It's up on the top of the list. It's just a matter of having the time and energy. And I have been trying to study a little bit of video editing when and where I can. But the mom life takes a little bit too much prevalence right now for me to feel comfortable taking that step right away.
Yeah, and I understand that. That was my thing too. For the longest time, I'm like, well, I'll get some things and I'll practice video editing. Eventually, it ended up for me being when I started actually putting videos out here, which was very recently, was I just stopped. I'm just like, it's going to be like streaming. If I don't make videos and I don't publish my bad videos, then I'm never going to have my bad VOD phase like I have with streaming. Therefore, I'm never going to get good. So eventually it's like, okay, I'm just going to start putting the content out there. But obviously there's a lot of other life factors. But yeah, it's I understand completely like the editing, because I was even worse with streaming. I studied streaming, watched streaming. I was already watching Twitch for years before that, studied, researched gear, did all this before I ever hit the go live button. And then I learned like more than I ever studied for like 7 months in like the first week of actually hitting the go live button. It was it's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, oh gosh. And, you know, it's funny because I was actually talking with Asma not too long ago. And we were just chit-chatting, and I briefly brought up how, like, oh, I could never start a YouTube, at least not now, because I don't know anything about video editing. And her response to me was, have you seen my original YouTubes? I did not know what I was doing. And it actually, like, I actually did go and look and watch them. And I didn't just do it with her. I did it with a bunch of my streamer friends who started a YouTube, and I went back and I looked at their current ones, and then I went back and I looked at their original ones, and it really did make me feel a little bit better. So that's why now I'm to the point where it's like, well, I'll learn a little bit more about video editing, but mainly I'm just kind of waiting for my kid to get a little bit more easy to handle. But and seeing you launch your YouTube and just put the risk out there, I mean, it really kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it really kind of inspired me, because it's something that I've been like kind of almost backpedaling on for so long now. I've been making excuses. I did the same thing with my Etsy shop when I was really focused on my art. I talked myself out of my Etsy shop because I didn't have the time, or I didn't have the energy. And in hindsight, I regretted it. So I think y'all are making me want to just like step out there and take some risks.
Yeah. And for me with the videos, it was like, Harris Heller has so much, like Alpha Gaming, Harris Heller, so much information about streaming and video creation. It's the one that like every single stream video is like, the best way to succeed and grow on Twitch is to produce and like he's the one that says that. And I was like, and one day I was watching one of his streams because he'll answer a bunch of questions, and he's like, everybody stop right now and go to my channel and go to my first like 3 videos that I did. I'm like, oh, the person I look up to is like a like god tier content creator with video creation and stuff. Also years ago just had these badly edited things, and I went, oh, okay. So it's kind of the same with you going back and watching Asma and other creators videos, and it's like, oh, okay, this is the phase everybody has to go through. Everybody has to walk before they can run. Nobody starts out as a just amazing content creator on YouTube.
Oh yeah, no one ever starts out just like boom, like instant success. You know, it takes work, and it takes putting yourself out there. I've baby steps with me putting myself out there, I guess we'll say.
Yeah. So the next thing I wanted to get to, I always like to talk about work or school or parenting and streaming. I'm going to go ahead and just read the question from Chesh Squeaks because it's asked it better than I could. It's basically, how do you juggle the challenge of being a stay-at-home mom with streaming, because you are doing one job you can never turn off, being a mom, and doing a second job you can kind of never turn off in being a streamer?
Hence my mess in the background. I have no idea, if I'm being completely honest. It's something that, so when I started streaming, my daughter wasn't in school yet. My daughter just turned 7 yesterday, actually. And my son is about 1.5. And so when I first started streaming, I had just had my son. He was maybe 2 months old. It was real easy at the time because he was at that age where you feed him, you put him down to sleep, he sleeps for a few hours, you feed him, you put him to sleep, and then when he was asleep for the night, I got lucky and he was asleep for the night. And when I initially started streaming, I was streaming nighttime hours. I would wait for the kids to be in bed for the night, and I would go until 6 a.m. if I could. I mean, I would just, this was well before I had a schedule in place, well before I had established like where my spot in Twitch was. You know, this was starting out. And nowadays it's, you know, I have a checklist before stream every day. My daughter's usually in school when I'm streaming, but my son, being a toddler running around, is he running around in his diaper, or does he have clothing on? Has he been changed? Does he have snacks ready for while I'm streaming? Normally he's napping. When I first go down, I'll put him down for his nap and then hit the go live button. But there are definitely days where, I mean, you can ask my community how many times I've had to end my stream because I have a toddler throwing an absolute temper tantrum in my lap on my stream because toddler, you know, it's just, it's really hard. I also feel like it's, in my own life, it's really rewarding though, to be able to stand up and say at the end of the day, I don't just stay at home with my kids, but I work from home too. You know, I get really excited to be able to talk to people and say, yeah, I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I'm also a work-from-home mom. Because at the end of the day, streaming is my job. It is my personal source of income. it's not my family's main source of income. So I'm able to take time away or end a stream early for my kids if I need to. And there have also been many times where I'll go to stream and my kids are being so cute and so sweet that I'll cancel stream to hang out with my kids, and you'll never catch me feeling bad about that one. I'm going to be honest. You know, it's rough, but it's fun. I can actually say, and the clip is there, but we caught my son's first steps on stream.
Oh, that's great.
When we were in our old apartment across the hall, and he had this car thing that he was pushing on, and he had never actually taken a step before, and he took 6 steps across the room to me, to my camera, and it was the coolest experience to me. We also caught his first word on stream. So I mean, my stay-at-home mom and me being a mom is very much a part of my streaming world. I make it known. I even have a command called !tantrum, for crying out loud. I mean, like, I talk about it in the stream all the time. My kids are my first job. My stream is my second. And as much as I hate putting off my second job, nothing will ever be more important than my children, you know? So it's a blessing to me that I get to stay home and have this as my job and have this as my experience. And I love that my kids get to sit here. You know, my daughter's sitting over there on her little mini trampoline playing her Nintendo Switch, waiting for me to finish so she could watch TV. But every day after stream, she goes, "How was your stream, Mommy?" You know, and it's so sweet to me to be able to share my job with my kids. It's not for everyone, and my kids have definitely driven people away from my channel at times too, because they'll be, you know, I'll have a toddler screaming, or I'll have to take a 15, sometimes 20-minute break to console a crying child. But I wouldn't change it for anything. I really wouldn't. Like, I'm so blessed to be able to do what I do and have my kids with me to do it.
Yeah, it's really wonderful you can share that with your kids in that way too. The next question is one, like, I'm not going to comment on myself because I can't. So, even though I am a gender fluid queer streamer, I present very masculine. So what I like to ask like female streamers is like, what's it like navigating Twitch? Because even though I'm not a female streamer, I can see the constant, like, they're only successful because they're a woman, or they're only getting ahead because of their looks and these things. You know,
do you see the steam? Do you see the steam coming out of my nostrils? Yeah. Oh, I get infuriated when people have that attitude towards female streamers of, well, this is something I saw on Twitter recently with a streamer that I very much look up to, Jambo. Someone tried to buy her channel from her for $500. Okay, they tried to put a worth on her channel, and then someone fired back saying, "Well, what did you do other than being a female streamer to get what you have?" And it infuriated me. I was just like, she's done so much. All of us. It's constant marketing. It's constant everything. We do just as much as male or gender fluid streamers. You know, it's ridiculous in my opinion that it's even still a thing. But at the same time, I know it's probably never really going to go away, unfortunately. You know, I have been fortunate being a married woman, and the fact that my husband is my biggest hype man when it comes to my stream. I mean, he really is my front and center hype man. He hypes me up on, he doesn't really get on Twitter. He does all of it on Facebook, really, but he hypes me up, and he's on my stream a lot of the times. He'll come sit and chat with us. And I think I've been lucky in not having to deal with too much of it because my husband is such a big part of it. And I almost feel weird saying that. But I have gotten lucky in the fact that I haven't had I've had 2 people that I can think of off the top of my head who have come at me with that, well, you're only successful because you're a woman. Or I had one guy tell me, I only followed you because you're pretty, and then proceed to slide into my DMs and say very inappropriate things. And, you know, it's annoying. I can tell you from the perspective of a woman, no woman appreciates that. No woman thinks you're being funny. No woman thinks you're being cute. Whether you're a man, woman, what have you, saying this to the streamer, nobody finds it funny, and nobody appreciates it. It hurts, actually, to have all of your hard work invalidated by someone saying, just because you're a female, you're successful. And it's like, that shouldn't dismiss all of my hard work. and all of the effort and all of the blood, sweat, and tears that I've put into this, all of the times I've had to cancel stream because my anxiety has been too bad, or all of the times that I've had to end stream because I had a bad day, or what have you, you know, it's so just unbecoming of a person, in my opinion, to break somebody down like that. I'm a big advocate for, if you work hard for what you have and you put passion behind it, then you're going to be successful on some level. And don't ever, like, female streamers, don't ever let somebody coming into your chat or into your DMs or commenting on your post saying you're only successful because you're a woman. It's not true. You're successful because you put the time, effort, and heart into being successful.
Yeah, it's extremely true. And just also, if there's anybody who ends up listening to this, who kind of harbors those thoughts, Devin Nash, who's a huge analyst, streams, is not his primary job, basically says, I'm a man, I can only look at this objectively. Objective stats of Twitch show that, just like every other industry, Twitch is factually harder for women than it is for men. And that actually even applies to looks, because it's, in my opinion, perfectly valid, like, to stream. Like, if you want to stream like beauty stuff and, you know, you're a model, you're good looking, I think that's perfectly valid. But even in that model, good looking space, men who are models and are like traditionally attractive, who use that as like one of the things that they build their channel around, also do better in that space. So if you are somebody out there harboring those thoughts, there's objective data from Twitch that shows it is more difficult for women to succeed on the platform. And part of that is societal, and part of that is because they are constantly dealing with that added level of being told they're not valid.
Yeah, it's just constant backlash. I've seen other female streamers put up with it way more than I have had to. Like I said, I feel fortunate that my husband is willing to literally stand by my side. I mean, he is just as much a part of my channel as I am at the end of the day. Half the time, people, when he walks in the door, people are like, oh, Johnny, you know? So I feel very fortunate in that aspect, but I just know I will be the first person to come rally for you if somebody starts bringing you down on it. And nobody, it infuriates me. I could go on for eons about it, but I digress.
No, I really, thanks for taking the time to share, because I think it's very important when we have like females on, or minorities on, or anybody on who's in more of a marginalized group, that we take the time to like talk about that, because that is a huge aspect of navigating this streaming world.
No, absolutely.
So before we get to the Q&A, I just have a few more questions. The next one is like, what's next? Like, what do you kind of have coming up? What's your plans for like the next like 3 to 6 months? So like kind of immediate future, not like your long-term plans, but just for the immediate future.
Well, I am getting incredibly close. I want to say like around 15-ish people away from my first 1,000 followers on Twitch. And I have been talking very openly about, once we hit the 1K, that I'm going to be applying for the ESO stream team. Whether or not I make it or not, I'll be happy with the fact that I was even able to apply. And honestly, if I get denied, I will probably apply again. They have a 1,000 follower minimum requirement to be able to apply. So it's been something I've been pushing for. And if we hit that, then, you know, I'm going to try to make our ESO streams even bigger and even better than they have been in the past, which is going to be hard to do because we've had some amazing ESO times together. Other than that, I mean, I know I've mentioned a lot of focus on variety, and I almost feel like I'm like counter arguing myself with saying, well, I want to back off of ESO a little bit, but I also want to be the ESO stream team. It's kind of a 50-50 thing with me. I'm hoping to do about 50-50 ESO and 50-50 variety. So ESO being our home base, like it has been, and having 2, possibly 3. Sorry, my phone is ringing. 2, possibly 3 days a week where we're doing variety, whether that's Valheim, which I'm very much into right now, or I have a list of probably 30 horror games that I haven't even touched yet that are all, you know, take a stream or 2 to get through. So, I mean, there's a lot coming. I plan on expanding out of the ESO and Dead by Daylight variety and into the ESO and just full-blown variety. And with that said, that's including makeup streams. I've kind of fiddled with them a little bit here and there. I've done some really fun makeup streams. They've gone really well for me, so I'm planning for more of those. I'm also planning for more cooking streams. We did a cooking stream where I made curry a couple weeks ago, and that went way better than I expected too. So that's another thing. Like there's so much that I would like to introduce. Hitting that goal though is like a huge thing for me. I mean, I've been like shaking in my boots about it for the last week or so now that we're really getting so close. Yeah, I mean, really just that, and focusing on a little bit more variety. Trying to not let my mental health bring me so far down that I'm missing half a month like I did this last 2 months. But you know, things are getting better on that front. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the near future.
Yeah, somebody else who I'm also like looking at that Stream Team application as I get closer. The cool thing about the ESO Stream Team is like the only requirement as far as how much you stream ESO is it should be at least like 1 day a week. So they're and it's nice that they're really open to like if you're on the team to be able to do variety.
I'm so sorry. Hold on. I need to respond.
Yeah, no problem.
I think my husband forgot that we're doing this right now.
Oh, it's fine.
Sorry. Focus is back.
Yeah, no worries. One more question before we get to the Q&A. And that's, you know, COVID shut the world down. Has it being shut down like changed any of the plans or things that you wanted to do? Like in my case, I really want to do IRL streams for travel and food and restaurants and things. So once COVID's over, that sort of content's coming in. Or is your content really like such that when the world opens back up, you're still going to be really kind of focusing on the same things you are?
It'll probably still be mostly the same things. The main thing that COVID really shut down for me is I was still doing gaming as well as more art streams for a while there, like this past summer. And then, you know, things really shut down, and my art business, because my IRL, I live in artist housing. I'm literally surrounded by artists. I sell my art locally. And when COVID hit, that really shut things down for me. So my plans to open an Etsy shop that was related to my Twitch stuff and the things that I was making on stream, that kind of ixnayed a little bit because I just kind of backed off from art altogether. It was a lot harder to be able to get out and show it. It still kind of is. I live above an art gallery technically, and our gallery has been closed to the public since it started. So a lot of that really kind of hindered me there, and it really kind of made me pull art off of the table. Other than that, though, I mean, I think the biggest change that we're going to see is one, less drops of streams for me for my anxiety. Because once my kids can actually go out and enjoy the world the way that they used to again, I think a lot of my at-home stress will kind of lessen. And really, that's been the biggest change is once COVID really hit, streams really kind of changed for me because all of a sudden I went from being able to, you maybe hear my kid once or twice to they're here all the time. You know, my daughter was doing homeschooling for a little while during it, and I was having to get up and stop in the middle and, swap her classes and stuff. So really, that's been the biggest impact that the whole COVID thing has had on me and my streams. Thankfully, with me being a stay-at-home mom, most of what I do is centered out of my house anyways. Everything I do is out of here for the most part. So, it was really just the impact on my kids and having them, having to adapt to having them around on stream and get used to that was a big change.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. So we're going to go ahead now and we're going to do some Q&A real quick. So we're going to go through the Q&A questions at this point. The first question we have is from Ursa Vulcan. It says, are you going to do more art and cooking streams mixed with your game streams?
I would love to. Specifically the cooking streams, I know right now I can absolutely say we're going to see at least one of those a month. And that just goes off of, I don't want to do too many of them and completely dilute since we already have variety adding into the schedule for the near future. I definitely don't want to do too many of them, but the makeup streams are kind of more what I've replaced my art streams with. I mean, I used to do paintings and drawings and my stipple work and crochet streams. I would like to bring those back. the big thing that kind of gives me pause there, though, is those types of it's the same fear when branching into variety games. Branching into a whole different branch of Twitch when you've got a home base here is a little scary. And the few art streams I have done for drawing or painting since backing off from it, they haven't grown. My gaming content has grown in popularity, but not so much my art. So it's something that I would like to reintroduce. I'm hoping that the makeup streams that I've been trying to keep caught up on will kind of fill that void for me, because I do really miss doing artwork on stream. I would love to get painting streams started up again. I can't say how soon that might happen is all.
Awesome. Oh no, my question's closed. Just a second. There it is. The next question is from Chesh Squeaks. What do you see as your biggest strength, particularly in regards to streaming?
Oh gosh, I would have to say my ability to ride through the constant chaos, because I'm so scatterbrained all the time. I honestly don't know how I do it, but I can somehow. I've always been someone who works really well under pressure, and I work really well at the last minute. I'm a big procrastinator. So I'll put everything off, and then I'll, gung ho at the very end and make it happen. And I honestly, I gotta say, I think being able to ride through the chaos without full blown panicking, because it does get a bit chaotic on my stream sometimes, especially with the kids. The kids are a lot of that chaos. I'll be getting a lot of interruptions, and being able to walk away. I'm really proud of the fact that I can get up, walk away, deal with my kid, and still be chatting at the mic, within earshot, and keep the conversation going, and not. You guys have seen me lose my train of thought a few times already today. The fact that I can manage to keep my train of thought with everything going on, I think is probably my biggest strength.
Next question comes to us from KJ Driz. What is something that you wish you knew when you started streaming that you know now?
How much work it was going to be. Realistically, how much work and stress it was going to be, but also on a more positive note, how many amazing people I was going to meet from it. I have met some of my people that I literally consider my best friend, people who community members who are so close to me now that they call me to wake me up and say, "Hey, lady, we have a trial in 20 minutes. You need to get out of bed because you signed up." I've met some of the greatest people that I think I've ever met in my life from streaming, and I did not realize when I started this that it was going to be as much work as it was, or that it was going to open me up to meeting these people that I now have in my life. If I had known that I had the opportunity to meet these amazing people, I would have started years ago, realistically.
Awesome. And then KJ Driz had a second question, which was, have you ever had a bad day on stream? And if so, what have you done about it?
So many. Realistically, I have. I've had days where my son is throwing such a massive temper tantrum that I'm sitting here holding him right here, trying to console him as he's screaming bloody murder while I'm trying to get a raid sent off spontaneously. Because let's say, there was one day where he fell and hit his face and there was blood. And I come running in with the toddler going, "There's blood, I'll be back." And I come back with a less freaked out toddler, and I'm like, okay, we got a raid, and I find myself being the person to say I'm sorry all the time, and my community always tells me, don't say sorry, we get it. And that's really, I try to stay cool about it. I try to stay as level-headed when I have a bad day, and some days I've had bad days where it had nothing to do with my kids, and I had someone come in chat and say something that upset me, or sometimes I just have things happen off stream that upset me too. And it'll cause me to get so upset that I have to end stream. And I try to just, I end as calmly and quietly as I can. I throw a post up in Discord and say, guys, I'm so sorry. This is what's going on. And, we're going to hope for a better day tomorrow. And then I come back the next day and I try to be my own hype man at that point. And I'm like, okay, yesterday sucked. Today's going to be better no matter what. No one's going to upset me. No one's going to bring me down. And it really is just a lot of having to just stop and tell myself it's okay to be upset. And it's okay sometimes if you have to end your stream because of your emotions. It's rough, and I hate doing it, but sometimes it's just needed.
The next question comes to us from the Mythical Eye. Would you recommend new streamers to look at joining a stream team?
You know, if it's something that you think is going to be good for you, or if it's a stream team that does stuff that you really believe in and back, then yeah. For me, wanting to join the MooCat stream team, you know, I really, as a content creator, I really look up to Aesma and Niniski. I think I always say it wrong when I say her full name there. But you know, those are two of the streamers that I really started watching, and they're both MooCats, and have been from the get-go. I mean, Ace started the MooCat stream team, and really, I really liked how involved both of them are in their community, and just how loving they were, and how they wanted to help each other grow. And all of the MooCats, they're really focused on making sure that everyone has each other's backs, and that to me was really important. I didn't want to join the stream team just because it was a stream team, and it was a stream team of people who played ESO. Like, it had nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the people who actually made up the team, and what they believed in and what their values were. I looked at that over anything else when hoping that it would become a thing. And then when I had the opportunity arise, I was just thrilled, because now I get to say that I am a MooCat, and now I get to say that I am a part of this group of amazing, I mean, currently it's just amazing women, but just amazing people who are so community-based and want to make sure that everyone has each other's backs. Like, I don't want to be a part of a team if it's just a team for the sake of being a team. I want to be a part of a team that means something. So for my recommendation, I would say if there's a team that you really like that means something to you, strive for it, go for it. Because that's what I did, and I never thought it would be a thing. And now I'm on the MooCat stream team, and it's like a dream come true.
And I do want to build off of that one, because everything Lady said is very true. Yeah, you should always really do your homework before joining any stream team, any organization, anything like that. One, you want to make sure all the members represent you, because you're part of the same team they're part of, but also make sure they are a stream team such as the MooCats, where they're going to build you up, because there are sadly a number of stream teams out there, and I'm not going to name names, who they get partner, they put together a stream team, and the entire team builds themselves around basically building up still that main partnered streamer, and it actually is not being beneficial. So just having that name isn't helping you. In fact, it's harming. So it's yeah, like Lady said, if it's a team you've come to love, you know, their values line up with yours, you know, they're, you know, you have something that you can contribute to the group, since it shouldn't be one-sided, but also not just you have something you can contribute to the group, but the group's actually going to, you know, put in as much to you as you put into it, which it sounds like the MooCats do.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, with the MooCats, if I'm ever having an issue, like stream-wise, or if I'm just feeling down in the dumps and I need some encouragement, I can go and message my stream team members. I can go and message the other gals on the stream. I can message Ella. I can message Misfit. I can message Nini. I can message Ace if I need to. I sadly don't really get to interact with Minnie Mary much, because she streams when I'm asleep, since she's across the world. Which bums me out. But, you know, I can turn to any of them if I ever need to. And that's more important to me than anything. Like, I don't know what I'd do if I lost my MooCat girls. You know, I really don't know what I'd do. They've all become such a close part to my heart, whether they're some of the girls I talk to every day or I only get to talk to them once a week. I mean, being a part of something great feels great. So don't just go shooting for a stream team just for the title of having a stream team. It's not going to do you any good. You definitely want to find something that you believe in.
Magnus SHC asks, when will you play Arena and Daggerfall, Redguard 2?
Oh, you know, I've never really thought about doing that on stream. I suppose, I mean, like I said, since it's not something I've ever thought about, if it's something people would be interested in, I might be willing to do it on stream, though, since they are games I've never had the chance to play before. So if that's something that my community would be interested in seeing, it's something I'm definitely open to.
Awesome. And then Ace of Jack says, have you hydrated yet today?
Oh, hydrate.
Even without a hydrate command, because you're not on your own channels. They found a hydrate command.
Moderator, the year over here. He's one of my mods, and he's my reminder to log in and get my ESO dailies when I'm not actively playing.
Awesome. The last question here from Actual Bananas actually also ties into my last one, which is they ask, what times of day do you stream Eastern time do you stream normally? I'll go ahead and translate that Eastern time for you, Actual Bananas, so I can pop by and drop a follow. So go ahead and put it in your own time zone. Where can people find you and when can they find you?
Find live on Twitch Monday through Friday. I am in Colorado, so I'm Eastern time, or I'm not Eastern time, sorry, I'm Mountain time. So for me, I go live at 12 p.m. Mountain time. Usually I'll try to stream minimum 4 hours. If I can make it to 6, then I usually will. Eastern time, if I'm not mistaken, that's 2 hours before me. Yeah. So that would be about 10 a.m. For Eastern. And I mean, keep in mind, that is my set schedule, but with my kids and IRL, more often than I care to admit, I have to push times back or stream a little earlier. So if you guys do want to come in and hang out, just grab my Twitter as well, because that's where you're gonna see like, oh, I'm gonna be late today. You know, that's one of the first places you're gonna see that, because I am a little up and down, but I try to be as close to 12 p.m. to 4 as I possibly can.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, lady, for taking the time out of your day to do the podcast here. Sorry that we had technical difficulties so we couldn't co-stream it.
Oh, don't you even worry about it. It's totally okay. I honestly was just, I thought maybe co-streaming it would be you know, fun, but at the end of the day, me being able to put the host up, I'm still interacting with the chat here as well, so it's totally fine. Do not feel bad at all. I never mind. I'm honored to be a part of it. Thank you so much for having me on. I was really looking forward to this, and this was a total blast. So thank you so much. I was honored.
Awesome. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. We'll go ahead and wrap up here, but and move on to other stuff. But I'm going to say goodbye. I always feel weird about hitting the disconnect button when I'm still live. But bye.
I know, right? Bye-bye.
All right, that was Lady Wolf. Wonderful, amazing streamer. Yeah, so we are still doing stuff. We obviously still have the giveaway going, but we do have other content. It is the Elder Scrolls Online event going on right now. It's the Tribunal thing. So we're going to do that in a little bit. But we'll go ahead and wrap up from the show as well. Thank you so much again, everybody, being here. Huge shout out to Lady Wolf, but also shout outs to Pirate Steeb, Deimos Thea, Sakar, and KJ Driz for being our first 5 guests. That's going to give us a lot of content we can put on YouTube, a lot of like podcasts we can get in the bank. And again, you should see the first of the podcasts next week, Wednesday. And then hopefully, I've been working on it, I'll be able to get at least some highlight videos out from each of the podcasts in the near future. In case you're looking for where that is, this is where you can find me on YouTube. So thank you, everybody. We're not wrapping up stream. We just wrapped up the thing. I'm glad everybody seems to be really still, like I said, enjoying it. I'm glad we did all 5 of these. For the future, I'll give you a little preview about who we don't have days and time set for them in the future. I'm going to try to do 1, sometimes 2 a week of these. So the people we have confirmed that will be coming on the show in the next couple months: Palette Box, Juicebox Hero, Fuzzy Kitty, Zonovich, Maplinator, and Reishi Spores. If you are a streamer and you are interested in being on the podcast, please just get a hold of me. If there's somebody that you would love to see on the podcast, I can't promise anything, but if you let me know in Discord or drop me a DM, I will do my best to get them on the show. And someone asked the other day, how big do I have to be on the podcast? You don't have to be anything. I think having interviews with people who are just starting out are just as valid as having interviews with people who've been at it for years. Let's go ahead and give away that sticker. Here we go. Brendan2579, congratulations on your Loctopus Gambling sticker. Thank you, Lady Wolf. Your voice was very meaningful.
Awesome. That's from HCP. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Magnus. What you're seeing on my face is not discomfort from heat. It's why once I catch up on chat, I'm about to do something. So for those of you who ran at the start of stream before I talked to Pirate Steve, you'll know that luckily Juicebox caught my alarm and I got up and got to stream on time. That means I've ate one granola bar and one donut. So I am going to take a break to finally eat a meal that's more than just a donut and a granola bar right now. Before I go, I'm going to give away one more sticker. We'll do that after break, so I'm going to get that going. And I'm going to grab that link in case Brendan's not around at the moment, just so it doesn't get buried. Virgil, baby honey. Yeah. If it was my normal content, if I was just doing gaming content or solo content, I would have been like, sorry, I got to start stream 30 minutes late. I got to eat. But because people were taking time out of their lives to be here, I wanted to make sure I, yeah. So anyway, yeah. Thank you everybody for being here. The most valuable thing we have is time. I know some of you might not be here after the break. To those of you, I say have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you for being here. Everybody else, we are doing a sticker giveaway. Channel Point redemptions are back on. When I get back, I'm going to talk just a few more minutes about our 24 to 48 hour stream coming up, and then we are going to finally jump in to the Tribunal celebration, and we're going to get to some Elder Scrolls Online. I will see you after the break.
Richie run round, Richie found out he could steal. Richie's become a big deal. He hit the hot spots, every single club on the street. They're calling him the Dance Dance Thief. Richie's eyes glide, looking for the moves he can claim. Takes them for his wicked, wicked fame. Of all the places, all the things we've heard all these years, he decides to dance in here. He wants to dance, he wants to dance all night. He likes to move, he won't stop till he dies. what I need. Looking at her, looking at me. I'm a funky man. I'm a funky man. What is your name? It's so refreshing, you don't look plastic. That's nice to say. I bet you think I look so fantastic. When I feel great, I flash my feathers just like a peacock. The things I'll do, don't you know, always start with sweet talk. Bombs away, just getting started. Come set sail to the uncharted. 'Cause I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang out. Your mama's gonna approve. Don't you want this? I know I'm hard to resist. I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. So are you hooked? You didn't know I was such a dancer. What's that you say? You wanna kiss me now and later? Aren't you impressed with all the ways that I move my body? The things I'll do, I'll only say if I'm on the record. Bombs away, just getting started. Come set sail to the uncharted. 'Cause I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang out. Your mama's gonna approve. Don't you want this? I know I'm hard to resist. I look good, you look good, oh, we look good, we should hang out. We should hang out. I know you wanna hang too. We should hang.
Hello, everybody. I feel way more refreshed now that I have had my eggs and sausage. I will now catch up on chat before switching it over to the Elder Scrolls Online. Take a look. I'm glad you're enjoying the interviews, CB. I know Steve's already left for bed, but so thank you for being a guest and for hanging out. Have a good night, Karad. Thank you for running it. Thanks for running ads, HTTP. You know I'm always gonna forget. I really appreciate that. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you also for reminding people that drops are in fact on. Just add 30 minutes on any ESO stream and you will get your Ouroboros crate. I think you might have heard the Discord noise from my end. It was probably something getting disconnected. Like this song, even though it's a happy song. Yeah, so the band that I play during my break, that is this band here, is called Combro Chill. They are local, well, they're no longer together, but they're a local Portland group, and all of their songs are fantastic. If you're interested, like obviously Stream Beat's perfectly safe and your best bet.
I've been compiling a list of more and more bands that can confirm are DMCA free, which is very exciting to me to learn that Ninja Sex Party, Danny Sexbomb's Sex Bangs band is DMCA free, so excited I can play that on stream. Thanks. Yeah, I have an eclectic taste in music, but I try to keep it interesting. Yeah, I grew up as a goth, but also I love music. I love everything music. I go to so many local shows, big shows, small shows. Like music's a huge part of my life. It's the thing I most miss in COVID. Like there's so many things to miss, but like I used to just go like, I don't know who's playing at the Star, or I don't know who's playing at this venue, but I'm just gonna go check music out. Love you, Steve. You have a great night. Put some music on in the background. Got ambient music there. Yeah, music is love. Music is life. So yeah, before we switch over to ESO, for those of you who may not know, I am doing a 24-hour stream. I promised everybody a 24-hour stream minimum. When we hit our Raid Shadow Legends goal last month, it's going to be celebrating me being an affiliate for 6 months as well. And we're also going to mix in a subathon. But don't worry, you don't have to be subbing, you don't have to be donating bits, you don't have to be doing anything at all other than being there to participate in the multitude of wheel spins, contests, giveaways, and everything we're going to be doing. There's a chance it's going to go very long depending on if we hit our goals or not. So I'm going to be starting that my time 8 a.m. on Saturday and going for at least 24 hours. Yeah, the counter I keep on my screen here, this is my like where I'm at for the month currently. And a lot of people gifted today, which was really, really generous of people. I'm really appreciative. All right, so with that, let me adjust my stream settings. Remember, we are going to be giving away a sticker here shortly. It looks like in 11 minutes. So if you're interested in that sticker, make sure you ante up. They'll move to like ESO style giveaways. Stream info. Bum, 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 bum. Tribunal event. Party, bum, bum. Okay. And Elder Scrolls Online is our game. It's no longer a talk show. Bump, bump, bump. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, done, done, done. Awesome. Let's get the game booted up. Let's get in there. Actually, let me go ahead and boot up Stream Raiders first. Hopefully it is working better today than it has been. I mean, the game's been working fine. Streamlabs has been having a number of issues communicating. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so excited to keep doing the podcast. So people, oh cool, we're also on a loyalty token chest. I'm gonna drop my captain and we're about to see if I have to, oh, let me go ahead, and I forgot, I need to switch it back to the API to see if API is actually communicating with Streamlabs or not. I really do, and you finally need to pull the trigger. I need to move myself over to just full normal OBS and not Streamlabs. Streamer tools. Bot API. Yeah, the notifications are what's borked. Everything else works fine, luckily. It's the chat bot that's seems to be struggle bussing. Overlays. And bot commands, that's what I want. Streamlabs CloudBot. Streamlabs CloudBot, please work today. People want to play Stream Raiders, and it's hard when you don't work correctly. Let's find out. Bad server response too slow. Nope, Streamlabs is still not communicating properly. So let me convert that command back to basically a go to this web page to play. I don't know if Stream Elements or OBS are having issues. My guess is they are not. The Streamlabs has been having issues with a number of things today, or last few days. We were having our issues with Discord earlier. Anyway. To play Stream Raiders, go to this site and select captain to place units. So now we instead will have the stream captain bot's working too. It's literally just the API that's not pulling the notification. So we'll just have to do that. That said, I will get ESO pulled up. And away we go. Oh, also, our special commands are turned back on, so you know. I didn't take down the test one since the other ones will be for the 24-hour stream, but you know, you can look at these.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zerabar.
Those are the only two I have up right now because they were my test commands, but I will be adding a lot more. They have a 30-minute cooldown before you can use them. Well, my using them doesn't affect the cooldown. That way we don't become a 24/7 I'm a god stream. Oh, let me turn Uwu on. I made it and I got it working and I didn't have it turned on. So just a second.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zerabar.
And Joust. Alright. Uwu doesn't have the same length of a cooldown, but Uwu should work now. Cool, it does work now. Vardenfell, here we are, it's tribunal celebration time. Look at those sexy dwarven crates. Why are they so good? Look at all these amazing things in these crates. So many things I love at all the different levels. Also, we have the Mother's Morrowind Sacred Lullaby box available. There's sales on Clockwork City Collector's Bundle and Morrowind and the Clockwork City. A lot of great things are currently available. And because I was a little behind, I finally got Keldora. Oh, that Pearly Guar is great, Dubat. I completely agree. I love that. So, I think we will. So, we haven't really done a lot in Morrowind, just kind of enough to get to the point where we can get the dailies. So, we're going to knock out our dailies, and then we have to do a little bit in Clockwork City to be able to do the dailies there. But we're going to keep doing adventuring in these zones. I try to be an event. It's the perfect time, I think, to...
I performed that. How do you know about Savage?
Vivek. Oh, out of the dwarf crates? Here, let's take a look. I will show you. So as much as I like the mechanical ones, honestly, I'm not as excited about these ones just because I plan to scry out the mount from scrying. But I think it's a legendary level. Yes, here it is. I missed this mount from PlayStation. The Dro Mathos Sench is the mount that I really love the most from the Dwarven crates. So I'm hoping to get this one and get the cub as well, because yeah, they're just fantastic. They're wonderful little children, and I need them in my life desperately. So Brendan, I'm actually going to be doing the same on stream. I'm just waiting. We're going to be doing it next week, just because we have so much other stuff coming up with the 24-hour stream, but I am planning to actually open a full 60 on stream, and we'll be giving some away. Let's pick up this quest actually over here. I think it's up here. I get a little lost here. It's been a while since I've been here. Yes.
This is bad. You look well traveled, friend.
I am well traveled.
Opportunity. You... To tell Van.
I think the dailies are in this building with the house, I'm pretty sure. I don't know because it's been so long since I've been here, but I think the dailies are in this building. Yeah. I hope you got... What'd you get, Brendan? You get anything super awesome? I hope so.
Well...
Hope you had just like... Oh, that's right. Our volume's still on for the voices. Let me...
This is wearisome.
Oh, they're in the more temple area. Thank you, Dubat. All right, giveaways and sticker goes to Happy Batty. Congratulations, Happy Batty. And, you know, we just saw the crates. I love the crates. Let's give somebody some crates. Let's show that crate love. Let's hope they get some big dwarven apexes. I used to know it super well. But honestly, after doing the questing in PlayStation, as soon as the new expansion came out, I didn't live any of my characters' life here. So it's been so long since I've had to like navigate. Oh, I went back. I went backwards the wrong way. I just got Unfathomable Darkness from the Vardenfell Tribunal thing. Nice. Nice, HTB. That's what you love to hear. I hear my dog barking back by Juice. So noisy today. Here they come. Here they come. Yeah, I am terribly lost. We'll find it though. I promise. Because these are the battleground and crafty things. This building, right? The one in front of us? I think it's this building. We'll find out. Yes. It's gotta be, right? Oh, that's cool. It's good to know. But you can farm it without. Nope, not here. We're gonna play this game. We will one day find where the dailies are. Not over there. Those are crafting dailies. Where are my blue arrows? Show me where to go. Teach me your ways, blue arrows. Oh, this one? Okay. I'm gonna go back inside then. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Doobat. Hall of Justice. Okay. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep circling back to the crafting arrows. Under the other way shrine. Perfect. There we go. You are so loved, chat. Thank you for bringing me where I needed to be. Tell me my quest. Just let me know. Yeah, I'll do it. Consider it done. I don't care what it is. I'm doing it. Nice, Wolf. Changing it up. Oh, I have to get my dog's water. I'll be right back. Say hi to the people on stream. Okay, baby. Here you go. You've been kind of a jerk today, but everybody love you. There's nothing up here for you, though. No bacon to steal? No. No bacon to steal. There is bacon to steal, but you can't have the bacon. I knew it was an officer, but yeah. Let's go ahead and do the other normal quest that we have in the area real quick. Like I said, we haven't done the zone at all, so we'll be knocking out things along the way during the event. Nope, not this door. I'll tell you right now, Dunmer cities are not built built with me in mind. Not even a little bit. I love their architecture, but I get so lost. That's above, okay. It's even with the mini map and everything, I just get like, where am I going? Oh, we need to go further up. Yeah, I'm always lost. HTTP. I found my. I think this is the right. No, this is not the right. Jeez. I got my boys. Come on now. Boys, what? You've been really vocal this week, babies. Like, you're always loud, but this week has been real vocal week. Boys, stop. I love you dearly, but you are so loud today, baby. Edmund. Yeah, there's so many things to look at the same time. That's a very good point. Hey, Dubat. Rowdy boys. Yeah, they're rowdy boys. They are yelling up a storm today. The good news is I'm just picking up all these little like side questy things, knocking them out, but once we actually leave here, I won't be nearly as lost in the zone. Woof. They bark, they boof, they drink, they water, they climb on table. Oh, wait, I have to show. I need to show something to you all. Come in, down, baby. I got it. All right. Let me move a picture from my phone to my PC real quick. All right, here we go. Browse. All right, there we go. Edmund, you're my sweet child, but you are also kind of a monster. You know that, baby? You know that? Why is it not finding it on my computer? Just a second. Oh, I see what it is. Just a second. He converted it to a iPhone only format. I need to convert it to a correct format, but I just want to show this. I find it to be important. There you are, buddy. Yeah, here. Yeah. My little monster. That's who you are, huh? You my little monster? My little monster child? Yeah. Let me shrink that down to a not a giant size real quick and transform. Virgil, don't need to cry, baby. Here he is. This is what I mean when I tell you all that he climbs on the table. He forces his way up on top of the table. He stares directly at me, and he growls very lightly or barks at me. Yeah, this is this when I tell you he's climbing on the table, but I don't have a camera facing him. This is what it looks like to me when I spin my chair around. I wanted to finally share that with you also, because sometimes I'll move my camera facing it, but it's a little too dark. But that's my little mountaineer, a little mountain guy, climbing everything. Ah! I hope that's not a new trick he just learned, because he jumped up and hit the little slidey thing on my chair. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that he didn't just learn how to drop my chair like that on a more regular basis. Yeah, yes, attention please. Attention now. Parents. Do not know it as I, Edmund. But yeah, he that was a bad jump. There we go. Mentioned it before. So he spends most of his day cuddly and sleepy and being, you know, he loves his comforts. He's a creature of comfort. There is an exception to this rule, and that is called Juice coined it his fuck around time. And he will pull things off of shelves. He will climb on tables. His boredom and ability to cause mischief knows no bounds. Oh, is there actually some logic to the lights in the buildings? That's cool to know. Yeah. People think you're beautiful. That's how you get away with things, buddy. They're looking at you and they're like, but he's such a cute little dog. He's fine. Let him do it. And by let him do it, and people are Juice. I'll be like, he's doing this. He needs to stop. And Juice will just look at me and go, let him. And I'm like, but let him. I'm like, okay, I guess we gotta let you continue. Oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the quests that are closer to town. We're making our way using the boats around the isle. Yeah, he is a little bacon goblin. Like, I don't know he can do things till he does them. For months, I put my chair, as long as I face my chair away from the desk, he can't move it. He's tries. I'm like, okay, you can't turn your chair around. But then there was the day, finally, he figured it out. And that happened to be the day he ate all of my breakfast foods on stream. Well, you couldn't see him eating them, but you heard what happened, because I come back. The foods are there. The chair is turned. Edmund is devouring. Chibi Wookie smells a cookie. Yeah, I guess that is very apt. It's his and he wants it, and he wants it now. It's his and he's gotta have it. Oh no. Oh shoot. Hey everybody. I was gonna play until like for a few more hours because I really wanted to play the event. And luckily I remember that I have an hour-long video doctor appointment, which I have to do to get my ADHD medication. And if I don't do it, it takes them forever to get me an appointment, and I will be without my meds, which may make for some fun streams if I don't have my my medication, because I will be just out of my mind a little bit, but I would prefer to have it. So I actually need to raid you off. I was gonna wait for Juice and raid off to Juice, but the appointment's in 8 minutes. So Juice will be streaming at Juicebox Hero. I'll shout him out. Juicebox is going to be streaming at. I pulled my stream up, so now I'm echoing. We'll be streaming at 6 p.m. So they'll be streaming here in about an hour or so. So they'll be streaming when my appointment gets done. So I'm actually going to be doing the event with them. So I'll be on Discord with them. And depending on how I'm feeling later, I may do another stream later. And then I'm going to do a smaller stream tomorrow because starting Saturday, I'll be doing at least 24 hours. I don't know where this happens sometimes, but it feels fitting. So yeah, let me go ahead and take a look at who's on doing the event, so I can at least keep us within the event sphere. Yeah, maybe. Hey, let's go ahead and raid Mermaid Gabsy. So go ahead, say hi to Mermaid Gabsy. I've never raided them before, but I enjoy their content quite a bit. I think I am normally streaming when they are, so this is perfect. All right, so I will, if you're on Juice's stream, you'll hear me there. If not, I will be back probably a little bit later because I do need to, I still want to play the event. But yeah, my appointment's in a few minutes, so let's say hi to Mermaid Gabsy. Thank you for spending your time with me. The most valuable thing we have in this entire world is time, and I appreciate you taking any of it and spending it with me. If you are raiding and subbed, go ahead and copy that. That's what we use for our raids. And here in a few seconds, we will go say hi. All right. Love you all. Good evening. Good night.